Hi everyone. Welcome to day two of IntelliJ IDEA Conf 2024. My name is Mala, developer advocate with JetBrains.
I'm Marit, and I'm also a developer advocate at JetBrains.
And I'm Marco Coates, and will be your lovely host for today. That being said, we've had tons of learnings and sessions yesterday. Marit, did you have any key takeaways?
So I really loved the discussions in the chat yesterday. I thought I knew a little bit about Maven, but it turns out I'm not so sure anymore after Karl-Heinz's session. So some studying to do. What about you, Mala?
Seriously, after watching yesterday's sessions, I think I don't know anything. We had great sessions on differences between generative AI and predictive AI, records, and everything in between. So yes, I have to go and check out a lot of things as well. Marco?
Yeah, on the same vein. Essentially, it doesn't matter how long you've been using IntelliJ IDEA or any of our tools. There's always something. There's a new keyboard shortcut, a new feature you didn't know about. So I guess it's an endless learning journey for everyone involved. That being said, we've got some more learning and more sessions coming up for today. Marit, what is the plan roughly?
So we have 7 more sessions in store for you today. We hosted 7 sessions yesterday. The link to that video is still up if you want to check that out later today. They'll stay up for a few days, and then we'll split them into separate videos that will go up on the channel over the coming weeks or months. We want to, of course, thank all of the amazing speakers that joined us yesterday and are joining us today, and our community partners for trusting us. And I want to remind you that we're using the hashtag IntelliJ IDEA Conf for this event. So if you want to tweet about it, our team are reading the tweets and reposting them. And finally, of course, we want to thank you, the viewers, for joining us and for your time. With that, let's take a closer look at the program for today, Marco.
Yes, the agenda for day number 2. We, as you just said, we have 7 amazing sessions coming up. None of them have been pre-recorded. All are presented live. First off, by our very own Yuriy, he's going to talk about how IntelliJ IDEA's performance improved past, present, and future. Wink, wink, it has improved a lot and will improve even more. Don't miss this session. Then up next is Graeme, building and testing applications with Micronaut, not Spring this time, so Micronaut and Testcontainers in IntelliJ IDEA. Now we have Jossef talking about hidden risks in open source code and using them together with the LLMs or AI models. Up next, Brian is going to tell us more about secure coding, meaning don't get burned, secure coding essentials to protect your application. Then we have Billy teaching us everything there is about Java 22 and all the features that are yet to come later on. Then there's going to be one more session by our own Sebastian, again on Kotlin, making the most of Kotlin's standard library. And last but not least, we're going to talk about testing, everyone's favorite topic. Mastering Java testing with JUnit, Mockito, and AssertJ in IntelliJ IDEA, a talk given by Ken. Right. Make sure to not miss these sessions. That being said, Mala, did I just miss something?
Mala, you're muted.
God, oh my God, has to happen all the time. Thank you so much, Marco. That was all good with the agenda details. Now some housekeeping details. Everyone watching, please use the YouTube chat to ask your questions. Some speakers might take a break to answer your questions. Some prefer to answer them at the end of their sessions. All the hosts, all of us, the moderators from JetBrains will try to answer your question as you post them. So keep them coming. And yes, the most important question. All the sessions are being recorded and will be hosted on IntelliJ IDEA's YouTube channel. So if you haven't already subscribed to our channel, now is the time to do so. Now, I think we've covered it all. And on that note, let me say bye to our host. They'll
Bye.
be back with
Bye.
us as we take turns to host the next sessions. Now, let's talk about the keynote. But before we do that, let me share a quick story. A few weeks ago, my daughter complained that the cutlery that we have is no good and we should get another one. Why? Because her table knife didn't seem sharp enough to cut her wedges. Oh, we fixed that. How? She was using the wrong side of the knife. And how does that relate to our keynote? Because this could happen to any of us, no matter how powerful our tools are. If we don't know how to use them in the best possible manner, we're missing out on making the best of it. And in today's keynote, Yuriy will talk about how the performance of IntelliJ IDEA, one of your favorite tools, has improved, what's in the pipeline, and the most important of all, how would it help you developers? And to do that, it's time to invite our keynote speaker, Yuriy, to the stream. Hey, Yuriy.
Hi, Mara. Nice to see you.
It's so great to see you here, and it's a pleasure to have you present with us today.
Yeah, it's great. Love you folks, and we really enjoy the conference today. So let's see how it goes.
Absolutely. So Yuriy is one of the team members that it's a pleasure to work with him. He's always the one who's supporting the team, and it's lovely to talk with him. He's also the product lead for IntelliJ IDEA, an excellent developer, and he's fascinated with introducing new tools to developers. And that's what he will be talking a lot about in his session. Right, Yuriy?
Yeah. Let's deep dive.
Yes, absolutely. Before Yuriy, I let you take the stage, I have a quick question. So what is the most common complaint you hear from developers about IntelliJ IDEA?
Let me think. I believe the most common complaint would be indexing. Obviously, a lot of users struggled a lot in the past because of indexing times. And we'll cover it today also, how we improved it and how we will improve it in the future. So I guess we learned a lot about it and now can fix most of the issues and help you use our tools more efficient.
That's amazing. And we look forward to learning from this session. And with that, let me add your screen to the stream. And I'll be backstage. Just let me know if you need me for anything, and have fun.
Yeah, thank you, Mala. Hello again, folks. It is great to see you all here. And please post your questions to chat. I will check them all in the end of the session. Today, we are talking about IntelliJ IDEA performance, how it improved in previous years, especially last year, what we did, why, and how. And also, I will tell you more of our plans and what we're going to do next. I will try to tell you some stories about how some performance improvements happened and what we actually did to overcome some performance issues. And first thing I would like to cover and tell you more about how we actually estimate and try to measure problems and their impact on your life and what we do to understand the real impact on users and what we have in our arsenal to cover common problems. First of all, if we go to IntelliJ IDEA itself, let me open it, for instance, for a second. Here we have IntelliJ IDEA. You know, it is a JVM application. It is running on top of Java, namely JetBrains runtime, which is a build of OpenJDK. And that is still Java application in 2024. It runs on Java. So we also use Java for IntelliJ IDEA development, not only develop features for Java, but also using Java and JVM languages on a daily basis. And in this application, we actually have pretty big number of metrics and measurements that we collect in order to measure performance and impact on your life. If we, for instance, open logs folder here, we can quickly find interesting files here on indexing diagnostics, logs, OpenTelemetry metrics, and so on. And we also ask you, dear users, to help us with measurements and statistics and usage data. So if you see a notification inside IDEA which suggests you to share some usage data with us, you should know we do this. We ask you for feedbacks and usage data in order to improve performance in the first place. And this data usually helps us a lot to find, identify, and fix real performance issues. So most of the real-life problems, such as freezes, lags, or some exceptions, are reported by you, our dear users, who accepted such notification and functionality and who help us with your usage data. So like many users actually share usage data with us. We do not do this automatically. So if you would like to help us, you can share your usage data and help us with that. Now let's go back to the metrics and how we actually use them, how we use this usage data in order to measure some performance problems. One of the common metrics that we use, obviously for many processes such as highlighting, indexing, completion, and logs, and many other parameters, is Apdex. It is a commonly used approach called Application Performance Index, and it indicates some kind of performance status. It reflects user satisfaction with the duration of application processes. For instance, if we talk about completion, we could estimate this Apdex index for the first item shown in completion pop-up, or maybe for the entire pop-up loaded, or even maybe for the time which it takes to choose some item in completion pop-up. And Apdex operates on expert-defined ranges. So we should define some kind of the best possible time, which is excellent for completion pop-up, for instance. And then we try to derive other ranges such as excellent, good, fair, poor, and unacceptable from this best possible time and estimate that. And on the right, you can see example of such Apdex metric changed all the time for different languages. In the past, it was 2 years ago or even more already for different languages. For instance, for Python, we had perfect, excellent completion Apdex. And for Kotlin, we had some, worse experience that we would like to fix and improve in the future. And Apdex actually shows exactly this. We operate with expert-defined ranges, and we have these categories. And what is important here is that we collect a lot of metrics for many users, for many completion events here, and then we try to understand how they all fit into this. But it is only for the approach where we define ranges, from our expert knowledge or from our observations, maybe from feedbacks or from other stuff. There's more important approach that we use that was introduced by our data analytics team called Mega Apdex. And Mega Apdex is something that we use to estimate how we usually improve the real situation for real life users, because the ranges and these events are based not on our expert data or our expert opinion. It is based on real life metrics and on real life data related to users who leave our products or still use it. So it is proven by usage data, and this is why we actually ask you to share such performance data with us, because based on this, we can estimate the real impact of improvements, of performance improvements on your life. And here's the basic schema on the slide. How do we estimate some data? We get some logs from you, then we try to use specific optimization methods of which our data analytics team use to like have these groups of users and events. And then we try to use this formula to infer exactly one number between 0 and 1, which shows exactly the status of some feature and its performance on real life scenarios and users. This is how we actually can like see if our improvements convert into real life changes that are visible to users, and that like you will see in your IDEs and improve your life in the end. Okay. Now let's proceed to how it looks for us in the end of the day. We see here, for instance, mega updates for startup of IntelliJ IDEA Ultimate for various versions from 2021.1 and to 2023.2. You see, like we improved a lot from the 0.85 and up to 0.94, which is almost excellent as our users see it in the last summer version. And that's how we actually know that our improvements like really converts into visible improvements for our users, that this ranges and lines, they go up all the time. I would like to say a huge thank you to our data analytics team, and especially to data analytics working on performance for us, because without their effort and without their input and work on mega updexes and ranges, we would not be able to see our impact on your life and your daily routine in real life scenarios. So thank you, folks, for working with us. Okay, next topic is what do we do to understand what goes wrong? For instance, if you come to us, to our issue tracker, and say like, hey, folks, I have a performance problem here. There are tons of freezes, or there are some performance issues, or there are, I don't know, some slowness in the editor, and so on. We now use OpenTelemetry as a standard API for performance metrics that we really log a lot of performance metrics in this format and push those to logs folder. So if we open once again this logs folder, you can see CSV files, like regular CSV files. You can even open them. There are a lot of different numbers with lots of strange names in there. Those are numbers from IDEA function. And there is also HTML file which can be used to visualize such reports. You can use it also to see what we actually log, such as JVM memory or CPU usage, or maybe a virtual file system synchronization, and so on. And nowadays, OpenTelemetry is a commonly used format for such detailed metrics that we collect. And this is how you can actually help us with investigations and with performance problems. You could just archive this folder with all this stuff and attach to the issue, so we can understand the context and the problem better in issues. OpenTelemetry is great, quite a nice library and API which we use, and also quite important that we can visualize results in many ways. Okay, Now, I would like to proceed to stories, because I promised stories to you. Let me tell you some, and tell you how IDE evolves and solves crucial performance problem in your daily scenarios. And we start with startup for sure, because first of all, in order to use our product, users have to start it somehow. And let's see. I have IDE up and running here. Let me clarify a bit about IDE and what we use nowadays. As I mentioned, IntelliJ IDEA is a JVM application. It runs on Java. It still uses Java Swing for UI. So you can spot that we actually customize it a lot, and we have new UI nowadays. But still, it is not based on any other UI library. It is still well-known Java Swing, but with many improvements in look and feel, and many improvements in JVM itself. We have a team, JetBrains Runtime team, folks who work on Java internals and patches for many Java subsystems that are required for our UI and for our work on different platforms. That is why we can also use more modern mechanisms such as metals on macOS or Wayland or Linux, on Linux, for instance, because we also invest heavily into JVM development and try to apply recent latest patches, and also collaborate with many folks on OpenJDK to fix issues that we have on IDE. And when you start your application, let's back to startup, we actually have to start JVM itself as a binary, as a native application, which will load all our subsystems, a lot of jars, then locate class files there, then instantiate all the plugins and start loading. So for instance, if we restart our app, let's see how it looks like nowadays. Okay. Oh, I have a debug version. And let's see how it looks for you. I have a fresh version out of EAP program, so you can also check our early access program for IDEs. Okay, where we're heading? Oh, we started much faster, and you see that we actually opened IDE and show you code right away, and you do not see any indexing, and we also loaded all the line markers right away, and many things changed recently. But last year we had a lot of problems with startup, which we tried to solve, and now I will tell you which ones and how we tried to solve them. The most like the oldest problem for us would be dependency injection and application components. Many years ago, IntelliJ IDEA used a special dependency injection mechanism called components, such as project component or application component. And we also supported dependency injection via constructor injection in components. So you could define a Java class, then mention this Java class in a special descriptor of a plugin or of IDE itself. And this component would be instantiated at startup when IDE loading. And what does it mean actually for us? Is that in order to even start IDE, we had to instantiate all of those application components from all plugins, which is kind of evil. We have to load all the classes, and we have to create them. We have to load all their dependencies, like classes they depend on. And also, we have to use the right order for constructor injection. And this led to huge problems with startup. And because of this, we cannot easily start and optimize hot paths. Nowadays, it all gone. last year, we got rid of all the application components in our code base, and we now always avoid that. And instead of dependency injection and constructor injection, we use a simple pattern called service locator instead. On the right, you can see such service defined in our code base, for instance. It is a simple class which receives a project in the constructor and annotated with annotation service. And in order to use that in code, we ask a project for this service by class, like service, like project, get service, and my project service. And what does it mean? Is that we can instantiate such services lazily on demand and not on startup anymore. And this is how we actually now build our IDE and plugins in all the places. We no longer have central dependency injection mechanism, but instead we always ask for services when they are needed, actually, when we try to use them. And that's how we actually improved startup a lot, because there are no longer inefficient dependency management. And we can easily optimize hot paths and use lazy loading here. Here, I also would like to mention our change of our startup to parallel. Before, like last year or maybe a year before, we used to have a special interface for plugins to start some activities on the project opening. And such interface was, first of all, blocking, like it was a call which have to do all the work and then get back to the platform. And also the process was sequential. We have to ask all the plugins for such class, call them one by one, and only after that we could proceed to some project opening inside IDE. And this was changed dramatically last year. We rewritten all the startup activities and startup code of plugins to asynchronous, parallel, like concurrent API, which is based on Kotlin coroutines. If you do not know about Kotlin and coroutines, you can learn more on kotlinlang.org. It is a special way of doing concurrency on JVM, which is like heavily based on idea of continuation and some asynchronous computations that run not on threads exactly, but on some special abstraction, and which use suspend functions as a base primitive, a special kind of functions that can be suspended, that can be waiting for something without holding thread they're running on. I will not dive into details on coroutines today because it is much broader topic, but mention to you that we rewritten all the plugins, and now our startup process is heavily parallel, like packed a lot, and all the plugins they start their code in a concurrent manner, and we have such suspend modifiers for functions that run in startup process, which improved startup process a lot. And the final point for startup activities is class loading. We have a lot of plugins out of the box and also a lot of third-party plugins, and we know that they bring a lot of code, and they have a lot of extension points and a lot of actions, panels, inspections, and so on. And this cost us real time during startup, because in order just to execute the code, we have to load 50,000 class files from jars, from disk actually, which is not fast. And because of the reasons I mentioned, because of the parallelization and because of the improvements in this area, we also now can load those classes finally in parallel, which improves the situation because we no longer do this in blocking manner. And also coroutines allowed us to do this not on event dispatch thread, but we get back to it soon. I will tell you more of swing, event dispatch thread, and logs in there. So we also improved the situation with loading classes on JVM a lot, and we have the special charts and the special metrics in this area. Let me show you maybe some data for here. Here I will try to show you some real tool that we use in IntelliJ IDEA team called IJ It is basically a dashboard of all the performance metrics for our performance tests. We have them a lot. We have a lot of tests nowadays. And here we can see many metrics, such as, for instance, loading classes, like how many classes do we load. And also we can spot some degradations, and we can also analyze some specific types of classes, such as lambdas or inlines, or maybe method handle classes, and so on. And this is usually how we spot some degradations. We detect them automatically, put a red thing here, and we can analyze that then. Yeah, we also use a special kind of profiling. All right, let's get back to the slides. We use YourKit to profile class loading. YourKit is great. It shows not only loaded classes, but also stack traces and places where they are loaded. Indexing. I already mentioned in the beginning of session that indexing is kind of the most mentioned problem, common problem that people mention for our products. Let me tell you more of how we improved this in recent, like previous year, last year. First of all, thanks to many people working on indexing team and also in product teams, we improved multi-threaded indexing a lot. Like 25% improvement was achieved last summer, and we now are no longer waiting for logs, our internal logs, during parallel scanning and parallel indexing. Here in the picture, you can see many small red dashes. It is an illustration actually for the indexing process where many scanning threads interrupted and waiting for some internal logs that we had. This problem now is gone, fix it and improve it, and we observe a huge 25% improvement on our huge monorepo where we code IntelliJ IDEA itself and have code for all the JetBrains IDE products. Not only that, we also changed a bit how we deal with various build systems. I know maybe some changes may sound strange and also not everyone likes them, but we disabled downloading of source code for Gradle sync, the same as was like done for Maven for many years. Maven users do not struggle about that, and they download sources for libraries on demand. But for many years, for Gradle, we had to download sources of libraries always and could not do this on demand. Last previous release, 2023.3, we disabled automatic downloading of sources for those libraries. So in case you search and navigate to such library classes, you will see such blue panel where you will be able to do this. Basically the same as it was for Maven. And this change actually improves not only like the downloading part of sources, it also greatly improves time for indexing of sources. For instance, on Spring Boot project, I mean Spring Boot project itself, a huge project available on GitHub, this led to improvement of 50% faster indexing on Spring Boot project. So you should not wait for indexing of those. It doesn't affect like searching for classes, methods, and many other usage searches. It may be, sometimes it could be inconvenient in different scenarios, but we are improving usability and UI in this area to make it more easier for you to attach such libraries one by one, and do not wait for indexing of all of them. Because indexing not only means spending time on indexing itself, it also means that indexes, which are files on disk, would be bigger. It would be slower to search through them for many things you would like to do in IDE, such as usage search or completion, or maybe some quick documentation stuff. So it also improves the situation for many other applications. Okay. And finally, this release, we focused on actions which are available while IDE indexes things. We improved search for classes and symbols. We improved completion. We enabled run actions during indexing. And now if we go and compare different versions of IDE before and the release we are preparing for you now, you would see difference clearly. So it is the same state of IDE. IDE is still indexing code, it does some scanning and indexing, but before you saw this, not ready and seem not highlighted even, and now you'll see this. You'll see that everything is highlighted and seems ready, and also we are improving running experience, so you would be able to run tests and applications without waiting for indexes to complete. And not only that, last year we improved scanning and indexing processes, so we no longer start indexing and we no longer show any progresses because of that if you change nothing basically in the previous session. So in case you just restarted IDE, or you go to work in the morning, start your IDE and open project from the yesterday place, we will no longer show you scanning progress because it is not important, and we can do this synchronously finally, and we will not disturb you, and IDE will be ready right away. You will be able to see all the functionality, use that, go to classes, run them, completion will work, many things will be available right away. If IDE configuration has not changed and plugins has not changed, and you basically have the same IDE as yesterday. I think it is one of the biggest improvements in the perception of our products, and please try our AP version and let us know how do you feel now, and what you can now do, and do not wait for indexing to complete. Okay. Completion. In this area, I would say that many improvements were achieved because of traditional profiling fixes and improvements, but one improvement, namely in Kotlin, certainly stands out. I would like to say a huge thank you to our machine learning team, who employed machine learning methods to improve completion, actually, not teaching some AI stuff, not teaching some ML to provide some answers in chat, but employing ML techniques to reorder some completion code, prioritizing most relevant contributors in completion, which resulted in improved not only object scores, but also improved mega object score on real-life user scenarios. And we see how it improved from poor to good enough, and you could also spot the difference before even changing any logic. So the entire change was to prioritize completion contributors, which find and show you some completion items based on a specific machine learning model, which can do this correctly and improve and prioritize more faster, more relevant contributors on some less relevant, less performant ones. Yeah, so you could also spot this. We released this last December. Okay, what else? Highlighting, obviously, because many people struggle a lot because of the slow highlighting in the editor, and they complain a lot that, oh, it is slow while why I'm waiting for it, and what does it take to highlight this Java file? Well, let me tell you some stories about highlighting. We also fixed a lot of problems in there, but some are certainly interesting. First of all, we introduced cached editor markup, like subsystem, which caches all the highlighting and line marker, for instance, on disk. So when you start your IDE again, they would be shown immediately, and you would not wait for it. On the picture, you see analyzing is still shown, that we not even started to run any highlighting here, but we already see line markers highlighting here, all the annotations highlighted, and so on. So you can easily spot this in IDE, like when we just reopen files, we no longer see any delay in highlighting. It is also based on this. We show you all the cached data if file has not changed from the previous session, and we start a new highlighting session asynchronously in order to update line markers, inspections, some maybe colors, and so on. So you could see this improvement also in 2023.3. Great improvement thanks to our IntelliJ platform team. What else? Let me tell you a story about one of huge problems about IntelliJ IDEA and code. Also, a couple of years ago, maybe slightly less, we spotted such problem. On the right, you see part of the code highlighted, and part is not yet, and even black, and nothing seems working, and highlighting is stuck. What went wrong? Here, many problems were found. First of all, we realized that Java highlighting, in order to highlight something, in order to highlight annotation or references here, visits all the references inside Java elements. And here, by coincidence, inside query attribute, there are references to Hibernate, to HQL query parts, entities, attributes, and so on. And in this example, Java highlighting, we're trying to find and visit and resolve and find source, of such Hibernate GPQL attributes, which led to such frozen highlighting, because finding source for Hibernate attribute, for instance, is not a cheap process. You have to build JPA model, understand which entities do we have, which attributes used. You have to find some Hibernate mappings and entity classes, and so on. And we realized that this problem actually caused by quite the old problem, that back then in 2015, for instance, there was a language which can be mixed with Java, and which used Java constructs inside the internal strings, inside the parts of strings, and it is called Google Web Toolkit. Maybe you heard of it, maybe you remember of it. It is kind of Java for web, which enabled you to build Java apps for web browser, compile Java to JavaScript, and so on. And in order to fix some issues with find usages and maybe highlighting there, we introduced such correct measure that would visit expressions and code inside Java string literals and try to find their source. And it is actually causes a lot of troubles and problems for regular Java development, such as GPQL, for instance, or SQL or something else. So the straightforward fix would be to limit such logic only for Google Web Toolkit language, and do not try to do this for regular Java code, and it is not needed there. There are many more problems found during this investigation, but they are less interesting, I guess, and we can omit them for today. And this is like, it was a huge, I would say, performance penalty. I show you this screenshot. It is a screenshot from a real-life project of Red Hat company called Kicklock. You can easily locate this code in their GitHub repository. We actually really like this project because it shows all the real-life problems, all the real-life struggles and performance problems, especially because it is quite a big real-life product/project that we can easily use as a target for performance improvements. So thanks to the authors of it. The next problem probably exists for many, many years. It is about JSON files, YAML files, and files that connected to some JSON schema. You probably know of JSON schema. It is a special standard for JSON configuration, which enables you to have some validation capabilities, some completion, highlighting, and other stuff in editor based on a specific special definition of document called JSON schema. And we had a specific issue with one of JSON schemas attached to JSON files, namely Azure Pipelines schema. It is quite a big, quite a huge, I would say, schema with many, many, many other attached, let me show you, attached schemas. So if we try to open it, we can easily find it is not only big, but also uses a lot of references to other documents. And finally, if we would try to combine one JSON schema for this one JSON file, I would say, for such JSON schema, it is quite huge. And the problem was for us is that back then, before any improvements, we used our own lexer and parser and PSI structure to load such files. And what I should mention here is that IDE, lexer, parser capabilities, and so on in IDE optimized for editing experience, not for parsing performance, not for some kind of batch processing or some batch improvements. We optimize our parsers for incremental updates, for some navigation, indexing, and many other things. And what it does to the JSON and this issue is that it is pretty not optimal, I would say, to parse such huge JSON documents with our own lexer and parser capabilities in IntelliJ IDEA. And because of this, when users tried to use this Azure Pipeline schema, they had quite a huge memory allocation in their IDE, like 20 gigabytes of memory traffic, only to open a file, maybe a small one file, which uses such JSON schema, which is a huge problem, not only because of the slowness of the process, but also because of the garbage collection, which is caused by such huge amount of garbage generated in the process. And finally, I would highlight here that we finally fixed the problem. We switched to JSON parser in this area. It improved the process of highlighting and completion a lot. For instance, on this test, on a real end-to-end test, which opens a file using this Azure Pipeline schema and highlighting it and calling completion capability in there, we observe change in inspections run from 18 seconds down to 1.5, which is huge improvement. If you struggled before with some JSON documents or YAML documents, I would encourage you to try our EP version and see if it improves your life actually. I would expect that, yeah, it improves. Freezes and lags, maybe the last thing where we have many improvements recently. Let me tell you more about what do we have under the hood. IntelliJ IDEA still uses Swing, as I mentioned. And one of the implications here is that it uses a single event loop, single event dispatch thread. Here's the illustration. And we also use a special lock, special read-write lock implementation, which allows us to have one writing thread which changes the world, I would say, in our meaning, and also many read threads which can run in parallel if there are no pending writes or parallel writes. So write is a kind of exclusive operation which runs without any parallel activities, and reads can be parallel if there are no writes. And also we have a special kind of read which performs read and does not allow writes to start, which is useful in some specific cases. And because of this, we have a huge problem with freezes and a huge problem with flags because of the old, quite outdated code, which does some heavy computations, heavy changes on this event dispatch thread and causing the issues with responsiveness of ID. So what we improved here, let me highlight that. Last summer, we implemented, or maybe fall, we implemented faster, stronger, better update of actions menus and context menus based also on coroutines. So now you can easily see that opening context menu is no longer a pain. It is actually fast, like immediate, without any progress is shown. You do not see any spinners and waiting for it. And also main menu is fast as hell, because we now are able to run update for actions in parallel and also compute if they are enabled or not in parallel using coroutines. And this process is like heavily concurrent and enables us to employ all the cores of your machine to show you menu much faster and do not wait for it. So if you could easily spot the difference if you open the IDE a year ago and an IDE now, you can easily see how much faster menus became. What else? You could probably face this problem before if you do a lot of changes outside of IDE, for instance, git pull or maybe build or maybe something else, some huge change not inside the IDE window, and then switch to IDE, you could face such file system synchronization dialog, which is blocking, which is not, it doesn't allow you to use IDE before it processes all the files. And it is also because of this, because IntelliJ IDEA uses single read-write lock, and it have to maintain some guarantees of consistency, and it have to use a special virtual file system under the hood. And we now try to fix those. We, first of all, improve the situation with workspace model and improve like synchronization process itself, so it is much faster, and we no longer do a lot of checks, synchronous checks under the hood. And we also implemented prefetch, which does this even before you focus IDE. Oh, sorry, blow up. And now you can expect that once you change something on disk, IDE spots this change immediately and tries to like sync those files without even waiting for you to switch to IDE, which improves the situation, and you probably should not face this modal state anymore. I would like to also highlight briefly importing project improvements. They are important and huge. First of all, Gradle project import improved a lot. We introduced many improvements there, and we no longer put IDE to dump mode and while waiting for sync. We also improved parallelization in there, and we work closely with Gradle team, like from Gradle Inc. to improve parallelization further. Previous year, you could also spot many improvements in Maven imports. Like it is also now heavily parallel. We optimized generation of sources and memory consumption in there. We also posted such a nice picture on Twitter where we checked Maven import for a very well-known Quarkus project itself. You can easily find sources on GitHub also. And where there we had a huge improvement from 61 seconds to 30 seconds for the entire Maven sync for the entire Quarkus project, which is quite big and have hundreds of modules, which is quite enormous amount. And if we also check our mega objects metrics, we see that we really changed this for our users, and it is much better perceived now. And not only this is in tests, like observed in tests, but also users can easily spot this on their own real-life scenarios. Here, finally, I would like to mention ongoing work on K2 compiler in Kotlin. Please stay tuned. There are many more changes in Kotlin this year. Our team and the team of Kotlin compiler work closely on introducing K2 compiler, which is much faster, much more parallel and concurrent, and this would improve situation and perceived performance and real performance in IDE further. For instance, if we check our dashboard for Kotlin K2, we can easily spot that in like most of cases completion improved for up to 4 times sometimes. Like it was 4 seconds before, and now it is like 1 second or something like this. In many scenarios, Kotlin K2 shows much better like performance on highlighting, completion, find usages, and many other tasks. I would maybe skip the question on JBR 21 this time because we have somewhat limited time. But because of our tests and performance improvements, we can now easily spot any performance degradations, and such degradation was caught recently when we tried to use fresh Java 21. We faced with a big degradation in startup time, and because of this, we postponed such activity, migration to new Java, but we continue it further in this summer release, and we were able to fix this. And this is, again, a huge thank you to our test automation team, who does a great job on maintaining our performance tests and observing any degradations. I would also mention some tools that we use. We heavily use our own profiler based on async profiler named IntelliJ Profiler for CPU, memory allocations, and heap dumps. Sometimes we use YourKit for many other tasks, such as class loading analysis, and we sometimes use JVM TI agents to profile and spot some differences in tests. And finally, I would like to mention how you can help us, dear users. Please don't hesitate to post issues on uTrack. All the performance-related issues are read. We check them all. We open all snapshots that you attach. We check all thread dumps that you attach. And we try to read and understand every performance degradation you have. So please don't hesitate. We have a special page on our support website, how to report such performance problems to us, and where you can learn how to do this in more productive manner. And finally, I would like to say huge thank you to all the department, all the IntelliJ IDEA team, all the product teams for a lot of performance improvements last year. Without you, my dear colleagues, it would not be possible, and all the improvements done by many different teams and different people, I would like to say huge thank you again, and let's see how it goes further. We have a lot of plans for the next stages in here. Mala, I guess it is everything from my side. If we have some time for questions, we can cover a couple. If not, we can do this asynchronously.
First of all, thank you so much, Yuriy. That was a lot to cover in one session. So
Yeah.
Kudos to you. So we don't have a lot of time, just a minute. So I'll quickly take just a couple of 1 or 2 questions. So I asked how people for how long people have been using IntelliJ IDEA. So there were a lot of answers since for 2 years, since ever it has been around. So a lot of answers on that one. So one question that I have time to take is, so you talked about switching off the downloading in Gradle projects. So there was one question: how can we turn it back on? Automatic source downloading.
There is a such option in advanced settings, first of all, and also there is a huge button in Gradle tool window to do it once and for all. So for sure we have special toggles and switches. You can get it back easily. But from our usage data, we certainly know that really people do not use that for Maven a lot. Like not a lot of folks usually care about this. But if you care, you can switch it on and use it further for sure.
This is one question that I wanted to take. The simple reason was a lot of times developers think that some issue could be related to the performance of the IDE, but it might not be. So this issue could be related to something that the user is doing, or it could be IDE. So how do they make the distinction, and how do they navigate this problem? Similar problems.
Yeah, usually if you check our reporting performance problem page, you can easily spot that we ask you to hit some actions in IDE to collect some CPU snapshots and data, which exactly shows if it is related to IDE itself or not, because CPU snapshots, they easily show this.
That makes sense. And with that, thank you so much, Yuriy. That was an amazing session. Daniel was answering all the questions, amazing answers. So thank you so much again for your time, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah, thank you, Mala. See you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
And with that, let me add our next host to the stream.
Hello
Hey,
again.
Marco.
Hi, Mala.
I will quickly drop off because we're already over the time. And
Yes,
have fun
please
with your
leave
session.
immediately. Bye. I'll see you later. Right, folks. So we're going to continue with our next session, which is about building applications with Micronaut and test containers, which I'm very much looking forward to. And for that, let's please bring our next guest on stage, Graeme. Hello, Graeme.
Hello. Hi,
How are
Marco.
you? How are you?
Very good. Yourself?
I'm also good. Very much looking forward to your session. I just wanted to say a couple of words about you because you're the creator of Micronaut, also Grail framework, if I remember correctly. And yes. I just wanted to ask you before we start, just a quick question in this maybe sometimes perceived Spring Boot dominated world. Do you have a couple of quick key points on why people should give Micronaut a try?
Sure, absolutely. I think that first of all, like, competition is good. So if you're talking about a dominated world, it's nice that the developers have a choice. And Micronaut is now very mature. We're heading closer towards Micronaut 5. And the benefits that we introduced to the Java ecosystem still exist today, right? Elimination of reflection, easier to build native images, reduced significantly faster startup time, improved integration testing experience, and compilation time checking for errors you're making in your annotations or anything like that. Compilation time validation of like Micronaut data repositories, etc. So all of those things add up to a lot of quality of life improvements for the developer and make it a compelling developer experience.
Cool. So people, try it out. With that being said, I'll let you get on with it, and I'll hop backstage and be back on later on for the questions and answers. See you in a bit.
Thank you. Okay, so welcome to this presentation on building and testing Micronaut applications with Graalvm and test containers in IntelliJ IDEA. I think the introduction was already done. That's me, Graeme Rocher. If you want to connect on social, those are the links that you can do so with. And yeah, so either LinkedIn or Twitter, do get in touch. So a little introduction of the Micronaut framework. It is a Java framework, much in the style of, if you're used to something like Spring, then it'll feel very familiar. The main difference is it moves all of the runtime work that Spring does into the compilation phase. So it's a Java annotation processor. A Java annotation processor, like many other annotation processors out there that exist, that basically pre-computes everything. Including eliminating reflection from all layers of your application. So you can serialize JSON back and forth, you can read and write to in the database without reflection, you can do auto wiring and dependency injection without reflection. The complete elimination of all dynamic class loading, so we only use the system class loader, which significantly simplifies the architecture, and you're not like debugging weird class loader issues. There's no runtime generated proxies. And all of this adds up to significantly reducing the memory pressure. And combined with that being built on Netty, we have very, very fast performance in terms of throughput. Micronaut is one of the fastest frameworks that you can get. But we're highly also, we're not just like, saying we perform better, we're also like saying we provide a great developer experience. So do check it out. For those who haven't heard of GraalVM and who hasn't by now, it's a new JDK distribution out of Oracle Labs that in JIT mode increases throughput by replacing the JIT. But also probably more well known, it does native image compilation or native executable compilation, where it turns your Java application into a self-contained native executable. So with that, let's do some demos and see what the experience is like within the context of a tool like IntelliJ. Okay, so I have over here this version of IntelliJ, and as you can see, and amongst the generators available to you, there is a Micronaut generator, right? Which you can select. And from there, it integrates with Micronaut Launch. If you host your own version of Launch, you could alter this. Most people don't, but this is the public launch service. And from there, you can select how you want to create your project. There are various settings, including build tools, testing tools, package names, etc., etc., etc. From there on, you can choose whether you want to include additional features. For example, if you wanted to use like MySQL as your database, and you wanted to include like Micronaut data, JDBC, you can go selecting features that make sense for your application. And you can then create that application and import it into IntelliJ, right? So it really was that simple. So what I have here is a Micronaut application. It is a regular Java application. I am going to make one small modification to it, which is I'm going to add some test resources configuration, because I'm using test resources, and I want to include the control panel. So I'm just going to make that small change. It's part of the demo, but it's a regular Java application. You have a source main Java directory where you have your application entry point. And right from here, you can run your application directly in the IDE. So for example, if I just click run, it will boot up the application. And hold on. So let's see. Did I choose MySQL? Okay, hold on. Oh, never mind. Sorry. That's because I chose test resources. I'll talk about that in a minute. So you can run your application from the IDE, but you can also drop into the command line and say Gradle w/run. And looks like I have to 1 second. Let me just get the correct version of Java here. So for some reason, I'm defaulting to 21. Okay, so you can do gradle.w/run in your terminal, and that will start up the application. Now, the critical thing here is when I start the application, because I chose MySQL and Micronaut Data JDBC, it's also going to start up the necessary containers that are including a MySQL test container in order to run my application. So when I start my application up, it will start up all the necessary test containers for me to interact with that application in terms of it talking to my database that I've configured. Now, the cool thing is that when I run tests as well, when I run tests, for example, if I drop in here and I run a test, you'll see that it will, when I run my test, it will actually start up the container, the MySQL container, and execute my tests because they need a database to run. Whenever you annotate a JUnit 5 test with Micronaut test, what you get is an integration test, and you can dependency inject components. And as you can see, IntelliJ offers nice support to navigate to all the kind of auto-wired dependencies by detecting that this is an inject annotation. So you can see that you can run your test directly from the IDE, and they spin up the MySQL server and test that it's working and all. Now, one thing you would have noticed is that when I ran that test, it took a little while to execute because it had to start the container, the MySQL container. It had to spin that up. So one thing you can do to help that is to do Gradle W start test resources service, and we support both Gradle and Maven. So don't get too caught up with the Maven versus Gradle commands. We have equivalent Maven commands, but basically that will start my test resource service. And if I run my test now, so the first time I run it, it's going to start up my MySQL instance, right? So it took a little while to like configure MySQL and have it available. But if I run the test again, now my tests are running instantly, and I'm back to being super productive, right? Because the MySQL server container that I'm using is sticking around, and I can write tests that interact directly with my database as if they were regular unit tests. Now, the other curious thing here is when I started my test resource service up here, I got a link to a control panel. And if we look at that, you can see that I have some different resources configured here. And one of them is MySQL. So I can click here and I can see the database that was configured for my application. Now, this is useful because I can copy this link, this URL, and IntelliJ has really great support for data sources. So I can say, let's add a MySQL connection here, and let's connect to that URL using the test resource, and I can test my connection. I'm now connected to my test container based MySQL connector, and from here, I can come in and start writing, queries. Obviously, I don't have any database tables at this stage in time, but it's cool that I can connect my database connection up to the MySQL instance that is managed by test containers. What would be nice if that integration was automatic. So maybe a feature request for a future version of IntelliJ was that it would be nice if it would appear automatically in here. If there was, so that's certainly something that can be added in a future version, which will be cool. Okay, so now that I have like a productive environment where I can run tests quickly, I can inspect my database with the database pane here. Let's see what it's like to build an application. So with Micronaut, much like other frameworks, that you can define controllers and entities and so forth. So let's build a basic Hello World application to start off with, and then explore a few more features. One other feature I want to point out that's nice in IntelliJ as well is the automatic completion of application configuration. And it's smart enough to know that, like, type information. So if I try and set the port to something invalid, it will highlight that it is incorrect. So you get code completion of all of the available properties to configure your application in application.yaml, and also validation that they are correct. So if, I have to change this to something else that is actually valid. And you can also jump into navigate exactly the declaration of where that property is consumed and set in terms of integration with Micronaut's ability to define what are called configuration properties, right? So that all works seamlessly inside IntelliJ. So it's nice that the configuration of your application is also transparently handled. Now, one thing as well. So let's build that Hello World application that I was talking about. So one other thing you can do, which is also a nice experience, is you can do /w run/t, which will start the application up in continuous development mode, right? So like when I start like implementing Hello World here, so if I add a hello controller here, that is a controller that says, hello, and I add a get endpoint that takes somebody's name, for example, and say hello, right? And maybe I can say this produces type text plain, right? So it's producing plain text. And we say, hello. There we go. So that's Hello World implemented in Micronaut. So let's save that. Now, one thing you can see is that we are automatically getting navigation hints from IntelliJ about what's the state of my application. So we can see that I can generate an HTTP client request. Now, when I save this, you'll see that my application will automatically restart it, right? So every change I make to this, if I say make another change here, it will recompile the application and automatically start it up, right? So that's really nice. But you can click in here, and we can say, I want to make a request here to John, and I can send the request, and we get a result back. And as you can see, we are now debugging, or at least sending requests using the built-in IntelliJ feature to send requests back and forth. Now, one of the cool things with Micronaut as well is the compile time checking, like I said, versus other frameworks. So, here we've got a Yuriy variable that matches the name parameter. If you were to make a typo here, actually see IntelliJ is actually smart enough to refactor that into the correct thing. So I'm not even able to break it like that. But if I were to break it in another way, let's say num, right? That is actually an invalid definition because there's no matching variable for this token. And Micronaut will actually fail compilation entirely. So you see that the root declares a variable called name, but there's no corresponding method argument. So I can see that compilation error. If I tried to run my tests, I'd get the same thing. It would basically fail to compile, as you can see. So there's active compile time checking at the framework level in Micronaut that you're doing the right thing, which is pretty cool. So that's that's hello world. How would you test hello world? So one thing you can do is you can write in Micronaut what's called a declarative client. So I can say I'm going to create a client, and it's going to say hello, and more or less it's the same kind of thing. So this would be like consumes, right? No, consumes. And now we can inject that client into any method of my test. So I can say client assert equals hello John or something like that. Client.say hello John. And we can run that test. And the test failed. Oh, because I have 2 exclamation marks. Okay, yeah, the second exclamation mark, we can see the failure quite clearly and do the diff thing. Already useful. So let's run that again. And there we go. We have a test running. And look how fast that test executes. So this is the cool thing is like with Micronaut being so compilation time focused is that everything is like super fast, right? Like running tests and writing integration tests is like experiencing writing unit tests. There's no need for like mocking frameworks or mock MVC or mock this, mock that. There's no need for it, and they don't even exist. It's just super simple to test and super fast. Okay, so that's hello world. And of course, Micronaut supports full kind of dependency injection. So we could make this example like better, more complete in terms of maybe there's like a message service, that has some interface, and then you have an implementation, default message service, whatever. That implements message service, right? Like so. And then in that message service, we actually have the kind of implementation of the logic. Now, the way you make that into a bean in Micronaut is to add a scope using Jakarta and Jet. So you say this is a singleton. Now, if we go to what's nice is if we go to the Micronaut view in IntelliJ, you can see that we have knowledge of our available injectable beans that are within the scope of my project, which is quite nice. So IntelliJ knows what a kind of bean is in the context of Micronaut. So these are the ones that are present. We have the hello controller and we have the default message service. And of course, we can inject that and add a constructor parameter, etc. And do something like say hello John. There we go. Oh, sorry, that should be a name. Why am I putting John in there? I would need more test coverage to pick up that bug. But anyway, as you can see, you can inject one component into the other, and that kind of thing. So the test should basically still work the same, right? Okay. So that's basic dependency injection in Hello World, but we were talking about test containers and all that kind of stuff. So Micronaut has Micronaut data and Micronaut data JDBC. More specifically, I have included in this particular project Micronaut data JDBC. So what you can do with Micronaut data JDBC is basically define entities. For example, I can have person, that's a record, and we can say this is a mapped entity, and the entity has a generated value that is the ID is long, map that to a long, and the person has a name, has an age, etc. If we want to make things a little bit simpler, we can create a secondary constructor that, when you first create it just specifies null for the ID. And IntelliJ is pretty smart about about doing that kind of thing. So here we have a person entity, and it maps to a database table called person. And you can see that my application restarted. So I don't know if let's have a look if things have, yeah. As you can see, my person table was created, right? So I just had to refresh the state, and you can see we now have a person table in my MySQL database. What I can do is I can define a person repository, right? That is a JDBC repository using a dialect of MySQL, and it extends CRUD repository, and we pass in the entity type and the ID type, right? And now we have a repository implementation that implements basic CRUD operations, right? So and with that, we can actually start writing persistence logic. So, for example, I can write a test here, or maybe we can create a new test just to right, that tests, some CRUD operation, whatever. And we can write some CRUD tests here. So we can say, I'm going to save an entity, right? And we can pass in Fred 30 or something like that. And that will give me Fred back. And then I can say assert equals one repository.count to get a count of the readable number of entities. And maybe add another assertion to say find by ID Fred.id set true, right? Is present, right? So there we go. So we've written some tests. I think we're missing the test annotation, and we can run that, and the test passes, right? So that's basically automatic CRUD repositories. Now the cool thing with the IDEA assistance is the support for essentially defining repository methods, right? Micronaut data supports repository methods, so you can, for example, define custom finders. So I can say find by age greater than some number, right? And IntelliJ knows the syntax, the possibilities available for dynamic finders. So I can say find by name, name like string name, right? Which is pretty cool, that you can do that kind of thing. And it's also cool that Micronaut also type checks it even outside of IntelliJ. So if you make a mistake, like if I put nom here, IntelliJ is already smart enough, right, where it can say this is an error. Okay, it doesn't know how to resolve that property. So you're getting some IDE assistance already, which is really nice. And potential quick fixes, I guess. But in addition, the framework, Micronaut, the framework itself, is also checking your application from a compilation and kind of validity perspective. So it's checking it's valid. It will not let you run the application without it being correct, which is like really, really important. Like, because otherwise, in a lot of other frameworks, like this is a runtime error, and you're digging through console logs and huge stack traces and trying to figure out why did I do something wrong. And so that that fact that that's being actively type checked is pretty cool, and it's pretty extensive. Because, like, for example, you can do something like find name or find age, right? If you wanted to find the age of somebody with a particular name, right? So that's a valid query. But obviously, if you specify string here, right? So here we found somewhere where IntelliJ could get even better, right? But that Micronaut is pretty smart about it anyway, and says, sorry, but you cannot query age, which is an integer, and return a string, because the query result is expected to be of type int, whilst you're turning in an incompatible type string. So the correctness of repository definitions and getting that right at compilation time is a big benefit of Micronaut, and obviously the speed at which I'm writing tests here that are talking to a MySQL little database is pretty cool. And with the integration that you get as well. So yeah, that's pretty neat. So obviously, once you have a repository, you can expose it via a controller. So I could have create a person controller here that is a controller, and start to add some like endpoints where I inject my repository, right, and start to build up my application. So I can add something that will get a particular person by name, right? And what you can do is you can return optional, and if you return an empty optional in Micronaut, that results in a 404, which is quite useful behavior. So you can do stuff like return this repository, find by name, right? And that obviously does not exist, that method yet, but we can of course create it, and the framework will just do the right thing in terms of pulling the record from the database, right? Another thing you can do is typically you want to initialize database or data when the application starts up, and you can do that with event listeners. So you can listen for a startup event, for example, and as you can see, IntelliJ does have intelligence to know where a particular event is published from. If you were publishing the event, in this case, the event is being published by the framework, so it's not part of my code. But if you were publishing your own events using an event publisher, it knows the source of where those events came from. If you're doing using Micronaut in kind of an event bus style. So yeah, we can create repository, and you can make an operation transactional, like a lot of other frameworks. So we have declarative support for transactions, and you can save some like people, right, to the database. So person Fred 30. And you can say them. You can save them like one by one, like so, right? And the transactional operation will ensure that those, if any error happens in between, it'll roll back the whole thing. But of course, you can also do like batch operations, and Micronaut data is smart enough to know that you try to insert multiple things in one go, so it'll batch that up into a SQL insert that makes sense. So yeah, you can use event listeners, transactional to populate data, and yeah, now my test is probably going to fail because I'm defining additional data on startup. Now there's actually more data in my than my test was expecting, right? But the fact that there's some data in my database is useful because now I can inspect that. I can see Fred and Bob there. I can of course write my own kind of SQL queries using the query console. My thing, select star from person, where age, and 20, whatever. Play around with SQL, and I get completion. Now the completion, the universal completion for SQL in different places of IntelliJ is extremely useful. And that also translates into like declarative repositories, because one thing you can do is obviously if you don't specify the SQL like for this, then effectively it'll be generated for you. You don't have to, and it will be computed for you at compilation time. But you can also use the query annotation, right? And here, what you can do is, actually get completion for your current active database, right? Where name equals name, right? Like so. And you can write whatever SQL that you want, directly in the query annotation and be in complete control of the SQL while still getting like the IDE assistance that you are kind of used to in terms of completing the possible options of the SQL query. And IntelliJ is smart enough to figure out that basically here I'm using the query annotation, and then I've got a data source set up, and I'm using MySQL, and so it knows the dialect, and basically lets me complete to my active tables, and it just works, right? Which I think is pretty nice. Although we didn't actually write a test that find by kind of works. It's always a good thing to say find by name, and write some kind of test logic here, make sure that my kind of thing actually works, which it does, right? So yeah, the query works, the custom query works, and of course with Micronaut you can go into your logback configuration, and you can say logger name equals io.micronaut.data.query level equals trace, right? And if you do that, you will see what happened there? You can see the SQL logs, coming back and forth, right? So all the different queries in my test, we can see SQL logging is enabled, etc. So that's useful, right? Yeah, I think so that's cool. So as you can see, you can really easily build database applications and have it integrated with the console, and you can use the Micronaut panel here to visualize your beans. And another very cool panel that exists in IntelliJ is for the endpoints. So here we can see the active endpoints that are exposed to part of this application. So, and we can navigate to different endpoints directly from this view, and of course we can send HTTP client requests directly to my UI. Yes, so this is actually an important error message. I've got an error message here back, and as you can see, this is like what the kind of default error formatting looks like in Micronaut. So one thing I'm doing here, which is probably a little bit naughty or kind of not recommended, is I'm sending a database entity back directly over JSON HTTP, right? So the error is actually very useful because it's telling me, and I don't have a test for my controller, and that's why I saw this error. But the error is telling me that I cannot serialize person to JSON. So one thing Micronaut has, by default, we have what's called Micronaut serialization, and it's almost completely compatible with Jackson in terms of Jackson annotations. The one difference is it does not allow you to arbitrarily serialize any object to JSON. We made that decision because it's a security risk to serialize just any object. So by default, you actually have to come in and say this object is serializable. I'm going to allow it to be serialized to JSON. And if I do that, now I can see I get an OK with the data, and my request works because I explicitly made this serializable. Now, generally, we wouldn't recommend this. One thing you typically want to do is define what's called maybe a DTO, if you want to call it. And it can be a record, right? And maybe we only send, I don't know, the name and age. I don't know. I'm just kind of making this up. And we make that serializable. And so this is like a data transfer object. Now, what's cool with this is you can come into your repository definition and you can use a DTO, right? And in my person controller, I can return the DTO like so. And basically, you will get back only a subset of the data, right? Now, the reason why this is interesting is because, one, obviously we can select only a subset of the data, and Micronaut data, JDBC is smart enough to bind to that custom object, only the subset we want. If I didn't have the custom query, actually it would be even smarter. So I run that again, you'll see, and you can see that when Micronaut generates the query, it generates a select that only selects the columns that we want to retrieve, not all the columns. So by specifying a DTO and saying I only want name and age, you're saying I'm going to optimize the select to retrieve only the appropriate data that I need, not do a select star from everything, right? Of course, you could still write the custom query, and you could still write you know, select name, age, etc. And of course, that would still work. But it's cool that by default, Micronaut will optimize those queries for you, right? And the world is a happy place, right? Okay, so so DTO and exposing like objects that are serializable. Like one thing that we could improve, I guess, over time is to type check like compilation time. Is this type like serializable and fail compilation? But that's not currently implemented. I think that could be an interesting possibility in the future. But anyway, I think that's already pretty cool that you can define that. So, okay, so another cool thing that exists is native image, right? So, and with native image, what you can do is you can build a native version of this application, and what you can do is compile the application into a native image. And what I did was run Gradle native run, and this will transform the application into a native executable, and which has a lot of benefits in terms of memory performance, startup performance, and security. So the process of turning a Micronaut application into a native image is a simple one. You just native compile it. And because Micronaut doesn't use reflection, doesn't use custom class loading, is already kind of native image ready, there's really nothing that you need to configure, right? The GraalVM native image performs a static analysis of the Java bytecode, and you can already see the benefits, right? So the startup time, 101 milliseconds, even though it's like doing database interaction on startup. So it dropped from about 700 milliseconds to 100 milliseconds, even though there's database I/O going on in startup, right? But the application is essentially the same one, right? So the you know, there's no difference in the behavior of the application. It's still talking to MySQL. It's still behaving exactly the same. Just this time, we're running a native image with enhanced startup time and also memory performance. So, so yeah, this as you, I don't know if you can see that, but basically the startup 20 megabyte of memory being used by this application. So it's, you know, compared to, you know, probably like 100 and something, you know, with the Java version. So, you know, significant efficiencies to be gained from building native images. And of course, you can also, like, you know, use the Gradle task window here in IntelliJ to check out the kind of like, various native compile, native run, native test compile commands. And another thing you can do in terms of verification is you can run native tests. So what you can do is you can run Gradle native test, Gradle, and it will basically turn. So that's, I think it's under verification. Yeah, the native test command. And it will compile the entire JUnit test suite that I have into a native image and run those tests. Now, what's cool is because we have test resources integration and Testcontainers integration, where we have split out the management of the containers to a separate server, my native tests that hit the database are able to work seamlessly with native image. So I can actually run I can write native JUnit 5 tests that run natively. So my entire test suite can run natively, that talk to a relational database, that verify everything using test containers underneath the surface. and it just works, right? So at scale, you can, when you're using native image at scale, when you're having to like write integration tests that test databases, etc., that's possible, right, with Micronaut's integration. So as you can see, the native execution of my tests, they ran natively with native image, worked, and I can run them like seamlessly from there. So so I think that's pretty cool. That you have the full end-to-end story in terms of native image, from testing, from running, from integration with your database tier, and it's integrated nicely into the IDE experience. Okay, so one last thing I think before I run out of time to demo is IntelliJ has really great support as well for Micronaut 4's new expression language. So one of the things you can do in Micronaut is define scheduled jobs. And you can do that just by annotating a method. So you can say run me, right? And this is some job, right? That running the job, right? And a scheduled job, can run at a fixed rate, once a second, something like that, right? So if I run this, run it, right? You can see the job is running, right? So that's cool. And we can see this is a scheduled job, and you can dependency inject, whatever components you want to do. So I could inject my person repository, etc., in here and like interact with it. It's part of my job, whatever I wanted to do. So this is a scheduled job, and as you can see, it appears as one of the beans that basically form part of my application, right? So what you can do in Micronaut 4 is you can add conditions. So for example, I can add a condition here saying is paused, is the job paused, and we can add some control like getter and setter to like pause and resume the job. And maybe you could control that from some management endpoint or something like that. And what you can do is you can say, make this conditional, all right? So I can say, using an expression, so an annotation expression. So I can say, this dot paused, right? And look, IntelliJ is already providing like full completion of expressions, right? So, so when I say that, and maybe when I negate it, so I'm not paused. So like now it's like running like every time. But if I were to set paused equals true, right, and it restarts, you can see that the job doesn't run, right? So because it's paused. Now the cool thing with Micronaut's expression language, which can be used in annotations, can also be used in, we have things like at request, route condition. So here you can say this is like a route condition, and you can say, you can put in here an expression that says request, and look, IntelliJ already knows that the request is present in that expression context. Headers, get, I'm just making this up. Who does not equal bar, and now this route will only be matched if there isn't a header, the value foo called bar. But the cool thing is, the full like IntelliJ experience of completion is happening in Micronaut expression declarations. And as with the rest of the framework, like if you make an error, so if I do that, I get an IntelliJ warning. But for Micronaut, that's actually a hard fail, right? So it will actually, because Micronaut expression language, when we added it to the framework, we didn't want to create a dynamic expression language where we had to have like a compiler at runtime and all the security risks that imposes. So Micronaut expressions are compiled as your application is being compiled, and there's actually no API or possible way to dynamically compile expressions at runtime, which is a lot more secure. It's a lot more type safe, and the developer experience is a lot better because you get active compilation time errors for things that are going wrong that you can correct, and see things restart and stay on the happy path in terms of a developer getting prompt compilation time messages. Okay, so that was the demo. So not a lot to say in the summary, apart from, as you can see, that Micronaut is amazing technology and GraalVM is sensational technology. They're mature and ready to use today. IntelliJ provides fantastic tooling for building these types of applications with strong integration with Micronaut and GraalVM. Everything is, in terms of these technologies and the evolution of, from where it came to today, they're mature, ready to be used, and you can try them out today. We have great documentation and getting started guides, so do check those out. And I think I now will have some time. Thank you very much. We'll have now some time for Q&A if anybody has any questions.
Yes, here I am again. Thank you for that session. That was a superb intro to Micronaut, and it looks awesome. People, check it out. Now, a couple of questions, and I kind of already thought that this is what it's going to be like. We had a couple of questions along the lines of, I've never used Micronaut before. Should we use Micronaut instead of Spring Boot since it seems to be better? Or another question along those lines of, would be interesting to have a comparison of Micronaut, Spring Boot, Quarkus, and Leiden. Another question along those lines was, I see it has a smaller memory footprint, faster startup time. But since it uses annotation processing, what is the actual difference in compilation time compared to the Spring solution? Right. In any case, along those lines, what would you kind of recommend people?
Okay, so let's answer the compilation time question first, I guess. So there is some overhead to compilation time that's added because it's an annotation processor. However, we have full support for incremental compilation. So we've done extensive work to integrate both the IntelliJ compiler, which is used when you use Maven, but also the Gradle compiler. So the two known incremental compilers that support what's called incremental annotation processing today are the IntelliJ compiler, which is used when you import a Maven project, and Gradle. And we support both of those. So basically, we have full support for what's called incremental compilation of annotation processing. So that means that when you make a change and you're developing, it only compiles the single class that you've changed and not the entire project. It doesn't need to recompile everything, right? So that makes the compilation overhead not perceivable. If you see what I'm saying. So because when you're developing, the incremental handling just like compiles only the changes, right? And it's very, very fast. So that answers that question. With regards to should you use Micronaut versus XYZ, well, I think Micronaut shines on its own grounds and has a very compelling feature set. It's a more focused framework, I guess you would say, than Spring, which tries to solve every problem in the world. That has benefits, but also has disadvantages. I think Micronaut is really well designed to build modern cloud native applications, and we have seen a significant adoption of Micronaut in microservices, in serverless use cases. We have very strong adoption in serverless. The Disney Plus streaming service is using Micronaut with GraalVM deploying serverless. So there's there's a very compelling use case depending on what you're doing, right? But I think what Micronaut offers is a strong platform for a lot of common applications that people are writing today. Now, if you have like legacy requirements or legacy applications that are dealing with antiquated technologies, let's call them, old Java EE servers, etc., you need to deploy to a very old version of WebSphere. I don't know. I'm speculating, right? What your requirements could be. Then yes, you're probably better off sticking with these kind of all the technologies, right? But I do think that the features that offered that Micronaut offers today is very compelling. I think there are plenty of comparisons out there of the different frameworks, and you should try it. And I think we have a particular appeal if you're used to Spring, if you're coming from a Spring background, because it's very similar and very comfortable if you come from that background. But again, try it and give us your feedback.
All right. We'll leave it at that because we're running out of time. But from our side, thank you again, Graeme, because as I said, great session. People try out Micronaut. And I guess I'll have to wave goodbye to you now and invite our next host for the next session back in. So bye-bye. Right, the next host, Marit, if I'm not mistaken. Please come along, hop along. Hello.
Hi, Marco. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah,
Awesome.
And I think we will, yes, please use the hashtag IntelliJ IDEA Conf to follow along on the socials. You can see the banner down below, also now on the screen. Please post about the conference and use the hashtag. That being said, I'll probably shut up now and leave you to it.
All right. Bye, Marco. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Hi, everyone. It's my pleasure to invite the next speaker onto the stream. The next speaker is Jossef from Checkmarx. He is the head of supply chain security at Checkmarx. So let me add him to the stream. Hi, Jossef.
Hi, Mary. Thank you very much. So happy to be here. Hi, everyone.
We're happy to have you. So what are you talking to us about today?
I'm going to present a glimpse of the hidden risks in open source in software supply chain. And I'm going to also speak how it's connected to the new toy in the industry, generative AI, large language models, Hugging Face. So it's going to be a thrill. I hope you're going to like it. It's technical, but not too technical. So that's
Sounds
what we're
cool.
going to, yeah.
Okay, I'll let you get right to it. Have fun, and we'll monitor for questions in the chat, and I'll hop back on when you're done and see if we can answer some questions if there's time.
Sure.
See you later.
Thank you very much. Let's start. So a quick agenda of this talk. I'm going to talk about what is software supply chain, because it's a widespread buzzword. I'm going to give some examples of attacks happened in the last years in software supply chain, how it's connected to AI, and what's coming up in the future. I'm going to recommend some takeaways, and pretty much that's it. Plenty of examples. Feel free to, if you have any questions, to type it in the chat. I'll find some time to answer questions. So I'll start by, I thought about starting by giving the official introduction as I do in conferences, but as you JetBrains guys are such a cool guys, and I'm going to give you a disclosure. I'm using this IDE for, I think, more than 10 years, your family of IDEs. So it's a great honor to give a presentation at your conference. And I decided, because I'm a bit of a crazy person, I decided to give you the not important facts about me, because it's boring. I did that and this, and I'm coming from this background. So not important fact number one about me: I grow hot peppers, and I set up a community in Israel where I live of hot peppers, crazy people like me. This is from a picture of a contest we made. I survived a couple of rounds, but I didn't win. But I super passionate about hot peppers. I even carry one small bag in my wallet. So yeah, I don't know. It's a crazy fact. Unimportant fact, crazy fact number two: I do this crazy people sport. I keep injuring, but it's super fun. And I'm riding these dangerous vehicles, Ducati motorcycles. I even joined the motorcycle gang. Last, not important fact: I have some crazy thoughts from time to time, and I like to translate them to t-shirts. So obviously P equals NP is incorrect, but it was fun to wear it in the office and see some folks. Whoa. And in Hebrew, it says a good developer is a lazy developer, but hold your horses, efficient lazy type, not like lazy type. All right, so that's a bit about me. Let's talk about the topic of the presentation: software supply chain. Okay, this is, I'm sure you heard of this term. Basically, it's a process of developers contributing code into source control. Build component compiles the source control into an artifact. This artifact is hosted somewhere, maybe artifact server, maybe CDN, and then consumed by something, maybe a human being or other software component. That's like the life cycle in a nutshell of how we create software. So this process of software creation, or if you say software supply chain process, if an attacker, a threat actor, doesn't matter where, into this process, that could affect heavily, critically of the end result. For instance, if our authentication token for the source control is leaked and threat actor take advantage of it, that could be used to create commits or contribution by threat actors, possibly without us paying attention. Or if we're using some random dependency and that dependency is contributed by threat actors, as I'm going to show you plenty of examples, that's going to affect our end artifact our build component is building. Or if our build server is using some plugins from the open source community, and those plugins look okay but actually behave badly, that's going to affect our software artifact. So this strength of this chain is measured by the weakest link. I would like to mention Checkmarx and JetBrains had previous successful projects. One is to integrate into the IDE's vulnerability data free of charge, I think starting 2 years ago. So let's do more things together. I think we have the goal of doing good for the community. And I'm leading a research group at Checkmarx, and my team's mission is to fight bad guys, fight supply chain attackers. We do that by monitoring the entire, let's call it, ecosystems of packages, NPM, Nugget, Maven, etc. And every new contribution is being scraped and collected and indexed and then analyzed. And if something is suspicious as bad, my team is not looking for vulnerabilities, but for malicious contributions from malware. And if something is suspicious as malware, we have analysts that do manual review And then if it's not false positive, we report it to the security admins of NPM, of PyPy, of Maven, etc. And write blogs about it and let the community know. We helped create a standard recently. I collaborated with Google. This standard is to classify and identify malicious packages. So this is from a free project called osv.dev for auditing all kinds of problems in packages. So the MAL class, we helped creating it. So that's a bit about supply chain, software supply chain, what my team is doing. Now, stating the obvious, everyone use open source. Makes a lot of sense. Makes sense in the agile mindset. We want to deliver fast. Doesn't make sense to reinvent some, so coding components from scratch. So relying on open source is good for performance. It's good for maturity. Most of the infrastructure we rely on came from open source. So it helps us create software faster. Usually when we create software, we're thinking like, okay, we made a decision to add that dependency to our project. We specify it in the manifest file. Depends on the context, depends on the programming language. But what we not necessarily always pay attention to, that the direct dependency we add are bringing us surprises like side effects, other packages they depend on. It's called transitive dependencies. In real life scenarios, it can be forests and forests of transitive dependencies. For instance, I know you are Java-oriented. Most of you came from Java background, but I'm going to give some other examples, not necessarily from Java. So this one is from NPM. So if I want to go and do a deep dive analysis of what I'm getting, if I'm installing CNC.js, just a random package available on NPM ecosystem, I want to go and do analysis of the code, the packages, the persons involved. I want to vet their reputation because I'm scared. I don't know, it's strangers for me. I would need to invest a lot of time because that simple direct dependency, that single one, brings over 800 transitive packages, additional packages, contributed by over 600 different contributors. In other words, I might be thinking of creating that software component by myself if I wasn't like paranoid, super paranoid, but it would take me a lot of time to go and deeply cover each and every one of the new packages I'm getting. I think it's the most interesting part of this talk. I'm going to give you some examples. So let's start. This cool guy, his name is Faisal. He's from Indonesia, and he's the creator of a very compact and popular package called UA Parser.js. It's a package written in JavaScript. This screenshot is from NPM. It's designed to parse user agent strings. Those browser headers when you make HTTP calls. This package can parse it, can give you the browser version, the operating system, all of that metadata hidden inside. This is the compact package created for that task. Maintained for many years, very mature, and super popular. A lot of people depends on it, use it, download it, because this business logic was created very good and has almost no bugs, very stable. On October 5th, 2021, we saw this message on Hackers Forum, on the underground. Hackers posted this message selling a development account on NPM.js with a couple of millions weekly installations. And guess what? No two-factor authentication enabled on that account. So they were selling username and password, and they state it's perfect for botnets, miners, or other creative tasks. $10,000 first bid. We know someone bought this account and attacked Faisal's NPM account directly, because a couple of weeks after that post, Faisal posted this message saying that he's sorry. Some hackers hacked his NPM account and published several malicious versions of Yuriy parser.js. They were able to do that because no two-factor authentication was in that account, and they bought the username password from the hackers. What they did to stay under the radar and to not be paying attention for the victims is they preserved the original code, and they added a pre-install statement, pre-install script that basically downloaded Credential Stealer and deployed CryptoMiner. So this is the wallet address related to the attackers, and this is the Credential Stealer deployed. But regarding the users of Yuriy parser.js, the functionality kept working. They didn't change the code, only added the pre-install script. Again, to stay under the radar and to make this attack as effective as possible. A couple of hours later, NPM security team got involved, removed those malicious versions, helped Faisal secure his account by enabling two-factor authentication. We thought that was over, but guess what? 2 weeks later, same attack on two unrelated packages, Koa and RC, both combined with over 20 million weekly downloads. Same malicious code, same wallet address, same attackers. So it was very clear to us that it was persistent threat. They wanted to deploy those crypto miners, and they bought random maintainers with highly downloaded victims with user base on their packages they created to deploy those crypto miners. Another example, and before I give the other example, that attack technique is called account takeover. So we have threat actor taking over someone's account and delivering malware, knowing that this package, this entity is highly popular. So it's account takeover. That's technique. Another example, this cool guy called Brandon Miller. He's from United States, California. This is from his YouTube channel. He's riding e-bikes. He's taken to the track. He shares his experience on his YouTube. And guess what? He's also an open source contributor. He contributed over 40 packages to NPM. One of them called Node IPC. It's for inter-process communication. So imagine you have two instances of an application running on the same machine. You want them to communicate. So instead of implementing the infrastructure in all kinds of ways, you have this package to simplify this process. It's maintained for many years, highly reputed, popular. And 2 years ago, this happened, but not as an account takeover, but Brandon himself contributed this feature. So we saw it first on GitHub. We saw a new bizarre file added. This was the content of this new file. And this file executed upon every new installation. If I prettify it a bit and make it easy to read, this was the code inside. Not too long code, but let's walk through it. First statement is to go into that free service IP geolocation. It's a SaaS service that if you make an HTTP request, it replies with a JSON, giving you all kind of metadata regarding your geographic location. So for instance, if I'm calling this service from United States, this is what I'm getting, United States. If I'm calling from Israel, I'm going to get Israel, Russia, etc. And then it checks if it's a country A or country B. Then it's going to delete the files on the victim's computer. Now, the implementation of that delete is to preserve the file, but to replace the content of the file with a heart emoji. Now, you may guess, why would Brandon do such a thing? He posted this on social media. It was his take on a political protest. And he said, you downloaded my software for free. So basically, I'm allowed to wipe your computer. This is what he posted on X or Twitter. Back then it was called Twitter. He said he got a lot of downvotes for it on this GitHub thread. He said this is all public, documented, licensed, and he got so much downvotes. And the industry, the security defense industry, this is the first time we coined the phrase protestware. So just a reminder that popular packages can deliver malware, and Brandon didn't experience an account takeover, but he self-sabotaged his own popular package. But it's like a family of, we rely on popular packages. We think they're legit, they're reputed, they're going to keep us safe. And I have a list that keeps updating from time to time of super popular projects that ends up delivering malware to its users, becoming victims. So yeah. Another example. This is a Python package. The package on the left, highlighted in red, is malicious, and the package on the right is a popular package, legitimate one. My team researched and found the pumpio package, and other than the name, it's a perfect copy. They share the exact same code, except one minor metadata difference. The pumpio is having a transitive dependency, redupty something. And when you install pumpio, it's also installing redupty. And this is executed upon installation. 3 lines of code. First line is a string, but a reversed string. It's a free hosting service, and the threat actor deployed this web application to exfiltrate the environment variables to that endpoint. In production workloads, usually even on local machines, the environment variables contain sensitive tokens, GitHub tokens, maybe AWS tokens, depends on the context, connection strings. And in production workloads, even if you store them securely, secrets, vaults, etc., when you come to the workload, to the money time, it's plain text. So it's very effective to just read the environment variables and it's plain text and to send it out. So we see quite a lot of those attacks of, let's call it, credential stealers. And what brought us the most attention here is we saw this the same statistics. Initially, we thought maybe they had like a script, a botnet that create the same stars on their projects to make it look similar to the legitimate project. But no, it was actually very simple. This attack technique is called starjacking, and I just want to show you how a threat actor can implement that attack instead of telling you the theory behind it. To do that, my team created this tool called Package Lab. Basically, this is a small web application like the Metasploit of open source, helping us to demonstrate supply chain attacks. So all I need is an account. I'll spare you the registration and a unique package name. I'll go with supply chain demo. And when I'm publishing a package to PyPy, I need to specify an initial version. Doesn't matter what's the version, but threat actors love to go with high numbers to make it look not new. And the next step is optional, but you can specify where is your source code repository, usually on GitHub URLs, is hosted, so users can open tickets for support or can suggest new features. Or can just browse the source code, but it's optional. You don't need to specify it. but you can specify it. And let's just browse the trending projects and choose something. Doesn't matter what, but something trending and popular. So we'll go with this entry, and we just enter the URL of that repository. And this repository is having over 9,000 stars on GitHub, which is quite impressive for a fresh new project. And this is where we add our code that is going to run on the victim's machine when someone installing this package. So we'll go with something very, very simple here that none of the static analyzers can detect. It's basically going to this paste bin, which is super loved by hackers to get additional part of Python code. And then the built-in exec is going to get those string, it's a Python code, and then run it in the same runtime of our script. So basically, it's going to inject this new code immediately. And then whatever this server is replying in the response is going to run on our victim's machine. So you can do whatever you want. And this technique is used by many attackers. They understand because not a lot of static tools can point that something is wrong here because we don't know what the behavior. It might be something that is bad design, but it's legitimate. So a different talk of how to write malware, but we're going to publish this package in a couple of seconds because the name was available, it was created. And if we browse the entry, even though it was created 10 seconds ago, over 9,000 stars on the statistics area on the entry. I gave this disclaimer, do not install it, but most of the ecosystems are not vetting the content, the metadata, the descriptions, any other data you provide, and just forward it for developer as is. Another example, we see all kinds of campaigns, different purposes. This one was over 900 packages to steal cryptocurrency. We first bumped into this by this typo squatting attempt. Typo squatting is a technique attackers use when they choose permutations of popular package names with typing mistakes. Knowing that users, when they install new dependencies, they make typing mistakes. So for this example, Selenium is a highly popular package, Python package. Some consumers of Selenium just open terminal and type pip install Selenium. And usually you get, if you make a typing mistakes, no such package. Makes sense. But if those entries are there, if you make Selenium with double E, instead of getting no such package, you would end up with this package, this malicious package created by the threat actor, and that malicious code is going to run on your machine immediately, and then you're going to get infected. By what, you ask? By this. Super cryptic code, obfuscated code, hard to read. We debugged it and discovered that it's deploying browser extension, malicious browser extension, hiddenly, silently installing it on whatever common browser you're using. This is the code was deployed inside of the browser extension. It's basically very simple code, manipulating your copy and paste functionality, the clipboard event. And if you're copying something, it goes through this function. And then it checks if it's looks like a crypto wallet address. If it's Bitcoin, it's the first regular expression. If it's Ethereum, I think it's the second one, etc. And then if it's a crypto wallet address, let's replace it with these hard-coded values. And you might be asking yourself, why for? So if you ever made a crypto transaction and you wanted to pay someone for something, you usually copy the target's wallet address. You have some copy buttons and you paste it somewhere like in your app window where you make the transaction. So if everything is okay and you're not infected, what you copy and what you paste is the same. This is what it should be doing. And let's enable this malicious browser extension on this special environment. I'm just going to toggle this on. And if I copy this wallet address and if I paste it after copying it, see the action of that malicious browser extension, different value. This is the attacker hard-coded wallet address. So the purpose of that campaign was to steal cryptocurrency. And the sad part is, if you fall a victim for this, you find out about it after you make the transaction, and you have no way to get your money back. No undo for cryptocurrency transactions, sadly. Another example. This attack attempt, we don't know if it was exploited successfully, but this was targeting a company, an Israeli company, and we were monitoring the same user account for a couple of months. We have an engine called the Naughty List of user accounts. PyPy and other ecosystems have the approach of keeping the users active if they do something after their malicious contribution was removed. So they were attempt to use the same accounts. So this happened in this case. Threat actors published a malicious package on August, and then after a couple of months, on December, that gave us immediate red flag, and we inspected it. And what we discovered inside was its cross operating system, and it's running this bash command. What's this bash command? A remote shell, interactive remote shell. We see that quite a lot, but since it targets a very specific company, we thought it would be interesting to make a proactive experiment and to infect a honeypot, isolated virtual machine with that malicious package. And this is what we did. We infected a virtual machine with that malicious package and recorded the network traffic. And we saw after a couple of moments the attacker sending interactive command, modifying our environment, changing configuration, reading bait files we planted, like password files, credentials. So we summarized it with, okay, we have someone, maybe automated, maybe it's someone, human being behind the scenes. To discover it, I created this very short script using raw socket to simulate an infection, to connect to the same infrastructure. But instead of executing what the attacker instruct me to execute, I can just type in whatever made up output I decide. So this is what we did. We ran the script, and after a couple of moments, we got a successful connection, and the threat actor sent us this. Who am I? This command usually sends the logged in user account, but we decided to reply with, who are you? ? I think we got the other side confused because we got this reply, all kinds of permutations of ls to list the files, but we kept persisting in asking, we want to talk, who are you? We got this answer, security engineer, which we raised our eyebrow because we saw usually security engineers doesn't own some random machines, modifying configuration, reading files, sensitive files. It's not ethical hacking. It's not something security engineers do. We challenged this answer. We asked, are you sure security engineers don't write reverse shell? ls. Yeah. Why would that work? We asked, where are you from? And that was the last message we got from the attacker. Just checking internal systems, and I'm not doing anything if it's not our machine, and all kinds of excuses. But something is sure for us. After our short conversation, the threat actor panicked. immediately modified, this is before and after, immediately modified the package uploaded to target that company and removed all kind of evidence of the remote shell and just covering for whatever we thought it might be thought we are the authorities. We reported for that company and we helped them to close the gaps. So that's that example. Another example for large-scale campaigns. This is how we see attackers evolve. This is something we started investigating, a typo squatting attempt to look like Discord utilities. This package actually infected Discord, the chat application, and modified the Discord code. Kept it working. So if you made a payment, like buying some boosts or nitro or upgrading your subscription on Discord, it would steal your credit card and ironically send it through the same Discord infrastructure using these webhooks, reaching out to the attackers. Credit card stealing campaign, nice. We started investigating, and while we investigated, we started connecting dots to other packages, to other user accounts. And after a couple of weeks, we created this detective board of a lot of connections. When we stopped, we understood we have links to historical reports by Sonatype. We have links to historical reports by JFrog. We have links to historical reports by SecureList, this research department of Kaspersky, and then each company saw a small piece of the puzzle, but it was a large-scale campaign, this large campaign, and we called the group by their nickname, Luffy Gang. It's like a community of attackers. They had all kinds of social media tutorials of how to use their hacking tools, open source hacking tools hosted on GitHub, malicious packages obviously uploaded to open source ecosystems, not only NPM, C2 servers for operating their campaigns on free hosting services, massive community on Discord, over 14,000 users inside. All kinds of channels to swap loot and gifts and all kind of bizarre and support. And the sad part is all of the stolen data, like dumps of stolen data, was published on hackers forums, like massive Valorant accounts or Disney Plus account or Minecraft accounts. And they created some scripts and bots, one for Discord that can, if you run it, it's just getting some random credit card and adds it to your Discord app. I'm betting that's stolen credit cards. Other hackers reported on those scripts they're containing malware. Not surprising. We also saw it on the open source hacking tools. They depend on malicious packages, so they try to hack their hackers. Yeah, so that's Luffy Gang. Like we reported their operations and all of their servers and Discord server and everything was shut down. So it was great success for us as defenders. I think this is the last attack example. So this is something we saw on a lot of victims reported this behavior. So attackers create a fake recruiters accounts. So this one is attempts to be from Meta, Facebook. This technical sorcerer approaches the victims and started communicating. We saw your profile. We have something interesting to offer you. And you're like, as a developer, okay, if Meta approaches me and try to hire me, that's probably interesting, right? So you start to communicate with that sourcer, technical recruiter, and they try to put some stress and tell you this is like we don't have a lot of time, but we have this challenge on this GitHub repository. So if you want to hear what we can offer, go ahead and solve the challenge. So what you do, you go ahead and solve the challenge. You go to this, looks like a legitimate repository. You have very simple instructions. You go and then you see the app, and then you need to solve some problem in the app. Looks easy. And what you would find inside if you run it, this maybe innocent script, when you run the dev command, is hiding on the last line this see the scroll bar, see how long it is. A one line of malicious code of this malware inside that basically steal your passwords, your crypto wallets, your authentication tokens, if your organization identity, everything you have on your machine, it's steal and sent to the attacker's servers, and it's hosted on GitHub. That's the sad part. And you fall for this scam, this social engineering scam, because it's so easy to fall for these tricks. And we have plenty of reports for people even on Fiverr that offer programming services, that threat actors approach them and ask them to help for this project, pay for money, and they fall a victim for this scam. This was linked to North Korea, based on Palo Alto report. So that was the last example, and I have plenty more, but I think you understood it's a scary area in open source because we have no vetting. And let's talk about AI. A year and 3 months ago, we got ChatGPT by OpenAI. It was launched, and it broke so many records. Only 2 months to reach to the milestone of 100 million users. Took Netflix 18 years. That's crazy. We have all of the industry almost rushing into AI, and I think it's great. Last year we had an hackathon in our offices, and I convinced my team to do something different. I gave them this Raspberry Pi with a speaker, with beeping, with like flashing lights, and I asked them to bring up some model that detects the text, what we speak in the open space, and if we speak in a negative sentiment, like bad words, not politically correct words, I want this to beep and flash. I want to educate them to stop using whitelist, blacklist, all kinds of words we need to adapt to other aliases. So this is what we made in less than a day. We used free open source AI models, pre-trained models, deployed on that Raspberry Pi small computer, and I asked them to trigger it, and they said something, and it flashed and beeped. You can't hear the sound, but it's very, very annoying. And thanks for Hugging Face, we got an introduction to that platform. We managed to do that project in less than a day. Hugging Face is like the GitHub of AI. It contains galleries of pre-trained models contributed by organizations or individuals. You have all kinds of categories to solve problems. If you want to classify images, if you want to generate text, if you want to convert text to speech, all you need to do is to install Hugging Face framework. This is a package they created in Python. I'm sure they have other versions for other languages. Super popular package, see the amount of stars. How to use it, how easy it is, that easy. So if I want to identify the sentiment of a sentence, so I have this example sentence, this event is awesome. I'm running this sentiment analysis pipeline. And after a couple of moments, positive sentiment, 99% accuracy. Great. Let's change this sentence to this event is not what I expected. And then we get negative sentiment. So that's quite a simple example, but I want to show you how easy it is to integrate AI into all kinds of problems. It was super difficult to solve, and all kinds of, you have model trained and tested with specific accuracy for that issues, and you have for any other class of problems, you most likely you would have someone training and maintaining those models. To generate text, let's say I wish the virtual event had a session about, this is an initial of a sentence. I want the model of text generation to complete it for something after the word about. So I'm going to run it. And it generates text about something universe. And if you pay attention, I didn't specify a model, but it's using GPT-2 model, the foundation. This is the default one. Now, it's amazing. For this again, this helped us create something quite complex in minimal time. Behind the scenes, this model is using a format called Pickle. Pickle is a format for serialization, deserialization, or pickle unpickle. It helps store objects, Python objects, in binary format, and it's used in machine learning models to restore the models or to save them. This is how to use Pickle. It's a built-in model. Okay, you don't need to install anything. We have this. We import the model. We have this data structure, a dictionary, key value. I'm opening a file, a binary file, and I'm using pickle.dump, giving that object, and it saves it. That's easy. To restore it, I'm opening the file for read, and I'm doing pickle.load. And if I'm printing whatever inside, I got the same dictionary. Great success. Now, this could also work with complex objects like classes. Same process here. You open the file, you do pickle dump. It works the same way. Problem is, Pickle is a weak format. It's for years. It's not something new. Attacker can manipulate the pickle during the unpickle, the deserialization to execute the code. This is what you see if you open the documentation of an optional method. If you define it on classes called reduce, it can change the behavior of the data stored and restored from Pickle. The first variable is a callable object. It can be function, it can be dictionary, it can be exec, for instance. And second one is arguments. So what we can do, we have this object, we can implement reduce, exec, print. So it's going to execute this code when it's unpickling, when it's restoring the file. So we're going to save it. Here we're going to restore it, print it, and this is what we have. We have the code executed, hello from Pickle, as before. Just a glimpse of how dangerous Pickle format is. Sadly, over 80% of Hugging Face models use this insecure format. Pickle, dangerous Pickle lurking. Now, how to use it to create malicious model. We tested it. It works. Basically, what we do, I'll run fast to it because I don't want to too late for the other session. We have the GPT, official GPT model. We load it. And then we decide the new name, GPT-2 RS, remote shell. This is the purpose. This is what we're going to create. Create a dir and then save it. Now, when we save it, we have an option to interfere and then go for this save function. This save function passes a dictionary of state to save using the PyTorch framework. So we're going to create our own dictionary class. We're going to extend the built-in dictionary and implement reduce and use eval and exec to execute some payload. What's the payload, you might be asking? It's very similar to what you saw. Something from pastebin is being grabbed and executed. That's it. If you run it, you'd get GPT-2 RS on a new model you can publish on the internet. I published it on my account with kill switches with disclaimer, do not run. And this is what we did. Our attacker grabbed GPT-2, modified it locally, published it, and sent it to the victim. Hey, can you run this new version of my model? Yes, of course. And then they have interactive shell opened. So all I need to do on the previous example is specify this model and basically run it. What would happen? You probably asking yourself, it would generate text as the user expect, but from the attacker's point of view, now the attackers have control on whoever run this model. So we can, let's say, list interesting things on the victim's machine, like SSH keys. Let's exfiltrate something to my end. Let's steal AWS credentials. Very useful. Most attacks would not be necessarily interactive, automated probably at scale, but this is just like how easy it is to read the SSH key. So that was embedding malicious code in the format of the model, but what about poisoning a model? The idea is like this. Someone is building a model, is training it with data set. All kinds of ping pongs of refinement and evaluation and fine-tuning. At the end, the producer of the model save it as a pre-trained and closed model for consumers. If a threat actor poisoning the training set, the sum of the training set, it's going to poison the model. Attacker can also take the pre-trained model, open it, and run additional training cycles and save it as a new model. This is more effective because you can detach the process of initial creation and then poisoning an existing model. I'm going to run fast, but basically this can help creating models that generate text, and you can train them, attacker can train them to target a very specific victim. And if it's not matching the description or conventions of or where you want it to be triggered, it's not going to be triggered. So we created in this example, we have Copilot. It's like Copilot, but open source. You enable it, and then you can just ask it to complete code. So I'm starting to write, and then at some point, it's going to suggest, yeah, you see this autocomplete text. It's working. Now I have this made-up organization called Code Genius. And Code Genius, this is what I trained the model to target. Now it's generated some completion, and it's crafted to not be visible for whoever running this or writing this code. It's suggested this a lot of spaces and one-liner of malicious code. This concept is possible and is scary. Now I don't have much time, so I'm going to talk quickly about the takeaways. You can read about the OWASP top 10 for LLM. Yeah, you have all kinds of, it's a draft work in progress. You have definitions of all kinds of attacks, and I think it's going to be changed in the future for like different priorities, but take a look on that. Regarding the Hugging Face, I would advise using safe tensors. It's another format, but it's safer. It's not vulnerable for the first example, where you attacker embed malicious code, and when someone loads the model, it's running on this machine. But it's not safe from poisoning the models for like producing something, and then this something can be malicious. It's faster, it's better. Read about this format. If you use pickles and you don't have other choice, use pickle scan. It's for scanning pickles against all of like these techniques, using eval and exec. When you choose packages, I would recommend trying this open source browser extension. When you browse the internet and you find recommendations from strangers, go ahead and install this open source. Instead of immediately doing so, what you can do, this browser extension gives you a tooltip with all kinds of useful resources, free resources like Socket. It gives you scores of maintenance, and if the license is okay, and if the supply chain posture is okay, and all kinds of security scores. Your responsibility to vet it, because no one else is doing that. So it helps you to do it. Your call. It's not forcing you to vet it, but it's helping you to get those shortcuts. It's my take. It's my personal take. But to avoid, generally speaking, supply chain attacks, just wait a little bit. Don't install the latest immediately as they release to the air. Wait some delta you decide and find it best for you. If like, I wouldn't recommend installing a version released an hour ago. It's individual. A reminder that popular packages are not necessarily safe packages, and vet it. Don't take something from strangers, code, models, whatever, without inspecting the user account, the reputation of the contributor. Just imagine a scary scenario as I demonstrated. If you like those examples, we constantly publish stories and blog posts on this URL. And if you have questions, feel free. Now it's the time. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you, Jossef. That was very interesting. There aren't a lot of questions, which is good because we don't have a lot of time. In fact, someone said there's no time to ask questions. The presentation is too engaging.
Sorry.
And also someone who said, excellent topic. I don't have proficiency in this topic, but I will learn more about this content. And thanks for the great presentation. So let's take one question, which I found interesting. Do low-code platforms make hidden code vulnerabilities worse, in your opinion?
We researched this area of low-code security. It depends. We found that some low-code are like closed. You don't have access to the source code. It's not affecting you directly. But if you consume the low-code, if it's generating code and it can be manipulated, then yes, threat actors would find a way to do those nasty tricks also on those platforms. If you have local platforms relying on open source in some way when they're built, it's fragile as I demonstrated.
Yep, the demos were great. Thank you so much. More compliments. It's been eye-opening. Awesome talk. Thank you very much
for not preserving enough time. I'll find you in the slides.
Yeah, some great tips at the end. So thank you so much for joining us today.
With pleasure. Thank you for having me.
All right. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Bye-bye.
So with that, I'll invite the next host onto the stream. Hi, Marco.
And it looks like a déjà vu. I've seen you before today. Yeah.
Hello again. So what did you think of Jossef's presentation?
It was a great presentation. What should I say? It was a great presentation. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So
unfortunately, we have some more to follow.
and also a request for everyone who's joining us today and everyone who joined yesterday to please share your feedback.
Yes.
There's a QR code and a URL on the screen. We'll share it again at the end of the day. But we'd really love to hear what you think about the event and what could be improved for the next time. I really like that yesterday someone mentioned it would be nice to have the title of the session, and we managed to get that fixed. So, please give us your feedback.
It's just going to take a minute, and we really try to make things better in the future.
Yep.
That's it. Yeah.
All the time. So with that, I'll drop back off again, Marco, and leave you to your next session.
I'll see you later. Take
Bye.
care. That being said, we're going to make it quick. We're going to bring our next speaker on stage, which is Brian. Hi, Brian.
Hey, Marco. How are you?
I'm good. And you?
Oh, not too bad. Not too bad. Actually, very excited to go ahead and to present. So
cool. What are you going to talk to us about today?
Well, it might be something you've already heard something about in the previous presentation, but I'm going on to the same security topic, but more or less on the actionable things for developers in their code. So I'm going to do a lot of live coding, but also live breaching to see where things can go wrong. Some things might be obvious, some things not. Some things might be insanely simple, some things not. But I will do a lot. Like I will slide a lot through, like my presentation that you see on screen. But also, as you might notice, I've got my IDEA open, so I will do some live coding and see whatever is going on. And that
sounds exciting.
Specifically for Java developers and maybe Kotlin developers as well.
Just from your experience, how, let's say, maybe security aware do you think are most developers from your viewpoint? I mean, how much emphasis is being put on security on a day-to-day basis?
Oh, interesting. I would say no developer in the world wants to be deliberately insecure. But having said that, there is not much emphasis on security itself, because in a lot of things we think about creating new features. So we're like, developers are creators, not so much breakers. So we think as makers, right? Yeah. And not like think about, hey, make this work on my machine, make this work for the customer, ship it, and let's go and let's create value. While a breaker will try like how to break this. This is not our natural mindset. So I think we can do better. We can do better in education. We can do better in all sorts of ways. However, I think we are increasingly getting better at it because, hey, like this, you let me talk here, but the previous speaker as well, like there's a lot of attention on security and that developers need to embed that in their mindset.
Mm-hmm. That being said, I'll let you get on with it. I'll hop backstage and I'll be back in, 45 minutes or so, 50 minutes, and for questions and answers. Right. All right. Enjoy.
Thank you. And thanks for having me again. This will be a packed session, and I might even have more stuff to show you than I actually have time. So let's see on the fly if things go. Please feel free to comment. I have the comments open on my next screen. But first thing, I have to talk to you about this thing. Like, who recognizes this? You don't have to answer, but just look at it. This is King's Cross and London. This is the central station, and obviously this is mimicked through the Harry Potter entrance, right? Platform 9 3/4. It's not yet there. It's not obvious, but if you think about it, if in the movie, if I'm running to that specific place with a specific force at a specific time, I'm able to get in and to get into a whole new world. Which is amazing if we talk about, let's say, a movie like Harry Potter. But if you think about our applications, it is pretty much the same. Like from the outside, most of our applications look A-okay. It's fine. Looks good on my machine. Ship it. You know that phrase, right? But if you hit on the right spot with the right amount of force, with the right technique at the right time, you might be able to get into something. You might be able to create something, to delete something, or even do worse, And that is in most cases what security is to developers. And that's why we're going to look at how we develop applications. Because if, say, I develop an application, I've been an engineer for decades, I would almost say, but I'm not that old. But I've been a Java developer for at least 15 years. That's how far my memory goes. Anyway, you know that when you are developing a thing, you start with something like a proof of concept, a nice POC that is exactly made for purpose, exactly what it should be, and you show it to your manager. It's like, oh, this looks great. It works. It does exactly what it does within the guardrails that we got. However, you know how it happens in big companies, right? If something is there, a proof of concept or an MVP is never an MVP. It's always there to stay. So when you do this, they come back to you and they say like, hey, can we add this tiny new feature? And you're like, yeah, sure, maybe not. Anyway, you try it, you do it, because, hey, that's what we do. We are creators, we are builders. But when things go good, when things are running, and managers will come up to you, and even top-level managers say, like, from a business perspective, it makes sense to add this to your application. And you're like, sure it does, but it's not what it's built for. This is not what the foundation is looked for. So what you do is you build something on top of something else, which actually is not suitable, but it works. And from a business perspective, this makes sense, right? And we go on and on and on. We build up things, we break things off, we build up on something, other things, and not specifically what the proof of concept or what the initial program was created to do. Actually, the most useful thing would be break it off, rebuild it again, but tell that to your manager. And in the end, if we give on to that, we actually have a application that does everything, talk to the moon, fly helicopters, and all that kind of stuff. But back again to that Harry Potter reference. If you push on that at the right spot with the right amount of force, you know there is technical depth in it. You know that our shortcuts gotten taken. You know that we actually should break it off and build it from the foundation up again. But with the right amount of force, the right amount of time, at the right place, you can get it. I am Brian. I am a Java champion and a community lead for the Virtual Jug and the Netherlands Java user group. I'm based in the Netherlands. So hi, Holland. Hi, Marit. Great to have a fellow Dutch person on the stream. And I work for Sneak, a developer security company. And why I say developer security company? Because we create tooling for developers. So let's dive into the development stuff. Who of you ever had to interact with a database? I bet it's almost 100% of you, right? At least I think so. Most applications I worked with at banks and insurance companies did have to interact with a database. So you might be able to write SQL or read SQL. Fun question. What do these two statements do? And just dump it in the chat. And I know there's a delay, so I will give you the answer anyway. The first one is basically breaking off a SQL statement. And the second one, the double dashes, is making everything that is next to that a comment. That is interesting because we can do these two things both, to actually break things. So let's get into an application. There's a Java application, and let's run this. And now I noticed that I forgot to turn something off, but we can do that right away. The application is running, and let's first of all turn off my 1Password, because that will scream at me because I probably don't have good passwords in this thing. Anyway, let's rebuild it. Okay, so the thing that we can do over here is that we can search in our product categories, and that's our coffees and beers, by either name or a description. Let's try these two things. So it's something like this and dash dash, basically saying I'm cutting down the statement and I'm not doing anything. Well, that kind of works, but how does this influence whatever we can do? Well, we are able to do things as this. I am basically cutting down a statement which was already there, and let me enlarge it for you. I'm trying to update every product, giving it a price, and whatever is after that, I'm dashing it. Basically, a SQL injection, and I'm trying to infiltrate into the how do you call that? The execution path of whatever SQL does. Yes, basically a Bobby table's incoming. Absolutely. So if I do this, I submit, nothing seems to work right, but if I refresh, you see all prices are 0. Okay, that is basically a SQL injection. Good. So let's get back to whatever we are doing. Like, what is a normal way in Java to prevent a SQL injection? Some people will say, use prepared statements. Other people will say, parameterized queries. Actually, it's both. It is prepared statement with parameterized queries. And it's not either or. Actually, you should use both. And I tell you why. Because if you do one without the other, you might, and here my quote, might still be vulnerable. So say you have code like this. This is just a search pattern, and I am creating a query here. And obviously what I'm doing here is the parameter that is a parameter to this function, I am concatenating that to the SQL query, like this. And because the SQL query as a whole normally goes through the database, I can interfere with the execution path by shortcutting it and doing whatever the hell I want. Well, one of the things you can do, obviously, is thinking like, hey, expand my search to one thing, or cut down a query and actually do something different, start up a new query, depending on what kind of interface you have. Okay. Normally, if you can look at your old Java books, they will say like, you need to use a prepared statement like this. Like, hey, we use a prepared statement, and then we insert the query, and this query, in this case, has a wildcard. Well, why do I say prepared statement with parameterized queries? Because if you leave the parameter still in this query and put it in a prepared statement, it does not work, or it still is vulnerable. As a second step, I will give the parameter as a second step to the prepared statement, and then we execute. So what is the difference between just parameterization and a prepared statement? Well, in Java, we have prepared statements, luckily, but not in every language. Let me just explain to you quickly what a prepared statement is. If you have a prepared statement, it's basically a two-step action. First of all, I'm sending the query with the wildcards to the database. So it's already received by the database, and the database is able to create the execution plan from A to Z, but with a few blanks in it. At the second step, I will provide the parameters to the database. So basically 2 things over the line to the database. And I leave it up to the database to get the ID or get the variable in. Yes? At that point, because we're doing this, the execution plan is already created. So it's virtually impossible to create a parameter as a second step and insert that and influence the execution plan anymore. So that's how you prevent SQL injections. You can do parameterization as you do in JavaScript, for instance. But what happens there is that you do parameterization on the client side, so your application, and you basically escape it or something like that. And then you send one query over to the line, over to the database. And from that point on, you just do it. Okay, so that is prepared statements and parameterized queries. But what about Spring, right? What about, I'm using JPA, I'm using CRUD repositories, and I already see it in the comments, and I saw that coming because in this case, I am using a Spring application. I scan my application with the tooling that we have. I'm using, obviously, my own tooling, and this is an integration within IntelliJ. And it analyzes my open source libraries and my code security. So let's go into code security, and let's see whatever is happening there. Let's collapse. Oh, let's expand everything. And I don't want to see the open source problems because I have a ton of them. But it says I have a SQL injection. I have a SQL injection here at line 32 of a specific file, which is my home controller. So, okay, let's go there. And it says search repository Dutch search product. So let's go to the search product. And obviously what you can see here is that I'm specifically doing, and I'm using JPA in this case, that I'm specifically doing, trying to be smart because I want to search for both the description and the title, and I'm doing it like this. And this is not the way it should be doing. Now, normally what you should do is, again, you're using JPA, And JPA, depending on the implementation, let me get that straight, because JPA is just a reference, right? So what JPA reference are you using, or what JPA implementation are you using? In most cases, and by default, I guess, it is Hibernate. Hibernate, under the hood, helps you with doing prepared statements as long as you're doing it the right way. Obviously, I am lazy, and I already did that for you. So let's just remove this for a second. Oh, let's do this and cut them out. And I can do something like this and uncomment it. So what I'm doing here is that I'm using these wildcards again, also with Spring, but I want to have a combined query in this case because I don't know. Sometimes I need to be smarter than just the obvious CRUD repositories. So I'm doing this and leaving this to the database and having it here. I'm setting the parameters and I'm turning it out. Does this work? Well, obviously, yes, that does work, but let me show you, because in my application.properties, I will show you the SQL that will be sent to the database, and I will restart my application. And as the first step in my application when I'm running it, you will see that I'm already inserting users. And you'll see that every time I insert with values this. But also when I'm searching, you will see these kind of things. So Hibernate does use prepared statement under the hood if you use parameterized queries. If you use the CRUD repositories in Spring, it also uses prepared statements under the hood. However, it depends on your implementation of JPA. If you use Hibernate, it's fine. But if you use anything else, because there are multiple ways of doing prepared statements or doing JPA, and CRUD repositories, it depends on the implementation. So you need to be very careful not to saying, I'm using JPA, I'm safe. That is not the case, depending on however you do it, what version you do it, because I don't know if older versions of Hibernate do it, but this is a kind of a recent version. If I would do this again in my application and try over here, you see all prices are again normal, and I would try to update. It doesn't do anything, and you will see if I refresh that all prices are back to normal or are still normal, because I'm using a prepared statement. The database is taking care of this. You might think, yeah, I can find this. We do code reviews, and we might find this in code reviews, and we will find this. It's fine. But does your junior do? And I can find that. Let's face it, like a lot of people from engineering school or boot camps do not know what SQL injection is. Hopefully nowadays they do, but it would be easy if a tool in your IDE can already help you pinpoint that there might be a problem, and then you can investigate if it is or not. Obviously, if I would refresh this now, the SQL injection will be gone. All right, let's go on to the next thing, because SQL injection, we've seen that, we've heard that. Who of you ever did a file upload? And then, say it's a Spring application, because this is a Spring Boot application. You're having a form, you're trying to upload a file, for instance, a picture to a profile. I think a lot of folks can relate to that, right? So if you upload a picture to a profile, it might look something like this. So let's go back to my application. It is still running, hopefully. Cool. Oh, that is not what I meant to do. I am so sorry. Let's log in, and I'm logging in with user and user because I work at a security company and this is safe. Obviously not, but no, don't, it's fine. I need to change my password. In my profile, I can upload a picture, but let's not do it this way. Let's use something else. Let's use my favorite tool called Burp Suite Community Edition. And Burp Suite Community Edition, and let's see where it opens on which screen, probably my other screen. Give me a second. Yes, there it is. And I will just open this. This is a free community edition. I start up. And again, it starts on the other screen, but here we have it. And I'm going to use, no, later, it's fine. I'm going to use the proxy. I will get to that in a second, but I will use the proxy. I am opening a browser that is connected to this proxy, and we will see a new browser, in this case Chromium, that is connected to the proxy. I will tell you why in a second. So if I'll go again to localhost 8082, I will log in with user, log into that. Let's go to my profile and let's upload a picture. Let's upload Brian 500. Let's upload that. It's uploaded. And let's look in my profile. Now you see there's a picture. Hooray! It worked. Ship it. But wait, there's more, obviously. So I'm using burp speed for a reason. But let's first look at the code, and let's get back to burp speed in a second. Because if I am looking at the problems in my code, it says that I have here on line 35 of my upload controller, I have a vulnerability. And you will see it starts at upload controller line 31 all the way to line 35. So let's take a look at that. This is the code. And basically, what we're doing here, let's make it a little bit bigger. Let's remove that one. Basically, what we see here is that this is just your standard operation, how you upload something from a screen into into your application. This is the file, a multi-part file. But a multi-part file is a parameter. And a parameter is nothing more than the post request of whatever, or the POJO representation of the post request that comes into your system. Okay? What I'm doing here is I'm getting the original file name. I'm using the original file name, and I use that to concatenate both the upload directory, where I think it should be, plus the name, which is the original file name, where I replace spaces by underscores, and I upload it. But what if my file name is something like .. // /etc/ /passwd? I am not checking for that. I'm just using it. You know that the file name is just a parameter in your post request. And I will show you, because I had Burp Suite open somewhere. Got you here. I have my HTTP history. And let's look at this post upload image. Okay. You see that this is the request and this is the response. And I know it's a little small, but I will get to the request in a second because I will send it to my repeater. Okay. If I'm going to my repeater and I will zoom in on it, you will see that here, the red part, so the lower part of that request is just the binary part of the picture. But the upper part is all headers. Like you see over here on the top, you see that's a post request to local 8082, etc., etc. And down here, you see that the file name is basically just a parameter, or basically just a header. It's metadata, and I can change that. So what if I change this to .. IntelliJ rules, because I'm very lead, and try to upload that again? Let's do that. So if I send this request, you will see I will get a response, and this response is a 200 file. And instead of having it in my upload folder, I will now probably have it in the root of my system. So have a look. The first one, it was in my upload folder. That was the Brian 500 I did before. But now you will see that IntelliJ's rules broke out of the upload folder and is now part of my root of my system. Depending on how you work with this and what kind of user you use to run your Java application, you might be able to expand that scope. Think about it. What is the default user for a Docker container? Trick question. Put it in the chat. The thing is, if you're running this as an with an elevated user, I can use this to overload or overwrite other pieces of information by just hijacking an HTTP post request, putting some other binary data in it, and change the way of how you do this. And obviously, well, yes. Now I see in the chat it's root. Like for a Docker container, root is the default container, and you should not run it as root, obviously. But check how many privileges your application has, and if you want to override things. Well, let's see. Is there a solution for this? If I go to my thing again over here, and yes, it has an example file for me. What I can do, for instance, it says to me here, I can use something like file.getCanonicalPath, and if it starts with target directory. So basically check if I traverse all of that, if that starts with the target directory. Another way of doing this is, for instance, to normalize it before you actually create the file. So that what would be great if is something like if, no, not principal is null, if, well, is my file name and path dot normalize, which does the same, but now on the path structure, does start with upload directory. Well, let's say if it's not, oh my God, I need to get used to this new feature in Mac. To upload directory, maybe I want to, I don't know, throw new IO exception or something like that. Nice try, but no cigar. love how some of the GitHub Copilot things are weird. Anyway, what I'm doing now, I'm checking if the normalized path starts with the uploaded path. If that is not the case, then I just drop it. Then I make sure that the upload does not go through. So think about it. These kind of things you might not have caught during code reviews, unless you are pretty aware of that. But hey, who does your code reviews? And how many time do you take for your code reviews? So it would, again, be very, very handy if you have tools like this available that can help you see if these things are going better or not. Yes, there's a comment in that but it would be better not to have the original file name. Absolutely, but in some cases you cannot. If I'm, depending on your use case, I might use the original file name. For instance, I don't know, if people want to store things through my application and they need the original file name, we might need to preserve that. But you need to be aware that the file name is part of the post request, and therefore you need to sanitize that. You need to look at that. So getting back to whatever we were doing in the slides, yeah, pretty much we've seen this, and we've seen that the multipart file is the problem. So what is the actual file name, and where does it traverses to? If I'm using the original file name as part of the path where I'm going through, I need to make sure that it doesn't traverse out of the place where I want it to be. Check where it traversed to. We did that. So you see, this is quite easy to do if you have the right tooling, but it would not be something you probably would catch during development. All right. Who of you, and I know XML is old, but I am using Maven. So I probably need to do XML, but who does XML parsing? I know it is used still a lot from machine-to-machine coupling, where we need to, I don't know, integrate with old XML files or old SOAP requests or whatsoever. Thing is, XML is still a thing, and we want to use it for business-to-business couplings or machine-to-machine couplings in many cases. But did you know that there are things like external entities and doc type definitions? Most of this is a feature within an XML parser to connect, for instance, to a DTD to actually see if the XML that you're getting in is performing a certain standard, is up to specs. However, external entities can be misused, and the thing is, by default, in most Java parsers that are shipped with the Java JDK, this thing is there. So let's check that one out. Obviously, I have an XML parser, and it says to me like, hey, I've got an XML external entity injection. What does that mean? Well, let's go to the parser. My parser is the sex parser from Java. I'm just using the plain sex parser as I used like 10 years ago. It still works. And it does in a very ignorant way. It parses my XML parser. But this is just the default way. I don't set anything. The defaults are this. What can I do with XML? Well, let's cut this down. I don't need Burp Suite anymore. Yes, I want to exit. Yes, I don't need this anymore. So say I am going back to my shop and I'm going to my orders. I can export to XML. which is great. Well, my XML is exported. Let's see if I can show that somewhere on a screen. This is not the right way to export it. Let me show whatever we can do. Let me open it. And this is on my other screen. I am so sorry for that. Let me open this in VS Code. Because VS Code is just an editor, right? So you see that this is the way the XML is parsed. And yes, nothing bad. It's an order date, an order line, nothing specific. So we can import that as well. So I can import this, and this works great. But let's get away from this right away. What I can do as well by importing is I can do something nasty. Got an example over here, and we call xxe.xml. And this all looks like pretty normal XML, except for the top. In the top, I'm using a doctype definition, and I'm using external entity. And in this case, this external entity does not point to a DTD or something else that I want to use or include in my system. No, it points to basically /passwd on my screen. So what I'm doing here, I bind this to this variable xxe, and that xxe is now here outputted in the product name. So let's see what happens if I upload this thing just by using the normal XML parser as was generated for me. Let's import, choose the file. Nope. Let's go to demo sneak. Don't get burned. Examples, xxe.xml. Open that. This is the one. And if I submit it, you will now see that at part of my products, I have basically the body of my passwd file. And now my passwd file doesn't say that much. But the thing is, it's not what you want. You can now infiltrate or exclude information that is outside the scope of your system. And that is because by default, the Java parsers or the parsers in the JDK, and at least the sex parser, but also the DOM parser, the DOM parser, does not take care of that. You need to specifically set certain defaults or set certain properties to make sure that that doesn't work. So let's go to my back to my parser. And what I need to do, and I said it already here, and you see it in the comments, I need to set a feature called disallow doctypes. And I need to set a feature external general entities set to false. So by default, we expect to have doctypes, and we allow external entities. That is not in every language the same, but in many of the Java parsers, in many of the Java XML parsers on board in JDKs, this is the default because it's actually a feature, but we can misuse the feature. So that means if you are getting XML files from a third party, which can be something like a partner or a system you integrated with, it can be that your system is safe, but because they are doing something, it might influence whatever is happening in your system. You got me? So if from their side you accept that, and normally that's a trusted party, you get that XML, you parse it, and now they have a weird external entity injection in it, and you display things that you might not want to display. Something you should take care of, you should need to take care of, and you should be aware of what kind of defaults are there in your application, and what is your defaults? What are your defaults in your parser, and are they safe, and are they safe enough for you? So the thing is, basically, we need to make sure that the doc types are disallowed. So disallow doc type set to true, which is weird, and external entity, general entity set to false. If I do that, this is not possible anymore, and either it will ignore it, or depending on how you set it, it will actually throw an error, and now you're not vulnerable anymore. But think about this if you still need to do these kind of things. All right, we're about halfway through. Let's skip the next one. The next one is about front end. La-di-da. I'm sorry. Yes, we did. Let's go to hashing and encryption. Because this is still a thing. We need to make sure that data that is in our application is safe. is secure, and some of the data we might want to encrypt or we might want to hash. And we're talking about storage in this case. I'm not talking about sending a data over the line. No, let's keep it to storage because that's already difficult enough. The first thing you have to ask yourself if you need hashing or encryption, because people use the words interchangeably, which is not true. The first thing is, do you need to retrieve your original data? Yes or no? Well, if that is an answer for the specific use case, you can look at it. If it's about no, you don't need to retrieve the data, you need hashing. For instance, a password. Obviously, you do not need to revert the password back to the original state. Hashing is big enough. And basically, when you hash a password twice, you can simply compare the hashes, and if the hashes are correct, it is the same password, right? Just TLDR. So you don't need to retrieve back the password. By the way, if you do this for a system you logged into, I always try to retrieve my password. And if that system gives me the password back, either it stores the plain text or uses not uses hashes anymore. So any person that maintains the database can basically get my passwords, which is not safe. So that's what I'm always trying. Yes, I'm a bit nuts, I know. But think about it. You don't need to do that in your system. First of all, you need to ask yourself, do I need to take care of this myself? Maybe you should choose something like, I don't know, Auth0 or some service to do that. But say you're doing this yourself. What kind of hashing algorithm should we use nowadays? Well, let's say we need to use something that is up to date, right? There are tons of algorithms like PBKDF2, bcrypt, AssertJ, Argon 2, Argon2i, Argon2d, Argon2id. Which is the one that I should use, and which are the ones that are considered nowadays at least safe enough? Well, I didn't make this up myself. I did research. Currently, it's Argon2ID. And not just Argon2ID, Argon2ID with specific parameters. And you can look that up. I wrote a blog post on it, which I will give you access to in a second, or give you the URL to in a second. But this is also backed up by the OWASP Foundation. Argon2ID covers multiple ways of attacking. And the researchers found out, because I'm not a researcher, found out that if you do it like this with at least 15 megs of memory and at least two iterations and at least 1 degree of parallelism, that is considered the minimum way of being safe. Obviously, you can also, if Argon ID is not available, you can go to bcrypt or scrypt, but make sure that the parameters, the default parameters, are at least high enough. Because if it's too low, it's too easy to crack with tools nowadays. But let's get back to our system. And obviously, that's why I wrote the system like this. We might have an issue. Well, let's take a look at where we normally in a Spring Boot application do the hashing of passwords. Well, probably somewhere in the security config. And yes, you see that over here, I am using PBKDF2 as a password encoder. Oops. It is not unsafe, but it's not currently the best practice. So I keep up to date. I make sure that I know what I'm doing. So let's basically remove this and let's turn this into something new. Like I can do something new, like new Argon2ID password encoder. And it's just that easy. And these indeed are the defaults. So 1 degree of parallelism, 50 megs of memory, and 2 iterations. So this will be great. All right, let's get to my H2 console, because the H2 console is open. And as you can see now, if I connect to my application and I look at all the persons in my database, you will see that currently they just have a hash. And this is not an Argon2ID hash. But by simply updating this to Argon2ID, and what you need to do though is include an Argon2 or Argon2 encryption library as well next to Spring, because this is a Spring Boot application. And I did this in this case with, yes, there are a lot of, I did this in this case with Bouncy Castle. Bouncy Castle is one of the implementations, but Bouncy Castle works with the Spring password encoders, and password encoding is actually a wrong word, but let's not get into that. But by just changing it to a new password encoder, I now instantly, if I refresh this application and do this all again, have a new thing or a new algorithm included. And it's that easy. You just need to be sure that, let's go back to the console. Let's restart the console and now connect. And yes, it is an H2 database, so the people are generated as the first step of the cycle. So these are not the same people. This is just a new set of data, and we now see that over here I am using Argon 2 ID, in this case with 50 megs of memory, degrees of parallelism, and at least the minimum settings that we need to have to. The thing is that if you need to transform, you need to have something in place to make sure that the old one gets out and a new one gets in. Yes, that's true. But you need to be up to date to this. And you need to be aware, like, hey, if I want to do this, if I want to keep passwords, and there is PII data, for instance, in my application, you should take care of what is at least the minimal effort that I need to do. So keep researching this and not do this only at development, because you know that the first pass of development is probably on day one, but this application exists for 100 years. So do this eventually, say every once in a while. May be aware that things might change and things might be updated. And yes, it can be challenging if you need to migrate, because then you need to. Basically, what you can do if you can migrate, the option is just clear everything and say to people, hey, you need to update your password. Just do it again. Here's a new password. Go ahead, or something like that. That they create the new thing. So you need to be aware of that when you create your application, that people are able to update their passwords, right? But be aware that just not use anything and hey, Argon ID is there, it's fine. Do research. That's what I'm just trying to say. So yes, this thing, and you will see it on the screen. I will publish the slides as well, but I wrote about this, like what is the first pass, what are the minimal requirements, and if that's not possible, if I want to include bcrypt because I cannot include bouncy castle, for instance, what are the minimal settings that it needs to be? It's all in there. But this was the no. This was I do not need to retrieve my data. But now about the yes. I need to encrypt my data because I need to get it back. For instance, I don't know, say credit card numbers. I don't want them stored just plain in my database, but I need them. Currently, they say, and what they say are the big smart researchers around me say that we need to use the advanced encryption standard, AES, for symmetric storage or symmetric encryption. And what I mean by symmetric encryption is that we have one key to create and retrieve to create the cipher and to retrieve the cipher. If it's asymmetric, you will get into the public-private key thing when you send things over the line. That's not what I'm talking about. So we need to use the advanced encryption standard. First of all, I want to say, like, if you can use something else, like say AWS KMS or something like that to do the encryption for you, that is far better than you storing your own keys and hold all of that. But say you're not in that position and you need to do it yourself, use this. At least a key of 128 bits and a secure mode. But what is that, a secure mode? Well, there are different modes and there are different block ciphers for AES. So in this case, they say, and I say, use at least, or use GCM or CCM, and GCM is the, my French not that good, Galois counter method, or CCM, the counter with CBC MAC. Well, what does it mean? These are authenticated modes, and they have built in something for the integrity, authenticity, and confidentiality of your data. If you use other modes, this might not be the case. Well, I'm not going into the whole encryption thing because that's a study on its own. But let's say we have an application, and we do. And am I encrypting things? Well, it already says here I am using a broken or risky cryptographic algorithm. Let's take a look. Well, what I'm doing here is my algorithm is DES, which is a very outdated thing. And I can now rewrite this to ES, and I already did. Luckily, you see that I have the encryption service AES already written for us. So yeah, let's try this. Let's uncomment whatever I need to uncomment, which is basically everything. Okay, cool. And now instead of, I can basically delete this. I don't need it anymore because DES is deprecated. And my person service now probably needs to, we'll see where it goes wrong. If I just try to do it, probably it blows up and I see where the, encryption service here. And this is the encryption DES service. Let's make it the AES encryption service, right? Let's run it. Okay. Seems like it works, but let's rerun whatever I'm doing and rerun the whole suite to see if I still have vulnerabilities. Because no, don't go into the open source things. Just go into my code. Use broken or risky cryptographic. Oh, I used the wrong cipher. I use CBC instead of, for instance, GCM. So if I change that, and I can change that by including things like, or changing this to, what is it? I think it is GCM/no padding. Okay, that's cool. And now I need to change my IV parameter to a GCM, a specific parameter. I need to include that. Import class, gotcha. And this as well. So you need to do some work and you need to be up to date on that. And at least I'm using the 128-bit key that I just showed you before. And if I rerun my code now or my code scanner now, you will see I don't have a risky or a risky of broken cipher anymore. Nope, it's gone. Nice. I have some other problems, but still. So you see, to be up to date with what kind of encryption algorithms are now good and not, that is something that leans on us as developers, because as developers, we probably work in autonomous teams. And if we make decisions, we want to make that autonomous, right? But if you do that autonomously by, I don't know, including a library or including a piece of code like this, make sure that it is safe, because if it's not, people will boss you around. That's one thing, but also they will come back at you if things go wrong. This is also a good use case to say to your manager or something like that, hey, we need to review these kind of things, because nowadays the standards or the best practices say that we need to be aware of that and what kind of algorithm I'm using, and we're way outdated. So, hey, don't you want to be secure, big boss? And they probably will say yes. They do want to be secure. Again, wrote pieces on it if you want to read what actually is the case and what kind of default settings you wanna do. Let's do one more, and then we're going into how we need to start things. Like, who likes YAML? If you do, please set it in the chat, and I will send your name to my big friend Bruno Borges from Microsoft, because he is the advocate against YAML, I guess, in the whole Java world. However, if you use Spring Boot, and in this case, I'm using Spring Boot 2. You already feel me, right? You need to be updating to Spring Boot 3, but I'm using Spring Boot 2. Spring Boot 2 has YAML version 1.x included. And it's basically pinned down in the dependency management part. What happens if you look at the way you can deserialize YAML? It looks something like this. I can just say YAML is new YAML, and I can say YAML load input stream, and it will magically get back to an object. The thing is that within the YAML that is allowed by the YAML parser, by Snake YAML, we can do nasty things. We can do weird things like annotations, some sort of annotations that lean back to files and lead back to classes that might be in your memory or are in your memory, which made it, if you do it like this, made it as easy as this to, in old versions of Java, to call the script engine manager, and still up to, I think it was Java 9. Nashorn was still part of Java, and you could use the script engine and use something where to just load a URL class, or even worse, you can, if for instance you were using a JDBC stuff from Sun in your ecosystem somewhere, you could load that into memory and use that to do an LDAP attack. And we've seen this before. These LDAP attacks are pretty much the same what hit us with Log4Shell or Log4j. So what means is serialization is unsafe in YAML or in Snake YAML. Well, I trust that everybody reads documentation, because it actually was in the documentation. Note that Snake YAML documentation states it's not safe to call YAML.load with any data received from an untrusted source. And then we need to argue, what is an untrusted source? If I wrote it myself, well, it's still a part of injecting something. If you only use YAML for your application data and to set certain standards, you might not be afraid. But if you use YAML from somewhere outside that is either included by another system or inleaded by a user, I can do all sorts of craziness with that. Let me give you a small example. Obviously, where is my application? Here's my application. I can also export this to YAML. Well, you believe me probably, because we are almost out of time. But I can also import YAML. So this is a good YAML file. And it will say, hey, oh, this is a good YAML file. I'm sorry. And it says, hey, we need to transfer this back to an export order. And it has an ID and order line that. But because my YAML parser, I just implemented what Stack Overflow told me to, it's saying to me, like, just use the YAML.new YAML. I can also connect any other class. In this case, I created this gadget my own, and hopefully you don't have a gadget like this in your system, but you don't know with all the libraries and all the transitive libraries you include. Obviously, for demo purposes, I created my own gadget. Let's see where I can find that gadget. Exception, export domain. Should be obvious. Gadget. Again. And what that gadget does is, when it's loaded, it will call the runnable command as a parameter. So that means that I can upload the normal gadget, but I can also upload this gadget, or I can upload a normal YAML file, or I can upload this YAML file. And this will open my calculator, which is great because I need to calculate things like my expenses. So if I submit this, boom, I will get an error because it cannot be parsed. However, as a side effect, it already opened my calculator. But that means that if there is a deserialization chain available with all the classes you have from all your libraries and all your transitive libraries available in your class path, there might be a way to do that. If you want to know more, I did a full talk on what's the problem with serialization and deserialization in Java. Look that up and look into that, because it's fun how much damage we can do with the beauty of deserialization in Java. All right. This means we need to update a library, but how? How should I be doing that? Yes, I can scan, and I can in my browser. It says here you have a lot of problems, including the YAML browser. But okay, my scanner can say all sorts of things. But as you can see, I have over 60 vulnerabilities in my open source. How should I start? First of all, let me get to that. Slides. Do I forget something? Oh yeah, we need to update to Snake YAML 2, because Snake YAML 2 does not allow you to do this anymore, only the safe way. But if you update to Snake YAML 2.x, you probably need to rewrite your code as well, because the API changed. Again, I wrote something on that. So let's not go into sensitive data because we only have 7 minutes left. But how do we get started? Well, first of all, look at whatever you're using now. Like, I would start with going to my pom.xml and see what kind of, in this case, it's a Spring Boot application, see what kind of Spring Boot I'm using. And I'm using 2.6.0. Well, you see, that's ancient already. We should update the Spring Boot starter parent, or at least the parent thing. And why is that? Because if you look at the Spring Boot start parent, you see that Spring Boot start parent on itself has Spring Boot dependencies. And for instance, you will see that there are tons of properties and set for versions of libraries. But also, this is managed in a dependency management block. So that means that even if you, in this case, SnakeYAML, you bring that in via another library, it comes with Spring as well, but you bring it in via another library. If it is managed by your Spring Boot dependencies, by your Spring Boot parent dependencies, it will set you back to the version that this Spring Boot version wants, unless I specifically override it as a dependency right away, like a direct dependency, or put it in my own dependency management file. Be aware of that. So the thing is, update to the newest version, or at least a newer version. And I'm now at a 2-point-something version. I should definitely go to 3. But let's say I cannot. I think the current version, the latest version of this is 2.7.18. And that probably already solves a ton of my dependencies because they are managed by my Spring parent dependency, if you know what I mean. So that is one thing. Always go for the parent and make sure that is updated. Well, we might discuss that we need to update our Java from 17 to 21 or even 22, but let's not get into that. And then look at what kind of problems we have. We still have. Well, we have a ton of vulnerabilities, but then update piece by piece to see what problem gives you what solution. And obviously, I need to rescan here, but I can also look in my, hopefully this works, dashboard. Let's go to projects, and let's see here, don't get burned. And if I do analysis on the POM file, you will see what kind of problems I have. Spring Beans, log4j core, and you can update to the newer version that we're saying here. Like you see here, introduced to starter 2.6.0, fixed in these logging libraries. And you just need to upgrade here. You need to upgrade to 2.6.2 at the very minimum. So if I do that, it might get that all my transitive Spring Boot starters will get updated as well. So that is one thing. And then you go over all your libraries to see how much you can fix by just updating, and hopefully doesn't break your API. But if you do that in very small amounts, like every week or every other week or maybe every month or so, you see that the delta will get smaller, right? If you do that, if you forget that for half a year, we are probably 2 or 3 major versions already ahead. And if you need to fix something then, because there is a super vulnerable library at that point, you are screwed, because then you probably breaks API. You need to fix a lot of your code. Oh, this is fun. Let's see if I can. Yes, we are back again. Cool. So be aware to update that regularly and make sure that that is ongoing. And then go through your code repository and see what kind of problems I do. Like I still have some cross-site scripting here. Well, that is easy. I learned cross-site scripting in school, and what I'm doing here is, hey, I have a parameter, and this parameter is basically getting inserted here without any sanitization or validation. So these tools kind of help you. And again, I'm using my tool. There are multiple tools you can use, but tools can help you during development to catch that already early in the stream. You might also want to include these kind of tooling in your CI pipeline and before you go to production, but at least keep also monitoring whatever is in production to see if the dependencies that you have there, or for instance, your Docker containers, are still up to date, or there is a new vulnerability found, because might be okay today, but tomorrow it might be wrong. I can go on and on because I have multiple examples, but I see I got 2 minutes left and I want to give some time for questions. So I keep it at this You know now kind of how to get started with this in a Spring Boot application. It's not much different in any other framework. Start with the parent, hopefully. If that's not possible, you can definitely go to your own dependency management and override these kind of things. But I want to leave some time for questions if there is any question that I did not yet answer. So thank you for your attention and hope this was useful.
Hello again, Brian. First of all, thank you for the amazing talk. It was great to see. And to just get back to what you mentioned at the beginning of our talk, yes, I think you're right. It's not just the general mindset of us developers just trying to think of how to break things. And it's interesting to see the many ways of how we can break things. And then, also, as you mentioned, topics like encryption, hashing, whatever, where you could study endlessly, essentially, of, what are right choices and whatever. It's just an interesting topic. I don't know. Yes,
I'm happy it's interesting. I saw a lot of things going by in the chat, so at least
yes.
people are engaged. That's good.
Yes, they were. We have 1 minute left for questions, 30 seconds left. I'll try and condense it down to 2 questions. First of all, what are the benefits of using Snike comparing to, for example, SonarQube, since that also includes some security analyzation plans?
Honestly, I love SonarQube. SonarQube is great at QA, at quality assurance, and that was their starting point and their bread and butter. Probably my friend Jonathan will say something different because he works for SonarQube. Sorry, SonarQube, not Sonatype. Sneak is there for security reasons. Sneak security thing is their bread and butter. And the thing is, we can do it in different aspects of your software development lifecycle. In your IDE, with a CLI, connected to your pipeline, all sorts of things, and you can use it in the way you want. You can adapt it, you can integrate it. You can even use an API and integrate all of the things. So I think it's far more flexible, and we're better at security. Security is our bread and butter. We try to do something like a QA. We do some, but we're not that good.
Right. And I guess it also answers the second question. Is it possible to run Sneak on a remote server from IntelliJ, or would Sneak CLI run directly on that server be required? As you just mentioned, very flexible, and you can use it any way you like.
You can use it. I use it on my local machine. You can use it on a server with the CLI. There are multiple ways possible. Even if you need to do that air gap, there are solutions for that. Obviously, the free version is spinning your stuff to our server for analysis and gives you the stuff back.
Right. And that's it already with the questions because we're out of time.
Cool.
But from my side, thank you again, Brian. Awesome talk. And I hope to see you soon again. So far, bye-bye. And thank you. That brings us to our next host, which I think is Mala. Let's see. Mala. Hello again. Mala, unfortunately, you're muted. Let's see.
Oh my God. Happened again. Yes.
Now we can hear you again.
So I wanted to say you one thing. Get out. We're getting late.
Get out. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. Bye.
So Java 22, the release of Java 22 is around the corner. It's releasing on 19th of March. And who wants to know about it? So that's the session that we're talking about next. So to do that, let's bring our next speaker to the stream.
Hey, Mala.
Hey.
Happy to be here.
Thank you so much. I was hoping to hear, hey, Java developers.
You're right. Sorry. Hey, Java developers. I'm getting out of practice on that. Nice. I'm glad you watched some of my videos then, or I'm sorry as well.
Absolutely. We all do. And we love them. Thank you so much for creating them.
Thank you.
And Billy is a developer Java advocate with Oracle. He is also a JUG leader and a Kansas City fan. How do you say that? Because I'm not a big fan of that sport. Sorry.
Chiefs, the Kansas City Chiefs are. Yeah, okay. I'm very upset. I'm following Brian, who is a well-known Patriots fan. I don't know about that.
So you'll probably discuss that with Brian. Okay. So before I bring your slides, I have a quick question for you. What is your favorite Java 22 feature?
So my favorite Java 22 feature, it's not a final feature yet, but one of the things I'm very excited about is we are simplifying how to write like a Hello World program. It's part of our Paving the On-Ramp, and I think it's going to be really good for both helping new developers learn Java, as well as for some of us more senior developers for writing simple scripting languages. And yeah, I'll get to that a bit later because I think it's a really exciting thing for the Java ecosystem.
Absolutely. And as you know, I write a lot about the new features. And for me, the most amazing part is how all the features work together with the existing features, with the new features, with the old features, and the features that we see are coming in pipeline. And that working them together is, I think that's the most amazing part.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's one of the really great things is how it's not like we're just kind of throwing these features out there, that they're all building towards a cohesive vision. It's like, I almost feel like you made me see some of this presentation before, because like that's some of the topics I'm going to be kind of touching on a little bit later.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Now let me add your screen to the stream, and I'll be backstage, and just call out my name if you need anything, and have fun.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming and watching my presentation. I see a few people. Nice to see you again, Maximilian, and also Brian. I hopefully you can answer my question I asked a little bit earlier about who you think the Patriots should draft here in a couple of weeks. So, but with that said, yes, as Mala introduced me, my name is Billy Korando. I'm a Java developer advocate with Oracle, and we're going to be looking at Java 22 and also a little bit into the future. So, important information, please ask questions. Well, I've updated this presentation a little bit for this one, but I've overall given this presentation plenty of time. So don't hesitate to ask questions at any point. I'll be monitoring the chat log. So if you have a question at any point, I'll be happy to answer it then. Also, feel free to reach out. You can shoot me an email at billykorando@oracle.com. And I just updated this presentation. So if you go here, you'll actually be able to see this presentation that I'm giving right now. So that includes like all the links as well that I will have in this presentation. If you would like to know more, definitely check out our dev.java. So we both have also a playground that you can use to test out like a lot of the new language features I'll be covering in this presentation, as well as tutorials on all the various Java technologies out there. There's Insight.java, where we post articles that like our JDK engineers write about the about new features coming out, and then our YouTube channel. So I'll be actually posting a video here next Thursday that I kind of go through like the full release notes of JDK 22. So that gives you even a fuller picture of what's coming in JDK 22 than you'll see here. And also we'll be hosting a live stream on the 19th on the release day of JDK 22, where we'll be interviewing JDK engineers and demonstrating the new features coming in JDK 22 and more. So definitely check that out. We'll kind of put that post out here pretty soon. And finally, check out our Inside Java podcast at anywhere you listen to podcasts. All right. So for the agenda, I want to do a quick review from JDK 11 to JDK 17. I think we're finally getting most of the Java ecosystem past JDK 8, but I'm sure there's still many Java developers that are on JDK 8, or maybe you only just recently got to JDK 11, 17, or even 21, and it can still be kind of good to kind of go through some of these features that we were added during this time span, because maybe you kind of forgot about them, or maybe there'll be a couple of things that could show that you maybe didn't realize. Then, of course, we'll actually get into the new features post-17 into JDK 21 and 22 for both language features, API updates, runtime features, and some deprecation removals and other changes to know about. And then finally, we'll get into some of the features that are coming in versions beyond JDK 22. All right, so key changes between 11 and 17. We'll see if Jaden Daniels or Drake May makes it that far. So answering Brian. So text blocks. I was pretty excited when I saw this feature was added. So this was added in Java 15, and it is JEP 378. So what I mean when I say JEP 378, that refers to JDK Enhancement Proposal. So whenever a more significant change is proposed to the JDK, it goes through the JDK enhancement process. And so you can go and see all the different JDK enhancement processes. If you go here to open, why is it not? There we go. So if you go here, HTTPS openjdk org jeps/0, that will give you a list of all of the different JEPs that have been proposed. And then, for example, text box is 378. And so if you just simply add 378 at the end there, that will take you to this specific JEP. And so that can give you a lot more information on these JEPs than I can actually cover in this presentation, because if I did it for all these different JEPs, well, we wouldn't get that far into the presentation. But yeah, they were added in Java 15. And one of the simplest ways to demonstrate their usefulness is like if you had to work with, say, JSON. If you were having to do this with just old standard strings that were one-dimensional, this would quickly become almost illegible. This really simple JSON message, because you would have to be escaping all the quotes. You would be probably adding like little tab characters as well in here, or space characters as well. And so it'd become illegible. It'd be very easy to say you forgot like a little comma. But now with two-dimensional strings, text box, this JSON message can just be written as you would actually view it, and as it would actually be rendered, which is very nice. Switch updates. So these were added in Java 14, and this is JEP 361. And so switch updates, they're in the JEP, they're kind of called switch expressions, but I kind of switch it to switch updates because it covers multiple changes. And so the big change is the adding of the arrow syntax. And this works for both statements, like in this example, and also expressions, which I'll show in just a moment. But what's really nice about it is when you match on a case, only the code to the right of the arrow will actually be executed. It's not you wouldn't have to include a break to prevent falling through to a following case, which was added because it was very efficient for CPU rise, but kind of really we learned over time that it's rarely something that developers would actually like. And then it just made code very difficult to read and understand, because even this simple switch statement, if I was to write it in the old break syntax and colon syntax, it would take up almost this entire screen, and it just becomes very difficult to read. And it's very easy to forget to add a break statement. Maybe you're debugging or making some sort of refactoring, and then all of a sudden you have a bug. And so that is also the case now as well with expressions, where you can actually yield a value out of a switch, which is also a bit nicer than maybe having to put a bunch of return statements within your case statements as well. And this will continue a trend of what I was talking about with Mala, and what you kind of referencing is all these changes. We're not just kind of like throwing these changes at the wall and just kind of seeing like, oh, this is nice. Oh, this is nice. This is nice. This is all kind of coming together, and it's coming together in a way of making both Java more concise, because that's often been a criticism of Java, is that it's very verbose. But in conciseness, it's not just about, less typing, but it's also less error prone. Again, not having to worry about including a break statement makes this code less error prone, because you're not going to accidentally fall through to the next case when you're expecting it. So, you're just less likely to have errors, and it's also easier to read, and easier to read code is also less likely to introduce bugs later, because following developers will be easier to maintain it, because they're not trying to get through the syntax and structure of the code. So yeah, someone asked the question is, can you mix arrow syntax and colon syntax? And no, you can't mix those within the same switch. You'd have to choose either one of those. But you can, and I don't show it here, but you can have a multi-line statement in when using the arrow syntax. So you could just have the curly braces. And so here, if I was doing it with an expression, that would just need to end with a yield, where you're going to be, I guess, yielding or returning that value. Or here in just the switch, you could just have curly braces and whatever line you want to execute, and then you simply wouldn't need to include a break or anything in it. Great question. Sealed classes, these were added in Java 17. And so what sealed classes do is they allow a class to define what classes that can extend it. So here I'm showing this user class, and it permits the classes admin, customer, and guest to extend it. No other classes beyond these can extend off of user. When you create a sealed hierarchy, then those classes, customer, admin, and guest must declare what can also extend off of it. And there's three options. There's non-sealed in the case for customer, which effectively makes it a normal class, so anything can extend off a customer. There's final, which is nothing new. Final just means obviously nothing else can extend off a guest, or a class can also be declared sealed as well. And you can also see here in just two examples. This one I'm using permits. When you're referencing classes external to this source file for a user, you would use the permits clause to say, okay, these are classes that can extend user. Or you can optionally define classes within the same the class you define a sealed class, like I am with admin, in which case these are the only classes that can extend admin. So permits is actually an optional clause. These are the two different ways you can actually define a sealed hierarchy. And we'll see how this also kind of has a nice combination with another feature that was added in JDK 21, pattern matching for switch. We also then have records, and this was added in Java 16, JEP 395, and records make up the central element for kind of our new data-oriented programming paradigm. And records is a transparent modeling of data as data. And it's really nice because when you define a record here in the case of a person, you kind of immediately know everything you need to know about this record. Whereas with a class, you would actually have to read into the body and structure of a class to really understand about it. So that's a really nice thing. It's, again, not just about being concise, reducing verbosity, but also about improving the readability and intent of the code as well. There's a few things with records. They can't be extended. They're abstract, and they're implicitly final. All the fields are final, but it's only shallowly immutable. So for example, if like one of these fields was a list on an array, you could still change elements in that array, but you couldn't change the array itself. So that's something you definitely want to be careful of when using records, is that you either, when you get a mutable object like an array or a list or something like that, you would want to make a copy of it when you're bringing that value in, and then you would want to return a copy when you're retrieving it from an accessor to make sure that no one's accidentally modifying a field without you expecting it. Also, accessors like hashcode, toString, and equals will automatically be generated. Also, again, like when using like an array or a list, you would probably want to override hashcode and equals, because a default would actually just do a hashcode or equals comparison, and it wouldn't actually compare the arc. It would just do a comparison based upon memory address. It wouldn't do a comparison for value. So that's probably more what you're expecting when you're comparing between arrays. You want to see if the underlying values are equal, not if it's like the literal same memory address. So in those cases, you may actually want to override the default behavior. And as mentioned, you can provide your own default behavior or add your own method definitions. Then there's pattern matching for instance of. So this is the first instance of pattern matching that was added to Java, and now it's been added in many other areas, which we'll get to in a few moments. But this was added in Java 16 with JEP 394. And so instance of, it's not as frequently used of a feature by Java developers, at least most Java developers. That's kind of part of the reason why it was chosen. But basically is, instead of having to say like, okay, is this value or is this variable an instance of string? And then within the body of that if, you'd be like, okay, then casting it to a string and getting that value out. Now it's like, okay, if this, or in this case, a potential number object, if it's an instance of an integer, then you immediately set it to this pattern variable I, and then you can work with that I within that body of that if statement. A pattern variable is what's called flow scoped. And what that means is that the compiler will only acknowledge where it is a variable wherever it knows that this predicate is definitely true. So for this, it would just be within this body of the if. So actually, you could actually reuse I here as well, because as far as the compiler is concerned, those are two different variables. So for API updates, we did enhancements to the pseudo random number generators. That was in JDK 14. Basically, we had a bunch of different ways of creating random numbers, but they were like these different APIs. They were sort of similar, but a bit different. Now we had much more consistent behavior and API usage across of them. So that'll make it a little bit easier, as well as underlying implementation updates and make them more secure. So for checking out all the API updates, so right now I'm referencing the JDK 21 because that's obviously the most recent release. Pretty soon JDK 22 on the 19th will be released, so just update this to be 22. But our JDK engineers that are responsible for our Java doc have been making a lot of updates to it. And what's really nice is you can see here like what changes have been added to Java for like a specific release. So if I just wanted to see what was added in JDK 12, well, I can see that here by, selecting these specific checkboxes. Of course, if I wanted to do for JDK 21, I could do that as well. That is a really nice thing, particularly as you're moving from release to release. You're like, okay, what was actually changed if you're going from like, say, 17 to 21, you want to see, okay, what has actually changed between these releases? You don't necessarily want to have to figure out what was changed, like manually go through and figure all that out. So that is really nice. They also have the same thing for deprecated. Again, something pretty important. If you're going from 17 to 21, you may want to see, okay, what was recently deprecated that we actually need to work on getting rid of when upgrading. And it's also a good way to know what you might need to do before upgrading as well. So that's some really nice stuff they have done.
Billy, that's a great slide. If you could zoom in a bit so that folks could see the link to that page, that would be great. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Here is the link.
Sorry. Sorry, I missed it.
Yep, no problem. Yep, that's okay. And again, kind of back to early on in this presentation, if you go to this link, and actually here, let me see if I can post that. Oh wait, let me pass that to in the private chat. If you want to post that into the comments, then because I don't think I'll be able to. I'll
do that right away.
Yeah. Here we go. Perfect. Yeah. Marlo will get that posted into the comments so you can actually just directly click on that link and then be able to easily go to all the other links in my presentation. All right. There we go. Let's get not all that selected. There's some new runtime features to consider. So ZGC is the newest garbage collector. And it was initially added in JDK 15, and we'll see later has been updated since then. But it provides ultra low latency of sub-millisecond pause times, and that's an understatement to how fast it is. It's actually well below 1 millisecond. It's also scalable up to a 16 terabyte heap. And so initially it was single generation. Now it's multi-generational. And I'll get to that here in a few moments. And I also have a great video on introducing you to ZGC as well. Helpful null pointer exceptions. NPEs are, of course, the bane of all developers. It's really nice then with this new change that it will actually tell you the variable that was actually null within that line. ARM Architecture 64 is supported across all the major platforms as of JDK 17. And there has been a few deprecations. Security Manager is deprecated for removal. Applet API is also deprecated for removal. For time, I won't get into that too much. Also removed as a NAS horn and the CMS garbage collector. The CMS garbage collector is just fundamentally superseded by the G1 garbage collector, so that is why it was removed. And for other changes, as of JDK 17, we're much more strongly encapsulating the JDK. So kind of when we first introduced the module system back in JDK 9, we allowed this illegal access permit to allow any sort of class that effectively go into certain modules or to any module. Then in JDK 16, we made that a no-op. And now then we made this no longer default. And now in JDK 17, this argument no longer works. So now you will actually have to manually say, like, give access to specific modules if needed. Okay, so new language features. Perfect. Yeah, So for new language features here in JDK 21 and beyond. So pattern matching for switch was added in Java 21, and that is JEP 440. So pattern matching for switch, you can use when you're using switch or pattern matching in a switch, it must be exhaustive. So even if you're writing a switch statement, if you're using pattern matching for it, it would still need to be exhaustive. But also nice feature is you can actually explicitly handle null now. So that can be very nice that you don't have to have like, checking to see if something is null and if before going into a switch, you can actually handle that within the actual body of the switch now. Also, as I was talking about with Mala and mentioned earlier, is a lot of these features are starting to go together now. So before, or here we have an example of like an interface of shape. We have a triangle, circle, and square. And here we can see it's like, okay, when triangle, send it to T, and then we can then check the area to see, okay, if it's greater than or over 100, that's maybe a big triangle, and we do something with that. Whereas if it's anything under 100, then we do a different thing, circle, square, and then we provide a default as well, again, because it has to be exhaustive. Also, again, with the null, instead of having to provide like an if before this in case it's null, we can explicitly handle the null case within the body of the switch, which again makes it much more readable, much more concise. But back to one of the features I talked about before, sealed hierarchies, is the compiler can read that sealed hierarchy, and it can see here, because I am covering triangle, circle, and square, so triangle, circle, and square, I no longer need to provide a default case because the compiler knows I am covering all the possible use cases. Of course, you don't necessarily have to cover null because the compiler or the Java already knows how to handle that. It can just throw a null pointer exception. So that's why null doesn't have to be covered if you don't want it to be. So we got pattern matching added for switch, and we also now have pattern matching as well for records. Again, an example of how we are building upon each of these new features that we're adding. So here in this example, I'm doing pattern matching using the instance of, and basically what pattern matching with records does, it creates a deconstructor where these fields or these components I added to this record, I can just directly reference them all here within it without necessarily having to kind of going through and referencing each of the different accessors within the record. So something is from the link term. So if something's terminally deprecated, yeah, I believe that does mean it's deprecated for removal. Yeah. Or at least it's, pretty sure that's what they mean when they say terminally deprecated. Record patterns can also be combined with switches, as we see here, where, I am just taking out from that record in this example here to reference the fields within it. I do have a mistake here. That should be M name, not middle name in it. I'm not sure about varargs if anything has been improved offhand. And then finally, also, we now have unnamed patterns and variables. So here, again, kind of going back to now we have record patterns. Let's say in this example, I am referencing, like I have customer, billing, address, and name. And so I'm checking to see, something is an instance of customer. And so I'm exploding this out to where really all I want to work with is the really all I want to do is do something at the billing address. I don't really care about the name, address, CC number, or expiration. It can be a bit confusing because I still have to declare and reference all these arguments. Now, with unnamed patterns, I can just replace all those variables that I don't really care about with an underscore. And again, this isn't just about, hey, let's reduce typing, but which of course is accomplished, but by putting an underscore for these variables I'm not intending to use, it makes it very clear to a future developer without me telling anything to them that they can just look at this code. It's like, oh, all I care about from here is billing address. I don't care about any of these other variables. And then also, that's all you see here is billing address. You're not being distracted by all this noise from all these other variables that you're not using. So again, it's not just about reducing verbosity, but making code more well-intentioned, which also then makes it less error-prone as well. And yeah, so this just another example. So here I was referencing, like, I'm showing kind of drilling down to these other variables, or you can just completely ignore, like if I'm just only to do something with name and there's like billing and customer, I can just completely just replace that billing with an underscore, and I don't even have to bother kind of declaring any of the other variables with it as well. And this can also work with this variables as well. So here I have like this really simple for loop where I'm not really actually doing anything with names. I'm just checking to see if I'm going over some sort of limit. And because of that, I can just replace that N here with an underscore just to, again, show how I am not really caring about that variable, just to make it clear for future developers. Oops. And this also a really good example is sometimes with exceptions. Like oftentimes when you have an illegal argument exception. So here we have a string age and we're setting age to cat. And we try to set that for a person's age. Well, clearly that is wrong. And so we will want to catch an illegal argument exception. And really, generally, when that happens, we don't really care about that stack trace. That's a client error where we probably just want to propagate that issue back to the client, or maybe log it saying like, hey, age is not valid. And so here we can just, again, replace that exception with an underscore just to say, like, we don't really care about that stack trace. And then, we can log a message or, send a message back to the user saying like they entered something wrong. So for API updates, so we added sequence collections in JDK 21 with JEP 431. And so sequence collections, it's something that has, I feel like it's been a long time coming, but it makes it much easier to work with collections. So it was often very difficult if you wanted to add something to the start of a list, that was difficult to impossible, or if you wanted to add something to the end, well, that was actually handled by default often with just the add, but also getting like the first element or getting to the last element, particularly getting to the last element, which could be a bit annoying because you would have to be like get size -1 to get that last element. Now you can just simply do get last, and again we do remove first, remove last, and then particularly for any sort of list with a defined order. Or also we just defined order, we can do a reversed to it as well, which is almost, well, I wouldn't say impossible to do, but it was extremely difficult to do before sequence collections. It was a very painful experience. So it's very nice that some of these things are just directly in the Java API, default API now. And then these have also been applied to maps as well, where you can get like the sequence key set or sequence values, reversing of the map, putting things at the start or the end of the map. So one thing to note is like these interfaces were kind of added into the overall existing hierarchy of sequence collections. And you can see here, for example, like array list is one of the very popular implementations of collections that a lot of developers use, and get these benefits of a sequence collection right out of the box. And sorry about that, just got a call. However, for map, oftentimes a lot of developers, at least in my experience, like to use hash map. However, hash map isn't the order for a hash map isn't defined. So you would actually need to use something like a linked hash map to take advantage of that. Project Loom has been one of the most highly anticipated and popular projects. And finally, we got our first delivery from Project Loom with virtual threads, which is the central feature within Project Loom. And that was added in JDK 21 with JEP 4.4.4. And so virtual threads, as mentioned, that's the first delivery from Project Loom. But what it does is provides a lightweight model for using threads, because historically, when you created a new thread within the JVM, that had a pretty one-to-one relationship with the underlying platform thread, and those are pretty expensive features or elements. So like, not only is it pretty memory heavy, or could consume quite a bit of memory, but also it just consumed a lot of system resources. You can only make a few hundred to a few thousand threads before you would start to run into a lot of issues. Whereas now with virtual threads, the number of virtual threads you can create is nearly unlimited, because I think a new virtual thread only takes up about, I think, 4 kilobytes of memory from just its internal structure. So, that you could, in a modern world where oftentimes you have gigabytes of memory, again, you can effectively have many millions of virtual threads on the same system, and it can all be managed quite easily. I should have included in here a really nice diagram. It kind of really demonstrates, though, some of the benefits of virtual threads, because oftentimes what we are seeing is that, again, because of the relatively limited number of virtual threads you can have access to, oftentimes systems will start becoming resource constrained with like the number of threads they could have before they became actually CPU constrained. So for example, if you're writing a simple web application, pretty much every time you get a new request in, that is going to be to a new thread. And oftentimes those web applications, they do a little bit of processing, but a lot of times they're, calling a database, calling another web service. And each of those times are calling, something to check within file IO. And each of those calls are blocking. And so like a call to like a database saying like, hey, let's look up this like customer based upon their ID, it takes it only a few seconds or a few milliseconds to make that call and to process a return. But it might take, tens, hundreds, or even a second or more for that response to get back. And during that entire time, that thread is blocked. What virtual threads allow the JDK to do is when it sees that a thread is blocked, it can park that thread and then process another virtual thread to make more efficient use of those platform threads. So it's a really nice thing. It's just about it's kind of giving you a lot of the benefits of reactive programming, but still following that standard imperative and blocking programming style that we're all used to. Finally added in JDK 22, this has been a long time coming, starting all the way back in JDK 14, is the foreign function and memory API. This is kind of like the central element of Project Panama, which is updating how we work with native libraries. Now, my background as a Java developer is very much writing web applications, so I've never really had to ever work with native libraries. So for a lot of benefit of this, it's kind of lost on me because I just have never had to really ever work with JNI before, outside of, maybe just a little, proof of concept or demos. But definitely for those developers who do actively use native libraries, the foreign function memory API, I'm sure people are very excited by it. And at least from what little I have used of it, it is definitely a substantial improvement upon the JNI in both productivity, safety, performance, and so many other areas. So definitely, if you're interested, be sure to check out this JEP that kind of gives you a good overview. And of course, we also have a number of videos also talking about the foreign function and memory API. Let me take a look. Just checking to see if there's any questions I might have missed. And yep, doesn't look like it. So yep.
Yes, you
so now I just want to get into some. Or did you have a question, Mallory? Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry, you're good.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I just wanted to mention
so,
that Dagi
I'll get
is
into some of the new runtime features and tools. One feature I think is so often overlooked is the CDS updates. So CDS is, I think, Cache Data Series now. They kind of changed the name of it a few times, but basically what it is that every time you start up the JVM, it goes through a process where it's loading all those classes from the file system. And, that process is just repeated every time you try to start up a new JVM. And it's it's basically going to be the same process. CDS says like, okay, let's see what classes are being loaded. And then let's just get a pre-processed archive that we can load from instead. And that is a much faster process. And so they have made a lot of updates to this. This was initially, CDS actually has like a long history, but as far as something that developers can work with, that started with, I think, JDK 9 or JDK 10. It was pretty difficult to work with then. But as of JDK 19, you can actually create a CDS archive with a single command here, auto create shared archive, and then you give the name of the shared archive. And this works both for creating an archive. So if this archive wasn't available, then the JVM would automatically create the archive. If it was available, then it would just load that archive. So it's really good because now you don't have to have one JVM command for when you're creating the archive and then a second one for when you're actually running it. It can be that same argument for both times. So that way your CI commands for when you're creating a new artifact can be the same as what you're actually running when you're actually out deploying on production. So, so there's a question. Actually, I'll get to that here really soon about how GDC compares to G1GC. Actually, I have some people we can actually refer to, but yeah, I'll get to that in just a moment. So Simple Web Server, that was added in JDK 18 with JEP 408. I'm actually running this presentation on the Simple Web Server, but pretty much what it is, this was something that kind of came out of feedback we got from educators, is that oftentimes when new students are learning a language, one of the first things they need to do is often just find a way to host files on, the local machine or something like that. And, before that would often require going and downloading some sort of library or using some other language that would have access to something like that. Now that is a built-in feature to Java, and you can simply run it with JWeb Server. And again, I'm actually running this presentation on JWeb Server as we speak. So to get to the question about GDC to G1GC, with JDK 21, we updated GDC to be a multi-generational garbage collector. If you're really into garbage collectors, pretty much what that means is that whenever a new object is created, before in GDC, it would just be all treated as like in one generation. But there's a thing called the weak generational hypothesis, is where newly created objects often have a very short lifespan. And so by dividing objects up to whenever they're newly created, they go into like a young generation, the garbage collector can look in that generation more frequently to say like, oh, okay, this object is no longer being used, and get rid of it. Now, technically, the really deep implementation details isn't quite correct, but I actually do have a video on both GDC and G1 that kind of goes into a lot of those implementation details in more deep detail. What is interesting and gets to the question from, ATN PGO is Netflix. We've been working with Netflix a lot on the development of generational GDC, and they just recently published a blog article, which I still need to read. I haven't had a chance yet, but they published it yesterday on their experiences of using generational GDC, because before this, they were actually using G1GC as a default garbage collector. And basically, the longest story of this is they actually do recommend using generational GDC for a lot of use cases. And if you're not using it, maybe consider using parallel GC. But yeah, this is a really good explanation of using generational GDC in really one of the most high stakes settings, because of course Netflix, we all have Netflix, and so obviously they experience an enormous amount of load. So chances are, if generational GDC is working well for them, it's probably going to work well for you as well. Now, that said, despite all the well-due praise towards generational GDC, G1 GC does still remain the default garbage collector, and it's still actively developed. It's not being like, pushed off to the side. And so in JDK 22, we added region pinning for G1. And this kind of goes back to working with native libraries. So basically, when you're working with native libraries and you're putting variables within memory within certain regions, basically that would shut off like garbage collections within those regions. And now this region pinning for G1 does allow some garbage collections to still occur within those regions. Again, my background isn't so much in working with native libraries, so I don't have much like practical experience for it, but definitely for those developers who are actively working with libraries, actively working with JNI, this should definitely be a big boost that you're not going to be running into as many memory errors. Also, this kind of gets back to our educational element, which I've kind of touched on a little bit earlier with the simple file server, and I'll touch on it a little bit later on, and as I did my introduction with Mala, about being better for Java developers learning Java, and we now can launch multi-file source code programs. So back in JDK 11, before you would always have to do like Java C to compile your program, and then use Java, the Java launcher, to execute it. And if you're working with like a really simple program like Hello World, that could be kind of frustrating for developers to have to do those steps to work with it. So with JDK 11, you could just do Java on a single source file program, and you could actually just run it just like that. It'll compile and run it. Now, with this change of introduced in JDK 22, you can do that for multiple source code files. So you can have like, okay, your service program that's doing whatever business logic, but then have a couple other classes or source files that include like your data objects or whatever. So that's a very nice change. For deprecation removals and some other changes, so yeah, the only big one to really kind of mention recently is the deprecation for the Windows 32 x86 port. But really this only matters if you are actually like building your own JDK locally or something like that. Basically we removed all the make files for how to do that because, well, not many people are on 32-bit Windows anymore. So getting into the beyond, obviously, this is a feature from JDK 22, but it's still a preview feature. One thing I do want to note about when I talk about preview features is a preview feature can be used in production. It's not like it's necessary there should be any concerns when it comes to being error prone or any other kind of concerns about like it not being tested enough. What a preview feature means is that the API isn't quite settled yet. So the API could change at some point between now and when it's actually finalized. But as far as like if you want to really use structured concurrency, feel free to use it in production. Just know that, in JDK 23 or 24, or whenever it's finalized, there could be API changes. That said, for structured concurrency, if you're not familiar with it, so can memory leaks occur with with virtual threads? Yeah, but in no other way than it could with like normal threads or anything else. If for some reason with a virtual thread you're creating it and then it's never allowed to be destroyed or garbage collected, then yeah, it could cause a memory leak issue or any sort of underlying object attached to that. But that's nothing really to do with virtual threads. That's just something that would be an issue with virtual threads or without. But on the subject of virtual threads and structured concurrency, so what virtual threads allow for a much more lightweight way of creating parallelization. And now what structured concurrency says is like, okay, I have this unit of work and it could actually be broken apart into multiple tasks that could be executed at the same time. A common example we've used is like, let's say you're some company like Expedia. And so, of course, like Expedia, they're going to be calling out to like a bunch of like different airlines or different hotels to see who have the best deals. So like when making all those calls, obviously a lot of that can be executed in parallel. And there could be different rules. So like when you're calling out to like all the different airlines to get up prices for if you're, so like I'm in Kansas City and let's say I'm going to Atlanta here pretty soon for a Dev Nexus next month. I want to get, I want to see prices from the different airlines. And maybe I go to Expedia for that. They could call all the different airlines, Southwest, American, United, Delta, and so on to see the different prices they offer. But so structured concurrency says like, okay, you can take these calls and execute them in parallel, but you can also put logic around these. You can say like, okay, we're going to give ourselves like 2 seconds to get prices back from these or whatever it might be. Or we're going to say if like, it's okay if one of these fail because we just need at least to get like 3 back or 2 back or something like that. Or you could also have it be like, if any of them fail, then they all fail. Structured concurrency allows you to more easily break tasks into multiple, or break a unit of work into multiple tasks and then reason about that. So that is going to be a really nice feature that, of course, is going to pair very well with virtual threads. And so, yeah, when JDK 25 would be the next commercially supported LTS release, when that comes out, I think that's going to be a big motivation for a lot of organizations to update to that, to really start taking advantage of both virtual threads and then some of the other features coming from Project Loom. Another one of those being scope values. So to go back to that example again of calling out to multiple services. So for example, like if I'm going to be calling to see the price of going from like one destination to another, that value is going to be the same for all of those different calls. So traditionally, you would use something like thread local to store that value. But when you have virtual threads, now virtual threads are very cheap. So you could have potentially millions of virtual threads or something like that. So you wouldn't necessarily always want to be using local thread to be storing those values, because all of a sudden the memory cost of that can be start to be multiplied by quite a bit. Scope value says like, okay, within this context, we can use this value. It's immutable, but it can be easily shared upon all the virtual threads that are in the same scope. That can just reference that value. So that way you're not propagating that value across all of those different threads, again, to help you save on memory. Structured concurrency and scope values, they're both in second preview. They haven't seen any API updates between their first preview and their second preview. So that does give a lot of optimism that we could see a final version of them in JDK 23 or JDK 24. Again, unless we do hear some significant feedback from the community on issues or improvements that could be made. And finally, there's the Vector API. It's in its 7th incubator, and it's going to remain incubator status pending when Valhalla starts delivering, just because the results of Valhalla are going to have fundamental impacts on the Vector API. So it just doesn't make any sense to take this, to develop it any farther until we know what Valhalla is going to look like. Oh, also we have the class file API. This is not something you're necessarily going to be working much with as a developer, but it's definitely going to make it a lot easier when it comes to upgrading between Java versions. It's a long presentation or subtle topic to get into. I would definitely recommend checking out this presentation or this video from Nikolai where he goes into it. Don't tell Nikolai I said this, but he actually does a really great job presenting on this or talking about this feature. But don't tell him that, because he's going to get a big ego about it, and then I have to deal with that, every day. String templates. So pretty much that is going to allow you a much easier replacing of values within strings, and then also processing done to strings. I'm really looking forward to this feature. I know it's somewhat controversial because a lot of the Java developers really think this should be a $ instead of a backslash. And it's caused unimaginable frustration along social media. I don't quite understand why people care that much. It's just a difference of one character. And the reason why we are doing a backslash and followed by a curly brace is because this is an invalid character set within a normal string, and it's an easy way for a Java or for the compiler to differentiate between a normal string and a string template. So that's the reason why that was implemented that way. And then finally, I only have a few minutes left, so I'll go through this pretty quickly. We have implicitly declared classes and instance main methods. As I talked about before, early on with Mala, this is one of the features I'm most looking forward to. I remember thinking back a few years ago, like, how would I explain the simple hello world main class to a new developer? And oh, okay, that is a good point. A backslash is difficult to type on some keyboard. I can understand. That's a fair enough critique. Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes it can just be difficult when you're dealing with millions of different users to find the best option. But yeah, I can understand that concern if that would be very difficult to use. But yeah, so if I was to try to explain the whole world program, there's a lot to actually explain here. We have like access control with public, we have classes, we have static versus instance with static, return types with void, method arguments, referencing static values, print line, and all this. That's a lot to actually explain to someone who might be completely new to programming. So we can actually scale that down here. We don't necessarily need to include things like public or static. So that will make it a little bit easier. And then we can even go all the way down to void main without any arguments. And we can see here, we can also then step up in difficulty or step up in new concepts as well. So it's not like void main and then all the way back up to public static void main within a class. You can step up these new introduction of elements, which just makes it much easier for new developers to learn. And of course, we should care about new developers learning Java because that keeps the ecosystem rich and new ideas coming in. But even if you don't care any about that, what's really nice about these features is that it's really building up Java's scripting, being able to use Java as a scripting language for simple utility programs between, these changes. And then also like being able to launch multi-file source code programs, all kind of coming together to where if you have some sort of simple macro you need to run, you can actually write that in Java now instead of something like Bash, which I kind of completely all forgotten about. And then also, if you want to learn more about like all these features, like I was just talking about here with the implicitly declared classes and instance main methods, check out this article from about 2 or 3 years ago by Brian Getz, where he kind of lays out the overall vision for this. So from final follow-up links, we have a few minutes left, luckily. Before the release of Java 21, because that's a commercially supported LTS release, and so had a lot of interest, we decided to do a whole playlist of a bunch of videos on preparing developers from all the changes between JDK 17 and 21. So definitely check out that playlist. Obviously, that stops at Java 21, but a lot of great information in there all the same. Of course, the link to the JEPs I was showing earlier. The release notes are also available right here already for Java 22. And again, inside Java and dev.java. But yeah, thank you for coming. And actually, I forgot to update this. I'm not really on Twitter too much anymore. Sometimes it is random some people who might be DMing me. And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. A month later, I'm like, I'm not on as much anymore. So I need to update that to remove that. That said, I'll be happy to answer any questions. So I guess why not use double curly braces? I'm not sure. Like I said, the Java engineers, the JDK engineers are part of that. I trust their opinion more than my own. So I can't really give a good answer one way or the other as to why that wasn't used. Let's see. I can read. Yeah, there's a few things. Even here, the string templates remains contentious. There was something, so Kadouri, Jossef, about Java must steal extensions, functions, methods from Kotlin. So I can't really say too much to what we're going to be doing next, but it does bring up something that I know Brian Getz likes to talk about. So yeah, people a lot of times talk about like, string templates, that a bunch of other languages have also used a feature like that before, and like, oh, Java's just stealing that idea from Kotlin or C# or C++ or Rust or Python, whatever it might be. And yeah, that's deliberate. So Brian talks about what's called like the last mover advantage, where instead of Java necessarily trying to be on the bleeding edge of implementing new programmer features, we're actually looking at what other languages and what other ecosystems, what new features they're implementing, and seeing how well that is actually both used by the community of developers within that language and ecosystem. Like, okay, a bunch of people said they wanted this feature. Was it just like a few loud voices, or is people actually using this new feature? If not, we may not implement it. If it is, then we might incorporate it. And we're also seeing maybe some sort of limitations around that feature as well, that maybe some developers might be experiencing. A good example of that could be withers. So we're going to be kind of adding that with derived record creation here, hopefully in JDK 23 as a preview feature. And so we're kind of learning from how like other languages like C# implemented a similar feature, and actually maybe even improving a bit upon that.
Billy, you might want
so
to share
Java
that
21
list.
playlist.
Yes.
Here,
So let's add
a copy.
Billy's
I will put
slides.
that into the private chat, and then they can post that to the comments as well.
Okay.
But yeah, I guess I have only about a minute left, so I'll kind of stop there. I don't know if Molly, you would have anything, or handle the transition off to the next presenter.
You already answered all the questions, Billy, while you were presenting your session. So, Billy, we can't hear you. I guess you can't hear me.
Am I muted? Hold on one second.
No, we can hear you, but I think you cannot hear me.
Yeah, I think. Unfortunately, I'm not hearing it. It could be because my sound is messed up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe can other people hear? If other people can hear Mala, that's what's important.
Yes.
I don't know. I think maybe my earbuds got messed up. So, but again, thank you so much for this opportunity, Mala, and to the IntelliJ community. And I hope everyone found this very interesting. If you have any questions, feel free to email me again at billy.korando@oracle. And yeah, I think I'm right at an hour, so I will sign off, or you can kick me off and send on the next presenter.
Thank you so much, Billy. That was an amazing session.
Bye, everyone.
But since you can't hear me, so just say bye. Oh my God, that was interesting. So now let's bring our next host to the stream. Hey, Mara.
Hi, Mala. Hi.
That was interesting. Billy could not hear me, but we could hear him, and all the folks who were listening to us, they could hear me. So that was interesting use case. Yeah.
Stuff happens during conferences. You roll with it.
Yeah. So I'll drop, and all the best for your session.
Thanks, Mala. Right, so on to our next session. For that session, I'd like to welcome our colleague, Sebastian Aigner, to the stream. Sebastian is... Hi, Sebastian.
Hiya.
So you're a developer advocate on the Kotlin team for Kotlin and Compose multi-platform.
That's right.
So you have all of your lovely Kotlin stuff in the background.
Oh, yeah, totally. All the time. Books, lamps, plushies are still missing, but I think we'll get there.
Yes. I had the same suggestion. So you're here today to talk to us about Kotlin Standard Library.
Right.
I'll be in the background if you want to answer questions during your session. Reminder to everyone to put your questions in the chat. Otherwise, I'll see you at the end for some questions if there's time.
Sounds good. Wonderful. Yeah. Just because of my screen setup, I think it's probably going to be easier if I answer a couple of the questions at the end. Also because I might be in a little bit of a time crunch, but we will see. I'll definitely do my best to get to everything. So hi everyone, my name is Sebastian. As I was already so wonderfully introduced, I am a developer advocate for Kotlin, Compose multi-platform, and many other things at JetBrains. And if you've ever noticed me anywhere, yeah, you'll notice that most of the things that I do in some way, shape, or form relate to Kotlin. It's pretty much what my entire day is filled with. And today, I wanted to talk about a topic that's very near and dear to my heart, which is the Kotlin standard library. So depending on from what perspective you're coming in, I might be taking you back to the standard library. But even if you haven't written a lot of Kotlin, I hope that you still get something out of this talk. You know, you can evaluate for yourself whether the grass is greener on the other side, and kind of just see what we have going on in our standard library. The reason why I think the standard library is so special is because it covers so many things just right out of the box. We really have a ton of assorted goodies. And for me, as an English as a second language speaker, I really love the word assorted because it can mean both sorted as well as mixed, which I guess kind of works because in the standard library, we cover a lot of different like sectors of things that you might want to work with in a general purpose program, but we also cluster them in a way that they are easily discoverable and that you can work with them. But of course, the Kotlin standard library provides you with tools, and tools you can only use if you are aware that they exist. Now, photographers like to say this thing, which is the best camera is the one that's with you, right? There's no point in having a $10,000 rig sitting in a studio 1,000 kilometers away if the moment that you want to capture on film is happening right where you are, and the only thing you have is your phone, right? Then that might be the best camera. And I personally would posit that honestly, with libraries, it's kind of the same thing when you think about it from the perspective of programming, because the library that you always have with you, the standard library, kind of defines the vocabulary that you can reasonably expect most developers of that programming language to be familiar with. And in addition to this, you also don't have to get into any kind of extra arguments, because there's nothing extra that you need to add to your project. You don't need to update it. You don't need to ship anything extra. It's just there with you. So the fact that it's a shared vocabulary is something that I think is really important, and why it's really worth kind of looking into what the standard library really offers. Because wherever you go, whether it's your like hobby side project that you're working on like during a weekend or something like this, or you're working on a huge enterprise code base, the functions and classes that you have available to you in the standard library are always going to be there. In the case of Kotlin specifically, one of the other nice features is that just through the design of how these classes are typically structured, they naturally nudge you towards a more idiomatic style. So you automatically write Kotlin a little bit more like someone who you would consider like a native Kotlin speaker, right? It nudges you in the direction that the language designers originally intended. So really, if you go back to this craftsperson analogy, it is this like personal tool belt that you have with you wherever you go and wherever you're kind of working with it. Now, there's a ton of different features in the Kotlin standard library, and I will not be able to give you a comprehensive overview. It's just not enough time. So I wanted to specifically pick out some of the features that are typically less covered in the materials that you might encounter when you first look into Kotlin. So we'll be talking about collections, we'll be talking about scope functions, builders, and delegated properties. So I hope that all of these topics will be interesting to you, regardless of whether you've already written some Kotlin code or this is kind of your first touch points. And we will dive right into collections, which is, I would assume, the beating heart of most standard libraries, simply because, well, as programmers, what do we do most? We wrangle some kind of data that happens to be in some kind of structures. Those typically happen to be collections. we're going to look at better ways of how you can create new lists and collections. We're going to talk about how you can transform collections, so turning lists into lists of lists, or turning lists into maps, turning lists into sets, these kind of things. We will also be seeing me writing a little bit of a love letter to my favorite function in the Kotlin standard library. And because I, of course, want to keep your attention, I can also do a little bit of clickbait, and I will be able to tell you about the data structure in the Kotlin standard library they don't want you knowing about. Or, well, one that's at least not typically introduced. We'll get to that as well. So, typically, when people introduce Kotlin connections, they usually throw up this image, which has a lot of like arrows and shows a lot of like relationships between interfaces, classes, and implementations. It doesn't really, like, all the boxes don't really matter. The main point here is that we in Kotlin have lists, sets, and maps, the traditional types of data structures, and these also have mutable versions. So while list, set, and map are read-only, mutable list, mutable set, and mutable map are changeable. And today we are going to focus a lot on kind of the transitions between some of these data structures, plus that extra one that I don't want to spoil. So originally, the concept for this talk was just a huge stack of PowerPoint slides, but, well, it is IntelliJ IDEA Conf, so I figure we just leave the presentation tool straight away, and we just start actually writing a little bit of code just in IntelliJ over here. I already had a cup of decaffeinated coffee earlier, so thanks to the placebo effect, I think I should be energized enough that we can get through most of the topics that I have planned for today. Okay, and we'll start very simple with a little bit of a warm-up. If I just want to construct a list in Kotlin, right, I could do that just by using list off. That is the typical approach. And then that'll just give me a list. I can print that, and I can see these kind of values. So far, so good. What could you possibly critique about code like this? Well, even in this tiny code snippet, we already have a little bit of duplication going on, right? Because implicitly, I went in here and I kind of wrote the first, second, and third index out, which means that this code doesn't really scale, right? If I want to have 100 indices, that might already be a little bit more difficult. Well, in the Kotlin standard library, we have the wonderful capital L list constructor that takes a size and a lambda that determines how to initialize an element. So what I could write is, for example, a list of size 3, and then I'll give it the instruction of, well, give me the exact same string, so just with the index, and put that in each element. And if we run this, we will see we get almost the same. I have established my credentials as a programmer now. I have done my first off by 1 error. So if we just add a little bit of an it plus 1 here and we rerun this, we get the exact same result. Wonderful. With this small change, our code is all of a sudden now a lot more scalable. I can now just have 30 elements and they do the exact same thing that I did beforehand, and so on. The wonderful thing is that this also works not only for the read-only versions, but also for the mutable versions. I like spending my afternoons sometimes playing these kind of word-guessing games. I don't know if you've maybe played Wordle at some point. The concept there is that you kind of start with 5 unknown letters, and then afterwards you might start doing some guesses. So, for example, you might set the 0th value to C, or the 2nd value to A. And now if I run this, you will see that, well, I get something that kind of looks like a word with some placeholders. Well, I'll be honest with you, it kind of doesn't really look like a word yet, but thankfully with the Kotlin standard library, I can just use join to string. I'll say the separator between the individual elements should just be empty, and all of a sudden, that looks a lot more like something that I would put into some kind of like guessing game, right? And this is also where I do just want to go off on my wonderful little tangent here, because I have to say join to string is probably my favorite function in the entire Kotlin standard library, for multiple reasons. First of all, what I really like is that it nudges you towards showing intent, right? Rather than writing like a loop or concatenating things together yourself, the only thing that you need to read is, well, join to string. Give me a collection and join it to an individual string. And what people, I think, oftentimes miss is how many things this function can actually do. So let me just quickly go back, and we'll go back to just a list of numbers. We'll create ourselves a string using join to string, and then we'll print that. So now if we take a look in here, we can actually see that there's a ton of different both arguments as well as transforms that we can add to this, right? So we can start with a separator. That one we've already seen. We can provide a prefix to our list. We can provide a postfix. We can also provide a limit if we have 5 elements in our list or 100 elements, but we're really only interested in the first 3. We can do that. Everything else we cut off using etc. And then we can actually go in and we can provide a lambda. So we can provide a function that determines how the individual element is transformed before it's like concatenated into each element. So rather than having all the individual numbers, we could actually add their reciprocals, so like 1 over that number. And if we print all of this, you will actually see that we get the exact kind of string that we might want. And we never had to spend even a split second thinking about, well, if I add a separator, do I have to drop it at the end? I didn't have to manage a string builder, but I still get the same kind of performance out of it as I would. Things like limits and all these things just work out of the box. This pattern, by the way, is also one that I'd really like you to pay attention to as we go through other things. Having a lambda that's kind of trailing the function that still does some kind of transformation is something that you'll see a couple of times, right? Here it was for initializing the individual elements in our list. Here it's for changing the way that an individual item is represented in our string. Why I love this so much is because whenever I see functions like join to string, rather than like having some kind of loop or using some kind of other methods of manual concatenation, is that I get to engage the vocabulary side of my brain, right? I just read join to string and I know what's happening, rather than using the like pattern matching side of my brain, where I would have to like actually like look at it and be like, well, based on the shape and based on the variables that are in here, that's probably just concatenating the entire string together. This is a little bit more elegant, which is why it's probably my favorite function and something that I really enjoy showing off usually. But okay, this was a tangent, and we were only like in the kind of warm-up session at this point. So let's actually take a look at some more standard library functions. Let's say I have just a list of students here. I'm a middle school teacher, and I'm tasked with essentially separating these folks into pairs so that they can do some kind of group work, work on homework, or this kind of stuff together. In Kotlin, we can do that using the chunked functions, for example, with a chunk of size 2. And if I run this one, you will see that it gives me exactly these kind of pairs. So it kind of like chunks off individual elements with no overlap. So you'll see that it's and Joe and then even Leah. And then, well, I don't know how popular all of you were in middle school, but then there's Max who just didn't find a partner. Luckily, the Kotlin standard library can even solve this problem. We have the shuffled function, which we can just call. And at that point, at least we can ensure that it's not Max every single time. If instead we actually wanted to use a sliding window, we could use the windowed function. So this one essentially moves a window of the given size over your list. So we can just see here that Anne, Joe, and Eve is the first one, and then we move the window 1 over. So we're getting duplicates with Joe, Eve, and Leah, and then Eve, Leah, and Max. Now, of course, if you squint a little bit, you could make this work with the middle school example where you say, okay, so Joe's neighbors are Anne and Eve, Eve's neighbors are Joe and Leah, Leah's neighbors are Eve and Max. But that might still be a little bit contrived. So there might be, but it's still quite useful, because let's imagine that we're getting a bunch of values, for example, from a temperature gauge, right? Some kind of sensor. And I hope that these are in Celsius. That would be a good assumption. Otherwise, if these are in Fahrenheit, your heating bill is going to be enormous. So, but we could use this to create kind of a sliding average, simply by going into our temperatures and then saying, well, I'd like to have windows of size 3, and then the pattern reappears. We can actually add a lambda that transforms each individual window into another value. So we can just say, give me the average of each window. Doing that, we can see that for the first 3 days, where it's still kind of like moderately warm, we get about 16 degrees. And then at the very end, when we get a minus 13 degrees, the average is really cooling down. This is, of course, really neat because, as you can see, Kotlin just kind of provides extension functions out of the box for a lot of typical use cases. If you have a list of doubles, it's reasonable to assume that you might want to create an average of that. But of course, this is also a great time to show off that with just a bit of regular Kotlin syntax, we could have also just split our entire list into 3 individual variables, and then we could have just done a little bit of middle school math to get the exact same results. Both of these work. It's just wonderful that these things are already in there. Okay. I think that kind of concludes our warm-up about just like manipulating lists and just like playing around with them for a little bit. Now we'll get to a slightly more interesting topic, which is maps, and specifically transforming lists into maps. That's interesting precisely because, well, a list is usually just kind of a loose collection. But in a map, you always have key and value pairs, right? That have some kind of relationship. So where do you get that relationship from if you just have a single list? Well, the answer is usually that you would make some kind of association between the thing in your list, in our case, that would be the string, and so a property of that thing. So, for example, we could say that our map is just the colors mapped. And we can say, for example, we use the actual text in uppercase as the key, and we'll use its length as the value. Okay, out of the box, just using the map function, we get a list of pairs. But if we think about it, what's a list of pairs if not essentially a map? So we can just call to map, and we get this kind of conversion. However, this code is still kind of weird because what's happening here is, well, we're kind of creating this list first, and then we're converting it to a map. It's not very clear what we're trying to do. And more importantly, it's also not very performant, right? Like you're first creating some intermediate collection, then you're doing something else. IntelliJ luckily already tells us that there's a better way to do this using the associate function. So the associate function does what we just did manually. We just create pairs of keys and values, and then we can kind of get a map directly out of that without the intermediate steps. Oftentimes, you would just not even change the key. You would only change the value. So you would have code that kind of looks like this. And at that point, once again, IntelliJ jumps in and tells us, hey, there's a more specialized function here in this standard library. You got to brush up on your vocabulary. And that one is associate with, which you can read exactly as you kind of would if you say it in natural language, right? We take each of the colors and each one we associate with its length. So red is associated with 3, blue with 4, and so on. You can also flip this around into the other direction, where instead of saying, hey, for each of my colors, generate me, for each of my colors as a key, generate me a value that's length, you could also say, well, for each of my colors as a value, associated with a key that's generated by the length. So that's the associated by function. That kind of goes into the opposite direction, and that gives you probably what you would expect. So you have 3 to red, 4 to pink, 6 to orange, and so on. This list, interestingly enough, is one shorter, though, than the previous one. And that's because, well, if you have a map, then each key has to point to a unique element, right? So if you have both blue and pink, one of them is going to overwrite the other. Of course, this might still be okay if you are already aware that you have kind of a uniqueness constraint. Otherwise, we have the group by function, which does exactly what you would expect. And this time around, you just get a list as the values. So in this case, we get 4 pointing to both blue and pink. Wonderful. Great. So this was our tiny excursion into maps. Next up, we can talk a little bit about sets. So if you've throughout your educational career at some point have already come across like set theory in some kind of way, then you should feel right at home here as well. You can construct sets just using the setOff function. The properties of a set are, first of all, that the order in which the elements appear don't matter. So red, green, and blue is the same as blue, green, and red. And duplicates also don't matter. So if I actually had 2 times blue in my favorites, you would see that printing it, I only have red, green, and blue. I only have 3 elements. The real power that comes from the sets specifically in Kotlin is the operations you can do with them. For example, you can do a union. So for example, you could say, give me all the colors that are in my favorites, as well as all the colors that are in my theme, and create like the set that is the union of the two. And that gives me, of course, all of them, ignoring the duplicates, because our result is still a set. If you haven't written so much Kotlin, this might be a little bit spooky to you that I keep on just writing specific words between 2 operands. The reason for that is because these are infix functions. So the less spooky version of this would be just a regular function call with a dot and parentheses. But these are just special functions that are annotating using the infix modifier that allow you to put them between both the first receiver type and the second receiver. And there's nothing like special about this. You can build your own operators that behave the same way as well. That's how we kind of can do things in Kotlin. You can also have some other functionality. For example, you could do an intersect, which gives you only the elements that are in both the favorites and the theme. So I don't know if you need a highlight color or something that's still tailored to the user. And you can also take your favorites and subtract the theme. So that'll give you everything in the theme that doesn't also appear in favorites. Wonderful. One of the things that's interesting about this is that actually these aren't just set operations. You can use these even if your input is just a bunch of lists. So this still works. What you need to keep in mind, though, is that the return type of these functions are still sets. So if you're expecting these operations to keep duplicates, then you're in for a rough time. But apart from that, hopefully you will find these useful. Okay, well, it's already been quite a whirlwind, and I've probably stuffed a little bit of knowledge into your brain, hopefully, so it's time for a small reward. It's time to talk about the data structure they don't want you knowing about. And that one is the array deck that we have in the Kotlin standard library. Now, first of all, you might be looking at this word, and you might be thinking, well, is he pronouncing that right? Isn't that, couldn't it be like deque? Well, let me tell you, it's the only, I think, the only class in the Kotlin standard library that comes with a pronunciation guide. It is usually pronounced deck. And of course, there's a little bit of another spoiler right in here in the docstring. This is a double-ended queue. So what's the deal with a double-ended queue? Well, actually, pretty much you can just kind of think about it as a mutable list. So it's just a thing, it's just a collection where you can put in elements. What's a little bit special about this is that it has these 2 functions called add first, where you can add something at the first position, as well as add last, where you can also add something. And then, of course, I can take a look at this deck and I'll see that these things have actually been added. Well, now you might be saying, well, if I just had a regular like list or an array list, I could also just call like deck.add, and then I'll just say, well, at index 0, add some kind of element. The difference here is one of performance. With a regular array list, the kind of internal assumption is that the list grows like kind of as the indexes grow. So if you ever add an element at the beginning of your list, what has to happen is you have to kind of take everything that you already have in the list, you have to copy it over in memory, make space for that new element, and then insert it. That's not very performant. Array deck, a double-ended queue, is kind of aware of this use case. So it specifically provides you with the functionality and holds memory in a way where you can actually have things added to the front as well as to the back. This is granted a slightly more specialized data structure, which is probably why it doesn't show up that much in a lot of the documentation or like intro materials. But especially if you're diving into some kind of problems where you're working with like stack-like data structures, maybe give the array deck a little bit of a view and see if it might be useful for you. Okay, wonderful. So with that, we are going to move on to our next subject, scope functions, after I've had another sip of my decaf. So if you've written some Kotlin at some point, I don't know what your initial gut reaction is when someone says scope functions. I think some people are kind of shuddering a little bit because I think they're frequently misunderstood. Let's say it this way. Scope functions, depending on how you count them, there's like 4 or 5 of them: let, apply, also, run, and then maybe also with. And all of these functions are used to do something in a given scope. Where the confusion, I think, stems from is that their signature is quite similar. But as you'll see, they're actually used for vastly different topics. So I'm hoping that I might be able to actually clear up a little bit of confusion here. So generally, the structure of a scope function is that you have some kind of object. Here, that's x, and then you call a scope function foo. And then there's 2 things that can happen. You have a way of accessing x within that scope, within that lambda, and you get something returned. And this is exactly where the scope functions are different. Some of them allow you to access x using it, or a name parameter. Some of them introduce it as the receiver type of the block, right? So it would be like a this. So you could just access any properties the same way as if you were like in an extension function or like a body of that member. And they also differ in the return type, because some of them give you back the original object x, and some of them give you back the result of the lambda computation that you've done. And while this is just kind of like a little table here, they very much differ in intent. I will go through a couple of examples to kind of help you put these into context, but also if you want to go over these kind of things in your own speed, this is the one moment where I do a tiny little bit of self-advertising together with a couple of colleagues. We're currently in the final moments of getting Kotlin Actions 2nd edition ready for print, and it also contains wonderful tables like this one where you can kind of go over the topics that I'll be brushing through here or rushing through here at a more leisurely pace. All right, enough of that. We're going straight back into the IDE, and we're going to have a look at our individual different kinds of functions, starting with let. So I always like having some kind of semi-realistic scenario, so I've brought us a little bit of code here. Concept is pretty easy. We have a function that can give us an address, and we also have another function that allows us to send a notification to that address. Well, we run into a bit of a problem here because getNextAddress gives us a nullable string. So this value might be null, and the compiler is going to be complaining. If you've written any Kotlin, you know, of course, that you could just use a double bang to just kind of brute force this type. You could use the Elvis operator with some kind of error message to error out, or use any of the other mechanisms that are built into the Kotlin language. What's probably a more traditional approach, though, would just be saying, well, if the address is not null, then perform this operation. And that's great. That's wonderful. This works because of Kotlin's smart casting system, so it actually knows that address cannot be null in here. But it becomes a little bit problematic when the function you're calling also returns another value, right? Because as you can see here, this actually returns some kind of confirmation. And I'd like to actually be able to assign this confirmation to a variable. Now, in Kotlin, wonderfully, this isn't actually entirely impossible because if in Kotlin is an expression and not a statement. So I can actually provide another branch here, and I can assign this value where it says, well, if it's not null, then you send the notification and you give me whatever that returns. Otherwise, you return null. But this code is kind of ugly, right? Like, again, you would look at this and you would be thinking, what's really going on here? What you really want to express is I'd like to have some kind of code block where my address that I'm getting from getNextAddress is available as a non-nullable string. And then I would like to be able to use that and actually manage to get the value out of this as the operation is run. And that's essentially, these two code snippets are exactly the same, but this one uses let, which is the exact kind of scope function that we were thinking about. So let you use if you have a code block or some kind of computation that you only want to run when the object in question, in our case address, is non-null. You will see that this is actually quite hard to mistake for our next scenario, which is apply. So we're completely switching context here, and we're saying, okay, we have some kind of like network client that we're working with. And of course, to use that client, we first of all have to construct it somewhere. This could be in a class body or somewhere else. And then before we make our first request, we actually need to do a bit of setup. We set some kind of token. We make sure that our stateful connection is actually established. We make sure that we authenticate. And then finally, we can actually make our get data request. In this example, that's all fine. The problem is that the moment you write real code and you have a whole bunch of other functions, methods, and whatnot, it's probably looking a lot more like this, where you are initializing the object in some place, and then way later, you're actually doing the real setup of the object. So really what you would want is a way to do all this kind of setup as you create the object in kind of like a builder style API. And that's exactly what you can do with apply. So apply, I open a block here, and then I'll just grab these operations that are all part of the setup, and I'll move them right in here. And now you can see that what's happening here is as I initialize my client object, I also apply all these changes. So I set the token, I make sure it's connected and authenticated. So I have now co-located all the behavior that's responsible for object initialization with the place where I'm actually initializing the object, rather than where I'm using it for the first time, which I think is a whole lot more convenient. Now, somewhat related to apply is run. If we're switching the scenario around a little and we're saying, well, so the token should always be set, but connection and authentication is something that has to happen on each individual request. Then we can use run to group the connect, authenticate, and get data functions. So we could just say, all right, for my client, run the following operation: connect, authenticate, and get data. As you can see here by my type hint, the return type of run is actually the computation that happens here in this lambda. So in this case, it will be get data. So I can still get my data, but I can also do a couple of configurations the same way without having to repeat the client term. So run is used to configure an object in an ad hoc manner, and then immediately compute a result, rather than going through and just setting up the value. So here you can tell the difference between apply and run. In the return type, client gives you, apply gives you back the original object, the client, whereas run gives you back the computation that you've done here, the string. So if you're actually running an operation rather than just applying a couple of changes to an object, pick run. Also, which is our second to last operation, is again used for an entirely different scenario. It's only used pretty much when you have some kind of side effects that you want to inject in a longer call chain. So in this scenario, I have a list of a couple of metals, and then I map them, I filter them, and I reverse them. What I can do with also is I can go in here, and I can add some side effect functions, but also takes care of actually still passing the value that it received originally into the downstream, right? So just adding a couple of empty ones here will not actually change our behavior, but we can use it for things like, I don't know, analytics or doing a little bit of logging. So in our case here, I could just log and we could see the intermediate states where first we just get the uppercase version, and then we only get the ones that are longer than 4. So also is only used if you are also doing operations as kind of a side effect on a longer call chain. Finally, again, depending on how you count it, we look at the with function. I really like spending a little bit of time in my free time doing some graphics programming. So oftentimes you have some kind of canvas with a canvas object. And then you have these operations, right? You could write some text at a certain location, or you could draw like a circle at a given coordinate with hopefully some kind of radius. The problem is that typically it doesn't look like this. In reality, you often have just a lot of these operations, and if you're working in a larger code base, then this might be the main monitor primary buffer backed canvas. And all of a sudden, you can kind of see how that I hope you can see that there's a small issue that arises here, and that is that you're doing a lot of operations that you'd kind of like to group, but you currently have to repeat yourself. So using with, you can essentially open up a new block of code where you can call all the functions as if you were right in a member or an extension. So I can just take all of these calls, I can move them in here. They are visually separated because they're actually now part of this block. And also, I don't have to repeat the receiver every single time. Rather than that, I can access all of them directly, which is a little bit nicer, I hope. Woof. So, what first of all was described as just a bunch of functions that open a scope and have different ways of accessing things, now hopefully becomes a little bit clearer. Because you have now seen that let is only used to actually execute a block on non-null objects. You've seen that apply you use to configure objects in this builder style API where you can do it like right after you're constructing them, for example, or you're just applying some changes to an object. You use run if you're making an ad hoc configuration and then immediately computing a result. You use also for longer call chains where you're just kind of inserting some operations that are doing some kind of side effects. And you saw that with is pretty much only used to group method calls without actually having to repeat the name over and over again. Just quite nice. Of course, these were only individual examples, and I hope that just the next time you're faced with one of the problems in these categories, you might remember one of them. But of course, you'll have to practice with these things, and it'll probably take you a couple of times to get really comfortable with it. But as you go along, it'll go smoother and smoother. Now that we've introduced all of this, I want to talk about builder functions, which hopefully make at least a part of that knowledge slightly more obsolete again. Because you might, of course, in your exercises, start writing some code like, well, okay, so I have a string builder, right? So what kind of scope function would I use with this? Well, maybe I'll do run because I can append some element and then I'm immediately computing a value. But also, really, maybe I'm just grouping a bunch of append operations, all of these kind of things. Well, the beautiful thing is that in Kotlin, you don't actually have to do all this manual string builder wrangling at all. Instead, what we just have is a build string function. And again, the type signature that already is added here by the IntelliJ inlay hints gives you a bit of an idea what's going on. The build string function gives you a block in which you have a string builder, right? So I can append an element, or I can append a new line, all these kind of things. And at the end, I just get the ready baked string without having to manage the string builder by myself, which I think is quite nifty. We also have this not just for strings. We also have this for example, lists, right? So in this scenario, I'm building a list by adding a couple of elements to a mutable version, and then I get back a read-only copy. This is, I think, the most important or the most interesting part about these builders is that they limit the scope in which a mutable version of this list actually exists, right? So once you're actually done constructing the entire list using build list, it's only read-only, so you can be sure that other people aren't going to mess with that list. A nice example for this could be Here in my build map function, I'm building a prize list of gold, silver, and participant. And now if someone malicious wanted to set the price for the gold medalist to 0, they couldn't, because after the map has been constructed, it's a read-only version, so there's no set method available. We also have the same thing for sets. I don't think that's particularly interesting, so I'll skip over that and we'll go right to our last section, and that is delegated properties. Time for another sip of decaf. So, in Kotlin, we have a bunch of so-called delegates that allow you to outsource a little bit of behavior to other classes. Specifically, we are going to look at 3 different types of delegate properties, lazy, observable, and vetoable, and we're not going to do it in that order just to keep everybody on their toes. If you're not familiar with how delegates work in Kotlin, the main part that you just need to know is that whenever you have a property that's associated with a class or whatever, you can override the behavior of accessing that property. So you have custom accesses, right? You can both determine what happens when you read a variable using get or when you write to a variable using set. And that can also even have things like side effects, so you can do things like printing. There is also a mechanism using the by keyword in Kotlin that allows you to delegate this behavior of setting and getting values from a property to a different class. The exact mechanics here aren't so important. It's just important to keep in mind that this behavior can be outsourced. So, now that we are, of course, already so deep in our Kotlin knowledge, let's assume we have been promoted in our Fortune 500 company. Congratulations, everybody. And we are now in charge of monitoring the stock price for our CEO. So what we probably want to do is whenever our stock price rises, we want to tell our CEO, hey, look at the good job that we've done. Prices are up. Everything's great. And when the prices are, well, not rising, we'll see about that. So using the delegates.observable, we can actually create a variable that has an initial value of 0, and then we can provide a lambda, once again, the pattern that we've already seen a couple of times, and we can specify a lambda with essentially 3 parts. The k property, that doesn't really matter. What's important is we get the old value and the new value. So we can say if the new value is greater than the old value, what we'll do is we'll tell the CEO, and otherwise, I guess we'll just stay quiet. So now if we actually use the stock price and we increase it, for example, a couple of times, and then we have a crisis and the stock price goes down, goes up again, or it gets reduced again, then running this code, you'll see that just by accessing the variable, just by the change, because we observe all these changes, you'll see that we'll tell the CEO whenever the price increases, and when it drops, we better stay quiet. So that's kind of the power of the observable delegate. Now, because, of course, we've played the game of office politics so well, we've been promoted to, I don't know, working at the actual stock exchange, and now we can actually manipulate the actual values instead of just observing them. And we can do that using vetoable, because with vetoable, we now have the power of saying whether a change should be applied at all. So now we could actually go in and we could say, well, only if the new value is greater than the old value do we allow the stock price variable to be changed. So running this again, at this point, I'll have to add a couple of print statements because we're obviously no longer doing this manually. You'll actually see that even though the stock price at some point plummeted to 0, it just keeps on increasing. Only changes allowed are increasing. Okay. Maybe don't do this if you work in finance. But if you're implementing, for example, like a view counter or something like this, that should always only be ever increasing. That should be like monotonically increasing. Then this might be the kind of approach that you might want to take. Now, lastly, we can also still just talk about lazy. Let's assume that we have some kind of computation, and that computation takes a while. So it'll do some heavy work and then return some kind of value. If we use lazy, we can actually make sure that rather than always computing the value of our variable, so for example, of our price eagerly, that's how we would do it eagerly, we can actually say, well, only compute it when someone is actually interested in getting this variable, right? Running this code, as we would expect, no output, because the variable is never accessed, so there's no reason in computing it. However, then if I go in and I actually print the price, then you'll see that, well, the variable is computed. It still behaves like a read-only variable in the way that if I access this multiple times, it will still only be computed once, and it'll even do this in a thread-safe manner, which is wonderful. Of course, this is a slightly contrived example just to make sure we can fit all of it on the slide. In a more realistic scenario, you could think of code that has a lot of different branches, but you have a bunch of computations that are actually only needed in specific parts of these branches. If that branch doesn't get hit, then you can just kind of move on. You can still have all your computations defined as lazy, but they will not be evaluated, so you're not actually incurring any kind of performance penalty. Wow. And with that, we have concluded what has truly been a whirlwind tour of some of the things that I thought were kind of interesting to look in the standard library that go a little bit beyond the basics. We talked about collections, we talked about scope functions, we talked about builders, and we talked about delegated properties. And I think we saw a couple of very interesting things here, right? We saw how Kotlin makes it easier to work with collections and transform them. Scope functions might not actually be as scary as when you first encounter them just because their signatures look similar. Builders might even make some of that knowledge more obsolete again. And with delegated properties, we get stock market success. Because this is only a fraction of the standard library, there's so many things that are baked into Kotlin. I, of course, encourage you to go and explore for yourself, because this is the main thing I want you to take away. If your initial thought is, okay, let me just quickly build this utility, or let me just quickly write out this loop that concatenates a bunch of text together, or that constructs something else, then maybe take a look and see, because it may have actually already been built in the standard library. With that, I'm wrapping up. If you're more interested in different kinds of Kotlin and Kotlin standard library adjacent topics, we of course invite you to also join our sibling channel, Kotlin by JetBrains, where you can see me do all kinds of funny thumbnails and cover a bunch of Kotlin topics together with my colleagues, and we also talk a little bit slower than I did during this session. So maybe check that out. Wonderful. Yeah, then thank you so much, and have a nice future with Kotlin. Take care.
Hi, Seb.
Hello.
That was amazing. So I've used Kotlin in my previous job, so I knew it a little bit, but I definitely learned a lot of new stuff. So thanks for that. And we saw some comments as well. Some people said, I just love Kotlin, I'm using it. And someone said, I need to learn Kotlin, this looks awesome. So great job. And we have a very, very important question from the chat. Do you remember the word game you were playing at the beginning?
Yes, Wordle, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so people were trying to guess what the word was that you were going for. So can you please tell us what the word was that you were going for there?
Yes, the word is crane. And the reason why I chose the word crane is there's a 3 blue 1 brown video where he does a statistical analysis, and I believe it's one of the best starting words. So if you actually play, if you look at the statistics, it's also I think 8% of Wordle players actually play crane as their opening words. It has since been surpassed by the words audio and adieu, or like adieu, like the French word, because
French.
those just cover more vowels.
Right. So those are good words to start with because they use the most vowels or the most used consonants.
Yep.
Awesome. Now I'm curious whether someone got that because we have guesses of crazy, crash, class. But I don't think anybody guessed crane. So awesome. We learned something about Kotlin and something about word games today.
Nice.
So let me see if there were any other questions to ask. Mostly just people very happy, wanting to try out Kotlin, telling us how much they loved it. So yeah, thanks for your amazing presentation.
No, wonderful. I mean, that's great. That's the entire intention is getting some eyeballs on the things that people might have not also seen, but that are all the things that made me fall in love with Kotlin in the first place. Like this
Yep.
infinite depth of just like cool things that are built in.
Yeah. Well, we had Billy Korando talk about the latest Java stuff in the talk just before yours, and people were saying, "Oh, Java should really steal extension functions." So, it's good to see Java gets their inspiration from Kotlin as well. Like Billy said, they get inspiration from different languages. So, amazing. Thanks so much.
It's always great, when the industry like learns from each other and things grow and hopefully things get better for everyone, like in the process.
Yes. Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining us today.
Absolutely.
And well, see you soon, I hope.
I hope so too. All right.
All right. And since we have a little bit of time before the start of our next talk, let me invite Mala onto the stream. Hi, Mala. You're muted again, Mala.
Not again. Not again. This has happened for the third time.
Oh my God. Well, it's been a long two days.
Yes.
So I guess maybe we can.
Let's invite
ahead.
Marco as well. Yes.
Yes.
Hello there.
There you are.
Yes.
And everyone watching, we are trying to fill in 7 minutes until the next talk. And we invite you all to join us for a fun quiz. Scan the QR code or go to menti.com and enter the code. And in another 30 seconds, we'll start with our fun set of questions. You will love it. We had this yesterday and people loved it.
Exactly. Let's see what you have all of you have in your backpack today.
Yes.
Oh,
Or what you're drinking.
I don't have that question today. I'm so sorry.
Oh no. What
Okay,
will the
then.
questions be?
Mhm.
Oh, yes.
Let's see.
That could be another Mentimeter question. What are the questions today?
What are the questions today? Recursive
Okay.
questions. Right.
Okay,
Oh,
so
I'm
let
curious
me...
whether anybody wrote a program to actually get all of the options for Seb's word game.
Oh,
Right, so the first...
actually, I would love for that question. I would love to give an answer which isn't there yet, but
So your answer would be rather not say, right?
yeah, maybe rather not say.
No, I think he wants to say it's
right.
just not there.
Okay, so Marco, we didn't get you. So what were you thinking? What were your answer?
I can't tell you.
Okay.
It's a secret. It's a secret. I cannot spoil it here now, so everyone will know.
Right. So I was thinking about writing code would be the first answer, but I think it's still on second position. Let's see if it can catch up and be on the first position.
Look,
Really?
I'm team delete code. I love deleting code.
I do want to spoil my answer. Actually, my answer would have been
I knew
talking about writing code, talking or debating, especially about
Yes.
writing code,
Right,
different
right.
frameworks, different styles, different topics. That for me would be number one.
Great. So now let's move to the next slide, which is yes. So, Marit and Marco, which is your favorite IDEA feature?
I mean, I hate to say, but yesterday I was blown away by Max showing that in the database plugin they now are re-implementing Excel with essentially with all the graphs and diagrams and whatever. That was kind of unexpected. Other than that, Marit, what is your favorite feature?
Well, one of my favorite features I've been talking about in the chat today, which is the package checker that will tell you if one of your dependencies has known vulnerabilities, and you can get the information about those vulnerabilities right inside your IDE. And that's in a partnership with Checkmarx. And we had Jossef earlier today from Checkmarx speak at the conference. So that's one of my favorites.
And I think the audience loves the auto-completion feature. And seems like the clear winner, but we also have other options: auto suggestions, auto completion in multiple ways, live templates. So DB integration, Marco, we have your option there.
Yes, there we go.
And I was happy to see AI assistant in there as well. So I hope that and Andre's talk will get people to try that out if they haven't already.
But there's also other stuff like, for example, I personally like the new UI. I know some people don't maybe or don't prefer the old UI, but I mean, I personally love it. And there's so many tiny things that, I don't know, it just keep getting better. So, and by the way, favorite IntelliJ feature, going back to Yuriy's talk from this morning, I really do think all the work, the performance work, which is not, like a very super visible feature that you click as a user, but the performance work has been outstanding lately, and it's getting better. And I don't know, yeah. So there's all of that stuff.
I saw one of my other favorites, which is Git support. I mean, I'm fine using Git on the command line, but for some things like resolving merge conflicts, having a UI is just so much easier.
Great. So now let's move on to the next question, which is.
There we go.
So this,
talking
yes.
and debating programming styles. Okay.
Absolutely. So this one's okay. So which is your style, Marit? Tabs, spaces?
So I've heard actually that tabs are easier for screen readers. So if that is actually the case, and I'm not sure, then I would strongly suggest tabs.
Michael?
I'm totally I see myself in that yellow bar down there where it says really folks are still talking about this. So that's essentially my answer, yeah. So
Anton is mentioning that tabs, but each tab is 4 spaces. So he's kind of both ways.
Yeah.
And do we have time to take one last question?
Yes, one more.
Yes.
And Marco, people are agreeing with you. The winner now is really, folks are talking about this. So yes.
Yes.
So one last question before.
Oh no, yeah. Well, yeah.
Oops,
the winner changed in the last.
Okay, so this is the last question. Okay, cats or dogs? Oh my God. Dinosaur, really? Oh my God, are you living in a mansion? No, you have the full city to yourself? Oh my God. Is the city still there?
A dwarf. Alligator. Okay.
Oh
I like
God.
pet project. I think we all have pet projects.
We have pet projects, that's true.
And ducks. We hopefully all have rubber ducks to
a rock.
To.
Which pet do you have a rock? So do you just have like 5 pet rocks? How does that work? Does the rock look like a cat or? Well, I don't know.
And can you use a pet rock the way you would use a rubber duck?
That's a good question, right?
And how do you name them? Rock 1, Rock 2, Rock 3? Sorry.
3, yeah. That's a question. Okay. Right.
Okay, spiders, elephant. Child as a pet? No, that's not good. That's not good. Okay, so that was fun, and I think let's move on to the next session. Thank you so much.
Unfortunately, I have to leave now.
Yes.
See you later, Mala.
Get out.
Okay.
So yes, so let's talk about the next session. But before that, let me ask you a question. Testing, is that important? Of course. What a silly question. Yes, it is. And that's what our next session talks about. Not one, not two, but three frameworks. JUnit, Mockito, and AssertJ. And to do that, let me invite our next speaker to the stream.
Hi, Mala. How are you? Good to see you.
Oh, good to see you too. Thank you so much. Pleasure to have you present with us today.
And I imagine everybody else is happy that this is the last talk of the conference. So be all done after this.
Yes, it's been kind of a long day, but yes, we were really looking forward to your session. And okay, so we missed that part. Your full name is Kousen, and
Yes.
that has to be right. Yeah, perfect.
It's close
Sorry.
enough. Don't worry about it. I'm fine with it.
Okay. And let me quickly introduce Ken, though he doesn't need an introduction, a fellow Java champion, author of multiple books. I was trying to go through the list of the books that you've written, including the topics that you've written, Java, Kotlin, Mockito, talking about your boss, managing your boss. So there were so many of them, Java Rockstar, Gradle Rockstar. Ken, what's next?
It mostly means I'm old. I've just done a lot of stuff. So, well, next, I think I have to do this talk about testing in JUnit, Mockito, and AssertJ. So that's the immediate thing. Just keeping my eye on what's right in front of me.
Perfect. And everyone's watching. If you have any plans of doing some other things and you plan to watch a bit of the talk, that will not happen. Take it from me. I was attending Ken's talk at one of the events. I just forgot to leave the room because it was so amazing and engaging, and the examples were amazing. Ken, I almost missed my flight on that day, but that was an amazing session.
Well, but no pressure, right? Yeah. I noticed, by the way, that you started with Venkat and I'm finishing, so I assume you're trying to separate us by as much as possible. Keep us apart. We're trouble, No,
it's like a square. We're meeting at the other end. So
sure. Okay.
I'll be backstage if you want me to hop on and answer any ask you questions. I'll do that. Otherwise, if you are good to answer the questions yourself, I will just flash them on the screen.
Well, it's always nice to know you're there. Thank you. Okay, welcome everybody. I'm going to be talking about testing with Java, and I'm going to try to hit all three libraries. Now, the AssertJ one is just a syntactic sugar library that I'm going to add as we go along. But JUnit, I assume most people have used JUnit, so what I'm going to focus on there are some of the neat features that are in JUnit 5, some of the things that you may not have run into that often, but I do want to talk about that. And then the Mockito stuff, again, I'm going to focus on things that people don't tend to run into. There's a lot of misunderstanding about what a library like Mockito is for, and things like that can make it controversial. So I'm going to jump right in, and I've got some slides, but I have more code there. And as Mala was mentioning, there's my list of books and everything. So the only thing she didn't mention was Groovy. So I started off in a lot in the Groovy ecosystem, and I really like that. At any rate, there's all my contact information if you need it. There's my email address, homepage, blog. I still am occasionally on Twitter, although not much. I'm more on Mastodon these days. I have a free weekly newsletter called Tales from the Jar Side that comes out on Sundays. And then on Monday, I put a video version of it on my YouTube channel. And then I also have some technical talks as well, including playlists on Java testing topics. That QR code, by the way, goes directly to the YouTube channel, just letting you know. Okay, so let's just jump right in. JUnit, of course, is at JUnit.org, and that redirects to the latest version, JUnit 5. And they have a reference manual and the API Java docs directly linked from the homepage. If we need to go look at it, we will, but I'll stick with it. I should mention that if you go to the GitHub project, then the overall organization is called JUnit-team, and inside there is a starter project. And they have a starter project in whatever build tool you prefer, Gradle, Maven, Gradle with the Kotlin DSL versus the Groovy DSL. I think they've got a Basel one. They may even have an Ant one. So if you're trying to get started with it, that's always available. So this is kind of a list of all the major links, but most of those are just right off the homepage. The only thing I really wanted to call your attention to, first of all, they have a Gitter group. this one listed down at the bottom. And Gitter, if you've never been there, is kind of like a Slack channel embedded in a browser. And that's where a lot of the JUnit team members hang out and answer questions. The other thing I want to point out is the first of the GitHub repositories I'm going to share with you is this one in my own GitHub account under my last name. It's called JUnit5_workshop. So first thing, though, I have to point out one of the interesting tidbits. They call this one JUnit Jupyter. And people wonder, wait, where did that come from? So there's JUnit Platform and Jupyter and Vintage. And they say that there's a separation between the platform and Jupyter, where Platform is the underlying implementation model and Jupyter is more the programming extension model. I have to admit, I've been using this thing for years now. I still don't really understand the distinction between those. I'm a user. I'm not actually modifying JUnit as a library. So for me, all that really means is I have two sets of documentation that I need to look at to see what when release notes come out. The Vintage one, on the other hand, is interesting. When you add the Vintage dependency to your build file, that means JUnit 5 can execute all your old JUnit 4 and even, believe it or not, JUnit 3 tests as well. That means that you don't have to switch everything over right away, although, as I'll mention, IntelliJ has a function that will try to upgrade your JUnit 4 tests to JUnit 5. But you don't have to. You can just put in the Vintage engine, run all the old ones, and just gradually move up if you like to. Of course, the word Jupyter then gives me an opportunity to show a satellite photo from the Juno probe currently in orbit around Jupiter. I think it's about to do another Para-Jove or whatever, close approach to Jupiter. Gotten some awesome pictures of Io from that. So why did they call it Jupiter? Well, two really silly reasons. One is that the word Jupiter also begins with JU, just like JUnit, and also Jupiter is the 5th planet from the sun. So there you go on that one as well. So it's JUnit 5. I don't know if they go to JUnit 6, if this will suddenly become Saturn. I have no idea. Okay, so a couple of things right off the bat. The life cycle annotations in JUnit are different now. So they used to say before and before class and after class. Now they're before each and after each, and before all and after all. And I have to say those are a bit more intuitive, at least to my ear. That sounds pretty good. And the other thing to mention here is that with the before all and the after all, you now have to make those methods static in your class. If you annotate a test method with, what's not a test method, it's a method in a test class. If you annotate it with before all or after all, those have to be static. Now, the before all makes a lot of sense because before all is executed before the test class is even instantiated. So there's not even an object available. After all, I suspect they made static also just to be consistent with that. Another neat thing is test names, and this is a nice thing because we get tired of looking at the long camel case stuff, and they have a display name annotation, and what's nice about it is that it supports all sorts of Unicode. So I took these right out of the manual, from the user manual for JUnit. You can use the guy flipping the table, you can use a munch screen emoji, just to show you what this looks like. This is an example from that from my GitHub repository, but you can see I borrowed this example from the reference manual. And normally what I use it for is to put in like a sentence, you know, a test with display name containing spaces. But there's the guy flipping the table, there's the munch scream. If I was to put my cursor in the class somewhere and execute the keyboard shortcut just to see it, you see over here in the test results that you do in fact get the emoji, you do get the extra Unicode characters and everything. Looks pretty cool. So that's nice. The next one I want to go to is, by the way, you can actually get really slick with this thing. They have a couple built-in ones, like this idea, the display name generation says, let's replace all the underscores with a class. And I happen to have one of those too. Again, I kind of borrowed it from the docs here. So this one says display name generation, replace underscores. So it's going to take these underscores and replace the underscores with spaces. Same thing here. This is even a parameterized test, which I'm going to talk more about later, which is really nice. That's probably my favorite feature in JUnit 5. This one uses another one, indicative sentences generation, where the idea here is that this will start with the class name. A year is a leap year, and then put in the arrow and say if it is divisible by 4 but not by 100, etc. So let me go up to the top again, and I will execute this one. And this also shows another interesting feature of JUnit, which is the idea of nested classes. Now, the @nested annotation goes on a class. I don't think it's pronounced Monk. It's Munch. I mean, it's German, right? So, well, at any rate, somebody who speaks Deutsch better than I do, which is most everybody, I'd be interested in hearing their opinion. I'm sorry, I was reacting to a comment in the chat. I should have said something there. Anyway, this nested annotation goes on an inner class and allows you simply to organize your tests so that related ones all show up together. So there's nothing changing the behavior. All the tests are being executed, but they are listed in this combination like this. And you can see how this one has a year is a leap year. That's this one right here. A year is a leap year, arrow. If it is one of the following years, bang, bang, bang. And that's the parameterized down here. That's the parameterized test with the value source where they have these specific values in there with the ints. And now I can say we talked a bit about that too as well. Oh, I'm wrong. Yes, Munch was Norwegian. Munch, if you want to say, is Norwegian. And I certainly don't know how to speak Norwegian. So I've been to Oslo, but that doesn't mean I know anything about speaking the language. So thank you for that correction. Okay. Anyway, so that shows both the nested mechanism and a parameterized test and the naming convention, the way you can replace the underscores with descriptive sentences. Gradle would produce a nice test output. They wouldn't do much with the nesting, but it is, Munch, is it? Oh, okay. So again, I'm getting more advice in the chat on how to pronounce Edvard. I'll just call him Edvard, I suppose, at this point. So at any rate, that's what we have right here. Now, let me move on. So that's a series of them, and I'm assuming that font size is big enough that everybody can follow that. Let me know. Okay, so let's look at something else. The assertions class, everything's been moved from the assert class in JUnit 4 to assertions in JUnit 5. And there's all the standard ones that we've been using for years. Assert true and false, all the overloads of assert equals, assert null and not null, or same and not same for reference equality. And by the way, hi, Bill. So at any rate, the new ones, though, are really interesting. And some of them I use all the time. Assert, oh, thank you. I got some verification that the font's readable. Assert all is probably the one I use the most, even though many of these others are also based on the assert all mechanism. With assert all, then it takes as an argument 0 or more executables. And executables are basically runnables that can throw an exception. Now we'll get to that, and then there's assert throws and assert throws exactly. So this replaces the way we checked for exceptions in the JUnit 4 API. That was part of the @test annotation. Now it's a separate assertion. And you could say assert throws exception, and it'll catch everything that's a child of exception anywhere in the hierarchy. Assert throws exactly has to match the exact class of the exception. Assert does not throw is always interesting because that's just kind of documentation. That's saying, oh, I mean, if we threw an exception, the test would normally fail, but assert does not throw is basically telling the user, hey, you might have expected an exception here, but you don't get one. And I often use that when I'm doing something like dividing floating point values. And because if you divide integers by 0, you get an arithmetic exception. But if you divide floating point values by 0.0, you get infinity. You don't get an exception at all. And that's according to the IEEE 754 spec. It's the right behavior, but again, it surprises people. So I like to put in an assert does not throw, for example. Assert timeout preemptively are also awesome. With assert timeout, you basically say, okay, run this to completion, but if we exceed a certain amount of time, let me know how much we missed by. Whereas assert timeout preemptively runs the test in a separate thread, and if we exceed the amount of time we specify, it kills that thread. So if we say, oh yeah, assert timeout within 100 milliseconds, then we're going to run however long we run it. It'll say you missed by this much. Whereas assert timeout preemptively, it'll say after 100 milliseconds, it'll just kill it and say you failed. Very nice. But all of these take an expected and an actual. And this is the first thing I want to show you that's really kind of interesting here, kind of different. One of the things JUnit does is it allows you to put an error message of your own as the last argument in each assertion, unlike JUnit 4, where it was the first argument. Now it's the last one. But it's overloaded not just to take a string, but also a string supplier. And what that leads to is the following. Here, my lazy error messages test. So say I have a method called create error message. I'm just going to print that I'm there, and then I'm going to return a string. And I do the same thing for logging. In this particular test, when I log something like this, you're going to see that that method is going to get called even though I'm at a log level which will not show a find message. So it's a waste of time. I'm creating the message even though I'm not using it. Likewise here, this assertion is true. That's going to pass. Why bother creating an error message? See, again, that's just creating the message and just pointing out they're there. So if I run this one, you will see that, in fact, I wrote the log message here and the error message there. They both occurred because it didn't know not to. But in JUnit 5, they've overloaded all of those, all the assertion methods so that the second argument can be a string supplier instead of a string. And the cute part of that means you just take what you were going to do before, put parentheses arrow to the left of it, and now this is only evaluated if the test fails. Now, in regular Java 8 and above, frankly, they've also overloaded all those extra logging methods to take a supplier, and this says this is only constructed if the logging level is such that the message will actually be logged. So if I run this one, you'll see I don't get any output at all, because now the logging is lazy, which, okay, that's Java. But this is the same thing with the method reference, these don't get invoked because the test passed. Now, that's not happening by magic. If you dug into the assert true method, and I'm just using the keyboard shortcut for IntelliJ, that it takes a supplier, and I dig into that one, and right here is where the magic is happening. It's saying if that condition is not true, then go evaluate the get method on the supplier and go ahead and print up a failure message. But otherwise, it doesn't happen. And that's a really neat usage of this stuff. Now, in this case, there's no real gain here. I'm returning a constant. But if my error message involved reading files or going over the network or creating some complex object, this is a trivial way to avoid doing it unless it's necessary. So I like that. That's a neat little feature of JUnit 5. Now, I mentioned executable, and executable is one of the functional interfaces that JUnit created itself. They established it executable. And if you look at the docs for executable, it's the same as runnable. The only difference is that the method involved, the execute method, throws throwable. It's declared to throw an exception. This is important because, as you're no doubt aware by this point, when you use lambdas, they just don't play nicely with exception handling. It's really awkward. Nobody wants to embed a try-catch block inside a lambda. Then they become very difficult to read. You sometimes make a method reference and delegate to it. The point here, however, is if you declare that you can throw any kind of exception, who's got to catch that exception? Well, it's the framework. JUnit's catching it. It doesn't change our coding at all. And yet the framework will catch the exception and deal with it. Now, I call this sometimes a throwing runnable. That's really what it is. And the reason I did that is because there's two other classes in the JUnit API that we don't tend to run into. One's called throwing consumer, and one's called throwing supplier, and they are exactly what you expect. A consumer in Java, it takes a single argument and returns void. This is the same thing, but throws an exception. Throwing supplier takes no arguments and returns an object and potentially throws an exception. Now, I made a whole video about this on my Tales from the Jar Side YouTube channel. If you're interested, it's called Mastering JUnit 5 Functional Interfaces. But what I mostly care about is the executable one. These others don't come up as often. They can come up occasionally, but executables are everywhere, and assert alls are among my favorite conditions in all these things. So now I'm going to go to this parameterized test here, because that's where I really want to focus. And I think I have that soon. I'll come back to the slides here. The idea of the parameterized test, I'm going to do an assert all in there. I'll come back to that comment. So what's a parameterized test? Well, parameterized test allows you to run the same test over and over with different data. So with a test, you also have to specify a source of data. And there's sources like, actually, let me skip forward in the slides here. It's value source is explicitly listing a set of primitives. An enum source would be all the values in an enum, although you could filter by regex. Method source is you invoke a method that tells you what you're going to run. CVS source is if you're going to a drugstore in order to pick up your I'm sorry, that was really bad, wasn't it? I shouldn't have. Hang on, I've got something for that. Yeah, okay. I mean, that's an American thing, but what the heck? Okay, so CSV source, obviously, comma separated values. And I also, you have a CSV file source where the comma separated values are inside a, in between the individual elements, where they're in a file, rather. And then the argument source. Now, somebody, Simon, hi Simon, good to see you, mentioned AssertJ soft assertions, and we do have those too. But honestly, I think the syntax is cleaner with the assert all and JUnit, so I tend to use them there, but it is available. Any rate, let me go back to the code here now. This is a parameterized test to check that a number is prime. I just made some isPrime method, and I'm going to assert that that's prime. My value source is a collection of integers. And if you look at the different possibilities here, there's ints, bytes, shorts, longs, floats, doubles, chars. So all the primitives, I want booleans too. And then strings, which, okay, that makes sense. And then our array of classes, which, okay, I don't really have a use case for that, but it'll work. And the best part about this is that when I run it, you get an individual test for each one, which is really nice. I also put in the composite ones, and then here's a method source where you delegate to a method. Now, the method requirements are the method cannot take any arguments because there's no way to indicate that in here. It has to be a static, like we'd normally call it a factory method, and it returns something that Java knows how to iterate over. Streams, arrays, iterables, iterators, something like that. And then it'll work. So I'm saying call this method, get me back numbers up to 100, and then run them each through here, and you see that I got them all. Now that one is kind of contrived, especially because you can see I'm using the same method to find them as I am to test them, so that's not good. So let me show you a different example. Here I have an example that's a Spring Boot application and I like using Spring and Spring Boot because they have JUnit 5 and AssertJ and Mockito all built right into the platform. So I could use any of them. So what I'm doing here is I'm going to access a site called JSON Placeholder, which is a publicly available RESTful web service. And it's easy to access, and it's full of testing data, which you can modify, and it will just reset in between each call. So it's great for demonstrations. So this is what they call an HTTP exchange interface in Spring Boot, where I can do get requests and post requests and put and delete requests, all of these different features. I have to declare a bean like, let's see, this one down here. Well, that's a complicated one. I have a simpler one. But if you just use these couple of lines, you could set up a web client builder and then create a proxy around it, generate all that. That's all boilerplate, believe it or not. But here's the test. This is the part I wanted to show you. So let me use my keyboard shortcut to bring up the test here. And I can get all the posts, but here I wanted to get all the posts by ID from 0 to 100, or 1 to 100 rather, because I know there's 100 of them. It's in the documentation. So I'll call get and verify that the optional that comes back is present and it's got the right ID rather. And if I execute this, it's calling this get indices method to get my range of values from 1 to 100. Now the downside, as you can see, is I've got to wait for all of them to execute. And that brings me to another neat feature of JUnit 5, which is if you put in a file in your class path called JUnit-platform.properties, you can make the test run in parallel. So this is still considered somewhat experimental, but it is, I put the link in there to the actual part of the user manual. If I enable the parallel tests and make the default mode concurrent and run the tests again, let me make this bigger so you'll see it happen. then you see they're all coming out of order. They're all running basically more or less simultaneously. I probably should have printed out which thread I was on too. But again, I don't have that many that it takes that long, but I now ran them all in parallel. And in fact, it'll run all my tests in parallel based on that. So that's, again, a neat little feature that a lot of people are not necessarily aware of in JUnit. Now, let me talk about this. I did an assert true and an assert equals, and those really should be separate. Like if the value is not present, I don't want to call get on it. So this one, if the assert true fails, this one never gets executed, and that's normal. But if I had, actually, let me go back to this one here. Here, what I have is a test where I'm going to do let's actually go to the CSV. Actually, this is the method source. I'll go to the CSV file source. Okay, so let me explain the CSV file. Here is a CSV file. I've got a plugin in IntelliJ that's rendering this CSV file as straight text. If I hit the text part, you'll see it's just ISBN, title, author, publication date, and I just put in the books there. And by the way, notice we got a line up here, which is headers. So now if I go back to the test, you'll see that I say this is a parameterized test with a CSV file, and there I'm pointing to that file. That is in my source main resources folder or source test resources. That would work too. Skip the first line, and I didn't have to say the delimiter. The comma is a default delimiter, but you can change it if you want. So what it does is it reads all the lines in that file and does a type conversion here to convert the string to a local date as long as it's in ISO 8601 standard form, which it does. And now I want to do all of these assertions. See, this is an assert all, which takes as an argument executable ... the vararg list of executables. So what assert all does is it will guarantee that all of these will run even if one or more fail. So I can run this and they will all get checked here. Now, I don't have this one running in parallel, but they are working. So at any rate, this is a neat use for assert all. Now, I think one of the people, I think it was Marit, mentioned the AI assistant in IntelliJ. I have both the AI assistant enabled and I have GitHub Copilot. I have both of those in there. And what I often do with the AI assistant is, like you see, I've modified my commit messages. So over here, I've made some changes already. And if I select all those and hit the AI assistant, it'll generate a new commit message for me. And I love this because I'm terrible at writing commit messages. You know, I get the one-liner and then it skips the space and it says everything that it changed. And I could just commit and push that to the repository. And that works. And I always used to do Git stuff from the command line. I never used to use the IDE. And now I've changed all that because this is so convenient. The other thing I was going to mention, though, is I have GitHub Copilot. So if I had written like 4 or 5 separate asserts, or say I had just written these things separately, if I'd gone assert equals for, or assert, I'll just do assert not nulls, right? Assert not null for the ISBN and the title and the, see how it's suggesting it? And then I go, you know what? Why am I doing those? Like here, if the ISBN turns out to be null, these fail, these don't even run. Well, I'll just go assert all, open paren, and then Copilot will go, oh, I guess you mean that, don't you? And oftentimes that is in fact exactly what I'd written below it. Now this one, it just reproduced more or less what I had here. And that's exactly what I use all the time. So the assert all becomes much more convenient now than it used to be because I don't have to write all these executables. It will be generated from my code. So that's really, really nice. Anyway, that's parameterized tests, and that's the file sources and all kinds of stuff like that. Okay. Oh, and here I mentioned the business about running those tests in parallel. This is the GitHub repository I was using to show that example. So that'll all be in the slides, which I'll make available somehow. I'll talk to the people at JetBrains how they want to collect it and maybe share out a link or something, put it in the description. One other thing I want to mention that is something a lot of people are also not aware of in JUnit, and it's the test instance lifecycle. the neat thing about the test instance lifecycle is in JUnit 5, you have the same default that you had in JUnit 4, which means every test instantiates the test class before it runs. So the actual test class gets reinstantiated in between the tests, and that reinitializes all the attributes and everything. Sometimes you don't want that behavior or you don't need that behavior. If you set the test instance lifecycle to per class instead of per method, then they only instantiate the test class once. And by the way, then before all and after all can be in methods that are no longer static. They can actually be in actual instance methods if you want it. And it's just easy enough to switch. And I often do this in Spring because in Spring, those test classes are singletons anyway. They're managed beans. So by default, they're singletons. And it's just a neat little feature to see there. Okay, I've got extra slides in here, but I'm going to skip on to Mockito now. Now, one last thing here is that JUnit 5 has its extensions capability, and people can make their own extensions. And the extension that's used inside Spring applications is the Spring extension, although I don't know if it's called Spring extension anymore. I think it may have some extra terms in it. But that's already built into Spring's test context. When we talk about Mockito, there's a Mockito extension as well. So let me talk about Mockito. Did I miss another rim shot? I don't know. I did one anyway, so I got that ready if we need it. All right, now here's the issue with Mockito. A lot of people just react negatively to the idea of mocks and stubs and maybe even spies, although there's not much to dislike about spies. And a lot of that negative reaction comes from a misuse or a misunderstanding of what they're for. So what I want to talk to you about is what they're really for, because the documentation for Mockito does not do a good job of explaining why to use it. It does a very good job of explaining how to use it, showing you what the methods do and what the arguments are and where they come up. But it doesn't really motivate why you would want a tool like Mockito in the first place. And people will say things like, no, don't use mocks, do an integration test, do a full functional test, because, we get all these cliches of people doing unit tests and the unit tests all pass, but the integration test fails. Well, here's my first point. Nobody in Mockito ever said, don't do an integration test. Of course, you're going to do an integration test and a functional test. Here's the issue. I think of it this way. Say I drive my car to the store or something like that. That is an integration test. Actually, that's a full functional test of my car in production, no less. And if I got there, it passed. And we're happy. I don't need unit tests for that. But if the car breaks down, I wind up on the side of the road, I have to get towed to a mechanic somewhere, then the mechanic has to figure out where the problem is. And the way they're going to do that is they're going to isolate each individual system. Is it the electrical system? Is it the transmission? Is it the engine? Is it you're just out of gas? I mean, it could be anything. And they need to test each individual system in isolation to narrow down where the problem is. That's what mocks are for. Mocks allow you to narrow down where problems are in your system. We just always think in terms of coming up with unit tests first and then building up to integration tests, but there's no reason you couldn't think of them in execution form in the other way. Yeah, okay, if it all works, then I don't need all those unit tests, right? Well, as soon as things start breaking, then they help me narrow down the problem. Okay, so there's Mockito. And, oh yeah, I had to do this. I'm sorry. I apologize. But that's whenever I think of mocking classes, I can't help think about that. Incidentally, if you want it, I found on YouTube, there's a 10-hour version of that going on and on for 10 solid hours. Can you imagine? Yeah, let's move on. Oops, I tried to move on. There we go. Okay, this was the book, and the only reason I'm putting this slide in here is this is the GitHub repository I'm going to show you now. So this one's called Mockito book because it made the repository before I knew the name of the book at any rate. Let's move on. Now, there's a lot of documentation and Java docs and all that other stuff. And there's supposedly a mailing list, but it's got to be the lowest volume mailing list I've ever seen. I mean, there's hardly any activity at all for months on that thing. So I don't know where the actual core team members are hanging out, but it's probably not there. Okay, now let me explain a usage of Mockito. And for Mockito, I need a class to test, and that class needs a dependency. So there's a website out there called People in Space, that is at opennotify.org, and it's a RESTful web service that gives you a JSON JavaScript object notation listing of the astronauts currently in orbit. It's updated pretty much daily. It's a labor of love by the developer. It's free. It doesn't require a key, doesn't require you to register, anything like that. Of course, it only supports GET requests. Here's a sample from a while ago, back when there were still astronauts on the Chinese space station as well. This is what the JSON data looks like that's coming back. Okay, so there's a people collection, which has name and craft combinations. And then we have a message of success. Is it real data? Yes, it is, in fact, real data. I think it's updated daily. I don't know how often he updates it, but it's roughly daily. And then there's a number here to say how many. Okay. What I want is not just that list. I want to know how many astronauts are aboard each craft. That's what I want to know. So this means I'm going to have two stages to this. One is I'm going to actually call the RESTful web service, which will return that JSON data, and then I could map it to Java records. That's what I normally do now. And records are perfect for that sort of thing. And then to get the answer I want, I can group those records. I can group the instances together by spacecraft. So I can find out there are X number of astronauts aboard the ISS. There are so many aboard whatever ship is up there. And the ultimate return type will be a map of string. That'll be the craft name. And then this will be the number. So here is what the output would look like, something like this. And was that? Oh, something different. Okay. I was just glancing at the comments. All right. So let me start with a simple interface, which I'll call a gateway. A gateway is a design pattern that generally wraps network access. And I'm going to have a get response method that's going to return an item of type T, whatever it happens to be. And here is my Astro gateway, and the Astro response will be a record that maps to that big structure. And inside an Astro response is going to be an assignment. That's what I'm going to call my combination of name and craft. So there's the URL, and there are many ways to implement this. Now, the one I'm not showing here was using retrofit. I have an implementation that uses the Java HTTP client that was added in Java 11. For example, some people prefer, if you're a Kotlin person, you probably like to use KTOR. KTOR is an excellent client as well. Or there's also the Apache HTTP client. There are tons of open source, freely available networking clients you could use to access RESTful web services. So this is going to get that response and return it. Give me back the overall big object that has the little objects in it, unless there's something that goes wrong, at which point I'm going to wrap whatever the exception was in a runtime exception and rethrow it. Okay. Now, that was the Astro gateway. Now I want to talk about the Astro service, which is going to take that response and then convert it to what we want. So the Astro service will have a gateway in it. I mean, if this is Spring, it's an auto wire. Otherwise, we plug it in. And this is going to say, okay, let's get the response out of there and do your group by operation, which is in some private method inside there. This is where you start to need Mockito, because the success of this service, and in fact, this group by method, depends on the behavior of the gateway. And I don't want a failure in the gateway to make this fail as well. I want to test this group by operation and all the rest of it in isolation, if necessary. So I want to check some properties, like the number of astronauts is greater than or equal to 0. The spacecraft names are not blank. Now, that's actually testing also on the gateway. Now, this is testing the gateway, and this is an integration test, okay? Actually, this is testing the service with the real gateway. See, I instantiate the gateway and plug it right in, call it, get back the result, and check that there's an assert. Oh, I see, this is what I was saying before. I like to use AssertJ with the JUnit assert all. Even though they have soft assertions, this looks really intuitive to me. I don't have any problem with this. And you can mix and match without any problem at all. So assert that, and that's how AssertJ works. Everything's an assert that, and you put in the object you want to make assertions about, and then they have, oh, I don't know, 10 to 20 billion different assertions you could use. I mean, AssertJ is probably the most extreme example of syntactic sugar I've ever seen. I mean, it doesn't change any of the underlying behavior, but they've got methods for everything, and they're really great. So I say assert that the number now is greater than 0. I change that now. I make it is positive or 0. There's a question. Am I going to save this? Oh, the stream is, if you're talking about the conference, they are in fact recording all of these things, and they will be available. In fact, the YouTube channel for yesterday's already has the recording for. I mean, the YouTube channel already has yesterday's recording on it. So I think they're also going to break them up individually as well. At any rate, so I'm asserting that the number of astronauts is positive or 0, and that the craft name is not blank. I mean, that's another nice one too. Now, here's where you're going to start to need mocks. What if something goes wrong? What if the network's not available, or I coded the networking library incorrectly, because I don't necessarily know all the details of all the different libraries, or the parsing of JSON into objects fails, or the thing I actually was trying to check for, the grouping by operation, maybe I did that wrong. How do we isolate the problem? Well, this is where we need mocks and stubs. The service, we want to test that and the gateway in isolation. We have to test the gateway too, but I want to test that the service is, its functionality works independent of the gateway. So with the gateway, I've got a networking library inside of Java or a third party and a standard parser. This one I would do an integration test. So in case we don't quite get to the end slide here, the Mockito team emphasizes you do not mock what you do not own. Okay? If you have something that's using a library from a third party, then use the library. Don't try to mock a third party library, because if you do it successfully, then a couple things can go wrong. Like, first of all, the library may change and you won't even know. And secondly, it may be that if you have to mock one class in the library, that'll mean, oh, you also have to mock this, this, and this, and then that, and that. It winds up being a huge operation to mock the interface to a library. No, just do an integration test with the library. They mock the classes that you own, because those are going to be tested separately anyway. So here is my gateway test. This is a full-scale integration test. I just say get the response and check that the number is greater than or equal to 0 and the people.size matches the number. This is just straight JUnit. I'm not even using AssertJ for those. Nice and simple, but do it in an assert all. I'm only making this call once. Might as well check both features. Now, let me move on. Here's the service one. Now, what some people say is don't use a tool like Mockito, write the mock yourself, which you can do, but there's issues. So first of all, we could either write the gateway ourselves, or we could let Mockito generate it. Here's a mock I wrote myself. This is an Astro response with 7 astronauts. It's got assignments with an astronaut and a craft. And by the way, there's an Easter egg in here. The Easter egg is that the actor who played Will Robinson on Lost in Space back in the 60s is the same actor, Billy Mooney, who played Lanier on Babylon 5 in the 90s. See, that's why you come to these things. How else would you know that, right? And by the way, Ellen Ripley really shouldn't land on the Nostromo on LV-426. That's just nothing good's going to come of that. Just thought I'd mention it. But you see, I made my own object here. So now I can go, okay, I'll instantiate my own mock gateway, and I do my assertions and check that everything's fine. But first of all, if the interface had more than one method, I'd have to implement them all, even if I'm not calling them. That's just a Java thing. If all the methods are there, you got to implement them. Also, how am I going to test the failure modes? I'm going to have to either put in giant if statements to say, oh, if I want this failure, do return this mock. If I want that failure, return that mock. Or I'm going to have to build like several mocks and somehow figure out which one to use. And any code I write, I have to maintain. Okay, I've got to update if the API changes. And the other thing, which is a bit more subtle, is there's no way to check the interaction between the class I'm testing and the mocks, the ones that are under the hood. In Mockito, I can say, did the methods in the mocks get called the right number of times in the right order with the right arguments? That happens automatically. Otherwise, I'd have to write it myself, and that's not so easy. Java doesn't record that automatically. You'd have to put in counters and things. So with the mock gateway, whether we do it ourselves or not, we have to create the mock. We set the expectations on it. When I call this with these arguments, here's what I want back. inject it into the class we're testing, check the results. Remember, we're not testing the mock, we're testing our class. And then the last part is verifying the interactions, and that's the difference between a mock and a stub. You see, a stub, according to Martin Fowler, the old blog post he put up, mocks aren't stubs, it's classic, just Google it. Stubs, I think I have it right here. Yeah, let me show you the test first, and then I'll get to the documentation. So here, step by step, I'll create a mock. Now, this is the old style way with the method. I'll get to the annotations in a minute. This is setting the expectations. When I call get response on the mock, return that rigged object I made. And then plug it into the object I'm actually testing, do my test, and then the verify part is I verify that the get response method was called on the mock gateway exactly once. That's what I want. And that takes care of it all. Now, there's some questions about how is Mockito different from other mocking libraries like PowerMock or JMock, or there's a whole series of them. I'm going to say there are differences. I don't want to get into that now. I'll simply say that Mockito's built into Spring, and it's by far the dominant one used in the industry. The others are fine, nothing against them, but I figured I'd learn the one that was the one that's most common, and the concepts I'm describing work on all of them. It's just the details that change and a couple of the edge conditions. Mockito a few years ago didn't have a lot of the capabilities that PowerMock had. But now with Mockito, you can mock final methods, you can mock static methods, you can mock constructors, all these things that you didn't used to be able to do, you can do now. Okay, so now what's the difference between a mock and a stub? Just to point that out. Yeah, somebody pointed out, PowerMock was used when you had to mock static methods, but now you can do that with Mockito. That doesn't mean you have to, just it's available. The difference is a stub stands in for the dependency and gives you specific responses to method calls. When I call this method with these arguments, here's what I want back. And that's it. You set the expectations. You don't write tests for that. However, a mock is exactly the same, except you verify it. You check that the methods from the object I'm testing called methods in the stubs the right number of times in the right order with the right arguments. You verify a mock. And here's the interesting part. The generated class is identical either way. It's a mock object. And the only difference as to whether it's a mock or a stub is whether I verified it or not. This is something that's just not real obvious from the documentation. But that's why people get sloppy about whether to call it a mock or a stub. It's the same class. It's just whether you verified it. Yeah, so they're often used interchangeably. Mocks verify what they call the protocol, the interaction between the class we're testing and the mock itself. Okay, now let me show you in my Mockito one here, not that one, this one. Okay, so there's my Astro service test. I shifted to the Cerritos, by the way. I like lower decks, by the way. So there's my mock object. And here I can, like I could say, when I call get response on the gateway, return that mock object. And then here, this is the method I'm testing. Check that the map entries are right. And this is why I like tools like AssertJ. You see, in regular JUnit, there's nothing special on how to test a map. But in AssertJ, I could say assert that the map contains entry, and there's other convenience methods as well. I think I'm only using contains entry in this one, but they're all there. And you see how that easy that is to write. Now, the other part that this one's using, let me scroll up to the top here, is I'm using the annotation support. I'm saying, hey, Mockito, create a mock of this guy and inject that mock into this class, and this is the class I'm testing. So that in the tests in this class, you don't see me instantiating the class, you don't see me creating the mock and plugging it all in. I can just say @mock and inject mocks, and that works because I'm using the Mockito extension in JUnit 5. So that works here. But here's another neat thing. I can test for failures just by changing the expectations. I can say, hey, when I call the get response on the gateway, then throw an IO exception, which is a runtime exception. Just throw that. So now I can use JUnit's assert throws to say when I call this, I get a runtime exception. Then I can get the cause, and I could check that the cause is an IO exception in the message, or a lot cleaner in AssertJ. Look at this. This is a thing of beauty. Assert that exception of type runtime exception is thrown by this executable with cause exactly instance of IO exception with message containing network problems. I mean, that's gorgeous. You know, I mean, this isn't bad. The one above it, you know, that's fine for JUnit. But look how clean that is. I can read it out loud and you know exactly what it's doing. And now I've tested a failure method. Here's the same thing using the BDD assertions instead of the regular ones. And just, I love this thing like that. And I think that's everything I wanted to show you in that one. Yeah, so I've got it with a mock. I have it with my own mock. I got all these. Here's another AssertJ method. Contains only keys, for example, or contains entry. There was also contains methods which are in order, or contains in any order, which isn't. And you can do that with arrays too, not just lists, and on like that. Okay, let me go back here. Now, let me say something about spies, because spies tend to get overlooked in a lot of this stuff. The thing about a spy is they can be dangerous and they can be really helpful. A spy usually is used to mock an existing class, something that's already in your system that you do not want to modify, like a library class, for example. And method calls will pass through the spy to the underlying real object. Now, the dangerous part is you can set expectations on some of the methods. You could say, hey, when I call this, here's what I want back. That's dangerous because you could make the object be in an inconsistent state. But if we don't want to do that, say all we want to do is wrap the object, this is how you can test a logger, for example. And I have an example here, and this was also, I made a little YouTube short about this, but I'm going to show you the code. So what I had here, let's see. Oh, no, that's not it. It's the logger one. Where's my spy? Oh, it's in a different repository. I thought I had it in here. Let me just explain then, because it's not complicated. And the idea is that I had a client asking to check that their logger was working correctly, and they were getting lost in how do I capture the log output? You know, how do I go and get the console or the file that everything's being logged to, and what happens if it's multi-threaded, and how do I handle all that stuff? And I did try to figure out how to do this in capturing the output. And it finally dawned on me, no, that's the wrong way to go about the problem. I don't need to test the logger. That's the job of the people who wrote the logger, the logging library. I'm not trying to verify their work. What I need to do is wrap a spy around the logger. And then when I call the method that as part of its job does some logging, just verify that the logger method was called. Verify that we called info or debug with the right string, with the right arguments, whatever the arguments happen to be, the right number of times. And that's good enough. I mean, it verified that the logging happened without me having to go into the depths of figuring out how to test a logger, which is already tested by the people who wrote the logger. You know what I mean? I didn't do any of that code. I'm just testing, did my code call the logger at the right time? Spies are perfect for that. And I just don't happen to have that GitHub repository open. I don't want to take the time now. But it's a really nice demo of when you could use things like loggers and test them. Okay, now a couple of additional notes just for your information. Mockito is probably the library with the least changes per major version. I mean, Java, in several of the Java major version changes, there were maybe one or at most two major features and a bunch of smaller stuff under the hood. Like in Java 11, the big release feature was the HTTP client. You know, Java 15 had the text blocks. Records are in 16. 17 had a bunch of stuff. 21 has a bunch of stuff. Mockito 2 really did refactor Mockito 1. You can't just reuse Mockito 1 code. You have to write Mockito 2. The only change from Mockito 2 to Mockito 3 is that it required Java 8 or above. That was it. That was the only change. Mockito 4 took all the things that were deprecated in terms of methods and classes from Mockito 3 and just removed them. So again, if you didn't use anything deprecated, you're good, you're fine. And Mockito 5 just said, you know, we're going to bump the minimum JDK up to Java 11, And they did one interesting thing. They included this thing called an inline mock maker. And what that is, that's the thing that lets you test static methods and final methods and constructors. Prior to that, in Mockito 4, you needed a separate dependency. In Mockito 5, you don't. It's all in the core now. There was a question that mentioned argument captor. And I don't tend to use it very often, but it is quite helpful. Instead, what I use all the time is, let me move on here. I'm not seeing, oh yeah, I've already shown you all that. Okay, let me skip all that. Is argument matchers. These are really useful. Argument captors, for those who are not aware, capture the input argument that you actually used when the test class called a method in the mock. Usually I'm supplying the argument, so I don't really need to find out, yeah, is that in fact what was used? But if the argument I gave was changed in some way by my test class and then use that to call the mock method, then I can capture it if I want and make sure it's what I thought it was. But these happen all the time. Instead of saying list, when I call the get of 0 on a list and return 42, I can say when I call get on a list with any int, then return 42. Now, side point here, I took this out of the Mockito documentation, and even they say do not mock a list. Okay, use a real list. But it's one of their examples. You can spy on a list, however. Spy on a list to count, make sure that the get methods were called with the right values or something like that. There's an equal one. This is a little trap that comes up with the argument captors. If you try to verify a mock or set up expectation with any of the arguments as these argument matchers, then they all have to be argument matchers. So here's an any int, here's an any string. This is a hard-coded string. That will not work. You have to use an equal in order to make them all argument matchers. That's what that's for. There's a comment about sealed classes in those as well, and I have used sealed classes with Mockito without a problem. The only issue will come up is because again, the data type is the same. So if you're using a sealed interface, for example, I tend to use a lot. A sealed interface says I'm permitting the following classes to implement it, and then the mock is still returning a wrapper around that same type. So Mockito will go, yeah, it's okay. I mean, in Java, we'll say, yeah, it is the right type. So it shouldn't be an issue at all. So I don't expect any problem with that. Okay, you can also make custom matchers, which can use a lambda expression. There's an argThat method that says a list of size 2, for example. This was one of those cases where they got lucky. It's like, you notice before Java 8 came out, there were lots of libraries that had interfaces with only a single abstract method. All of those interfaces magically became functional interfaces as soon as we had lambdas in Java. And this was one. The examples in the Mockito documentation of how to make a custom argument matcher usually involved an anonymous inner class implementing this. Well, now this is a lambda that matches that structure, right? Takes an argument, returns a Boolean, we're good. The only thing I have to warn you about with argThat is if you do that with primitives, you'll get a weird looking error that doesn't seem to make any sense. The solution is just use int that, long that, double that, whatever the primitive type is, and you're good. So if you get a weird auto unboxing caveat error, just switch to those. And these are all in the book, by the way. Okay, methods that return void, you have to reverse it and say do throw or do return or do answer. You have to write it the other order, just for reasons, I'm going to skip the business about answers, although I really like it. Ordering uses an in-order mechanism. And now you can do final types, enums, final methods. It used to be a complicated process. Now it's just built right in 5.x, So about that Astro Gateway, again, the integration test is fine on that one. We're not going to mock the library or anything like that. And these limitations are now gone. Like you couldn't mock static methods until Mockito 3.4 or constructors till 3.5. You still cannot mock equals and hash code. You also can't mock private methods because they're like, why are you calling private methods? Remember, you're not testing the mock. You're testing your own class. Is your class calling private methods in the mock? Why? So no, they're not doing that. That's a design issue. But you can mock classes, interfaces, everything. A couple of quick slides on AssertJ, like there's the syntactic sugar, here's the documentation, And I think that's all I'll say. Just wrap everything and assert that. One IntelliJ thing, I went into Editor General Auto Import, and there used to be a way where you could say which class, which static import you favored. I couldn't find that anymore, so I excluded the ones I didn't want. So that was in Editor General Auto Import, and I added these to exclude from Auto Import so that when I put in an assert that and hit control space, it knows what it should be. The only one I want is the one that's left. So that I did say something about JetBrains. So let me just skip up to here and say, JUnit 5, I really like it. I think that the developers have done a wonderful job rewriting something we all used. Mockito does exactly what it was designed to do. It's the key there is to understand what it's designed to do. And AssertJ, I use it more and more all the time because I keep finding things I didn't know about that are great. And of course, IntelliJ IDEA is wonderful. It's the best. So there's the links to the channel. If there's any time for questions, I'm more than happy to hang out. I do admire the endurance of everybody still here. I mean, it's been a long 2 days, but thank you so much. Mala, did you want to say anything at the end? I think you're muted again, Mala.
My God. That's the fourth time today. That amazing presentation. And I just wanted to bring up a beautiful comment. So this is amazing explanation of when to use mocks. And you would love this one.
Oh, geez. Okay. Well, I'm definitely showing that to Venkat. So yeah, thank you.
There's specifically one for you and Venkat. So.
Yeah. Oh, well, you didn't see at another conference, they mentioned one of my talks at a conference coming up, and they put Venkat's picture on it.
Wow.
I just feel like we're linked. It's just destiny. It's meant to be. So.
Yes. So this is another comment. And so this was a question, but before I take that, you have folks who want to give AssertJ a try now. So that is great. Just one
here's the
question
docs. Oh, you're not sharing my screen anymore, are you?
Let me add.
There you go. This is the AssertJ documentation. It's assertj.github.io. It's a GitHub IO project. And from here, you could find out everything you need to know. I have not found anything it couldn't do that I wanted to do. So I've been very happy with it. Does Mockito support stateless functions? As far as I know, I haven't seen anything restricting those. In fact, I think it probably works better on those than stateful ones. So yeah. Oh, I have a stateless service joke. I never told you that. Yeah. I say to my friend, I think all services should be stateless. And he goes, really? Why do you think that? And then I say, why do I think what? Wait. I got it here.
That's a good one. That was a good one.
Yeah. Okay. So at any rate, I had to bring that up just for you.
And that was amazing. And with that, thank you so much. I think you've already answered all the questions because you were answering the questions as you were going along with your session. Once again,
feel free to keep in touch. My email address is there and it'll be on the contact information. Feel free to send any questions I didn't get to. Thank you, Mala.
Thank you so much. A pleasure to learn from you today. Thank you so much, Ken. Bye. And now let me bring our other host. Hey, Marco.
Hello.
Hey,
Mala.
Hey.
So that was a long day.
It was a long day.
Yes, lots of learning. Before we talk about anything, let us bring the slide which talks about the sharing of feedback on this conference. Yes, let me find. Yes, here we have. That's amazing, Marco. So everyone watching, if you could scan the code and share your feedback, that would be great. It would really help us to improve the events that we plan in future. And we would love to hear what you think about the current event. And with that, should we bring up the Mentimeter?
Yeah, bring a Mentimeter. Come on, let's finish with some fun.
Let's have some fun.
And
we have some fun in Kotlin, because everything in Kotlin is fun. Sorry, that's my obligatory programming joke.
Right, and everyone watching, if you've already scanned the code, so you can use the same QR code, the same links. And on that note, let me move forward.
Yes, one
with
last quiz.
Yes. So, Marco,
Where do you
pizza,
where do you get these questions?
pizza, pineapple on pizza.
Oh yes, there's a controversial topic.
Yes, and binge eating on YouTube. Okay,
That was actually
so
my suggestion, but I noticed there's a big category on YouTube where people just eat endless amounts of food. I forgot the proper name on it, and it has millions of views, but it's also borderline disgusting. So that was just my addition here.
and also because recently we've seen a lot of trends where people kind of just mess up with the traditional recipes and just add flavors to whatever recipes they find. So that's disgusting as well. Yeah. Okay, so a lot of people did not like the question. So let's move to the next question. Okay. So Mark and Marco, what is your answer? Yes, 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 yes?
Yeah,
Or just one
I
yes?
actually have been using AI on and off, but more on lately than off. So yes, I'm not totally in the yes camp, but yeah.
But I'm curious if we add all of those yeses, whether they're more than the no, because now they're divided between.
True.
Oh, oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Kind of, we can sum the numbers, or we could create a list to sum the numbers. So again,
Well,
yeah.
currently there's 12 in the 3 yes columns and 9 in the
Yes.
no columns. So I guess more people are using AI more or less enthusiastically than not
Yes.
using it.
That's right. So on that note, let's ask them what AI tools, libraries, or models are they using? First guess? AI assistant?
I'm using AI
No.
assistant.
ChatGPT. Oh, yes, of course. ChatGPT 2, 3, 4. Gemini.
Yeah,
Gemini.
AI assistant.
Well, I mean, AI assistant uses ChatGPT under the
Yes.
hood at the moment. So
Yep.
Yes, that's true as well. Yes. So the clear winner here is ChatGPT.
GPT.
Yes.
That looks like it.
Okay, so let's go to the next question, which is,
What's your job title?
so this is not a fun question, but it would be really good to know who is listening to our sessions today. I'm assuming the most popular one or the clear winner here would be developer.
Let's find out.
Computer science.
students,
Yes.
yay!
Oh,
Wow.
congrats. Congrats. Okay. Java developer, software engineer.
Freelancer.
So from students to staff engineer, awesome.
Senior Java developers.
Landlord. What's a landlord?
Someone who rents houses to other people, Marco.
Yeah, well, and for that, you okay. Well,
I don't know how hard you work to do that, but you own property and you rent it to other people.
Understand. Where does IntelliJ IDEA come into play there? Yeah, that's the question.
Are you writing the code for your landlording? Interesting.
Maybe, yeah. With AI, hopefully.
We also have a bug hunter. And yeah, good for nothing. So that's funny. Is that the job title? Or is that what we do when we have a job? No, not kidding. Sorry. So let's move to the next slide. Yes. Which superpower would you like to choose if you were given a choice?
Are we talking coding superpowers or are we talking any superpower?
Any superpower.
Any superpower.
Did you talk to my kids for this question? Because they keep asking me this question. I never know.
No sleep.
Oh, that
needed.
would be good.
That would be good. Time travel.
Why?
Also would-
Why?
would be-
Why would that be good? We should be sleeping for some time, shouldn't we? Oh, sorry.
I don't know, unlimited energy. But,
Thought
you know,
reading.
still
That's a good
being
one.
able to sleep, but not needing it so much.
Seeing the
Yes.
future, that is scary.
Hmm.
Bug-free programming, is that possible? Oh, we talked about superpower, right?
Bytecode interpreting, I like it. You want to replace the JVM and just run it in your head. I like it.
I think the best way to not have bugs in your code is to not write any.
That's interesting.
Just
That's
don't write any
interesting.
code, then you can't have the bugs.
The
Right.
other popular one is to know what you think. So that's interesting as well.
No, you don't want to. Overthinkers are us. No.
Superpower,
Right.
renting out apartments. I have the impression the landlord is hijacking.
Yes.
is hijacking our questions and answers. Who are you? Come on, please, out yourself in the comments. Yeah.
And on that note, let me change the slide. So the next question is, yes, how do you feel about today's event? It would be good to know from everyone who's watching. I know a lot of people have dropped off, but the ones who are still with us, enjoying this fun quiz, intense. Oh my God. Marit, are you typing in the answers? I see exhausted.
No, but whoever said enthusiastic, exhausted got it exactly right. Yep.
Yes. Wow. This is funny. As soon as I start reading, the orientation of the words change and the placement changes.
But exhausted is still right in the middle.
Yes.
But it's
Absolutely.
inspired and exhausted. So
Yes. So now we have more answers. Exhausted, great, inspired, mind-blowing. More events, please. So I think we just have one question left. So let me change the slide.
Ooh, let's see.
Yes.
I just saw in the comments they took Venkat's picture out of my bag. Aha, the person who had Venkat's picture in the bag. I see he's in the comments, loving it.
I've seen so many different countries and locations in the comments over these past 2 years. It's been really great to have everybody from around the world join us.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
There are some people also answering in the comments. I see Romania, Barcelona, Poland, UK, Canada.
Oh
Yeah,
my
that's amazing.
God. I didn't check that. Oh, I didn't post the message to join. Sorry about that.
I see
you can still join in.
Belgium, Argentina.
Vulcan. I see. I see. South Africa, Canada, Mars. Let us know how that works. You know how your Mars landlording supposedly works.
Or your Mars rovering.
Yeah, Mars rovering. Yeah.
So do we have Elon in the audience talking about
like
landlording?
Looks like it. Looks like
Malaysia in the comments.
Yeah.
Greetings from Elon Musk, I guess. Okay.
Right.
So that is the last slide, I'm afraid. And with that, we'll have to stop this. And quick housekeeping slides. Let me just take it off. Yes. Everyone watching, thank you so much for being with us today. It was, you said it right, an exhausting day, a long day, but we had lots of learning. And if you want to follow along, check out other details, please follow these links that, yes, in all the directions, yes, which we have on the screen right now. And thank you, everyone. We loved both the days. And if you haven't already subscribed, yes, subscribe to our channel. Now is the time to do so. Marco, Marit, any closing comments?
It was a pleasure. 2 days. I'm also a bit exhausted, but it was super informative. So thank you, Marla, for I don't know, making this happen. Thank you for everyone watching. Thank you to all the presenters. And yeah, that's my last words.
And I just have to add, thanks to all of you for joining us, chatting with us. Thank you for your time, and we hope you enjoyed the event.
Yes.
And with that note, time to say bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
See you soon, folks.
Bye.